The release of the status scouter changed everything, allowing adventurer abilities to be quantified. Soon after, powerful parties began removing members deemed too weak, sparking a wave of expulsions. Sohn Man witnessed a girl being cast out and questioned the judgment behind it. In Daytona City, where adventurers sought new beginnings, tension brewed beneath the peaceful streets. Despite his resolve, Eizen's guild application was rejected without explanation, leaving him confused and determined. Eizen explained that adventurer worth couldn't be defined by stats alone and urged for fairer evaluations. Despite his plea, the guild master dismissed him, refusing to challenge the prevailing standards. Rejection followed rejection. Eizen sat disheartened, holding his 10th denial with weary hands. Elsewhere, adventurers chased glory through dangerous quests, their strength the key to fortune and recognition. Amid fierce competition, guild masters rose as leaders, and Eizen clung to his dream of becoming one. Eizen realized his rejections weren't due to low demand, but his refusal to conform to status-based ideals. A year earlier, the Merchant Guild introduced the Status Scouter, revolutionizing how adventurers were judged. The device's accuracy led to instant popularity, turning numerical stats into the new standard for competence. Adventuring society shifted into a meritocracy governed by numbers, but Eizen clung to his personal beliefs. Since childhood, he had seen mysterious letters, learned to control them, and trained to become a guildmaster. At the Guildmaster Training Academy, Eizen faced harsh judgment for his poor academic performance. A fellow student was pressured to leave, apologizing under the weight of expectations. Challenging an instructor, Eizen defended the value of leadership and unity over grades alone. Despite Eizen's words, the student chose to walk away, deciding to pursue his family's path. As the student departed, he asked Eizen to keep striving forward on both their behalves. Eizen vowed to prove his ideals to a society obsessed with numbers and rankings. Salvio, leader of the Silver Wolf Brigade, appeared triumphantly with exciting news for his party. The group celebrated their promotion to S rank, thrilled by their recognition and success. Tears of joy followed as their dream of elite status finally became reality. Behind the celebration, a motive surfaced: they needed to remove someone to make room for stronger talent. Varin was suddenly expelled from her party, dismissed solely for having low stats. As high-ranking groups sought stronger recruits, the expulsion rush swept through adventuring society. Desperately, she begged to stay. Her pleas met with cold indifference, collapsed in tears. She was mocked and branded a failure in front of everyone. Eizen silently observed, condemning the system that overlooked unseen qualities beyond measured strength. Activating his appraisal eye, Eizen scanned the adventurers to uncover their hidden skills. He held firm in his beliefs because he alone could see these unseen attributes. Salvio's hidden skill, sturdy body, boosted his stats common among high-level adventurers. To Eizen's surprise, mysterious letters appeared around Varin, revealing an unknown power within her. Desperate, she pleaded for another chance as her dormant skill began to awaken. Prompted to show her stats, Varin hesitated but complied, hoping for a chance. Her status screen revealed average numbers, drawing attention to her supposed weaknesses. Mockery followed instantly. Her capabilities were belittled, her courage dismissed entirely. Tears streamed down her face as rejection became final, questioning the cruelty of S-rank judgment. Eizen reflected in silence, asking himself whether this harsh stat-driven system was truly just. Fueled by conviction, declared that stats alone should not determine worth. He resolved to build a guild himself and asked to recruit the girl being expelled. Introducing himself boldly, Eizen claimed he recognized her hidden potential and sought her as a member. While her value was mocked, Eizen extended his hand, ignoring the protest. He removed her scouter without hesitation, breaking free from a system he no longer accepted. Eizen offered Varin a chance to break free from a system ruled by numbers and doubt. Salvio mocked the idea, belittling any guild that didn't rely on scouters. Scommly, Eizen reminded him who had kept the party safe from traps, and warned him to be cautious. Enraged, Salvio lashed out, unable to accept being challenged. So openly, walking beside Eizen, Varin learned about hidden skills abilities no scouter could ever reveal. Eizen revealed Varin's hidden skill, Super Sixth Sense, a rare ability to detect traps and monsters. He explained that most people use hidden skills instinctively, often unaware of their true nature. Varin's ability had unknowingly protected her party, guiding them away from deadly threats. She admitted she had stayed silent because her former leader dismissed her voice. Now, as part of Eizen's team, Varin was empowered to speak freely and grow without fear. Varin shyly accepted her new role, grateful yet flustered by the formality. With bright enthusiasm, she pledged to serve Eizen's guild and asked about its purpose. Eizen envisioned a guild that welcomed the outcast, valuing skill over stats. even at personal risk. Together, they took their first step, determined to challenge the unjust expulsion trend and reshape society. Eizen confessed he hadn't formed a guild yet, and she would be his only member for now. Hearing this, the girl froze in disbelief, fearing she had been deceived. To clarify, Eizen explained the guild still needed official approval, requiring a journey to another city. Motivated by her past mistreatment, he vowed to restore her lost confidence. To begin, he suggested getting her proper equipment to replace her worn-out gear. Varin nervously showed off her new outfit, seeking Eizen's opinion with hopeful eyes. Eizen praised the gear's craftsmanship, noting its lightweight and the weapon's impressive strength. One clerk explained the armor's modern appeal, pointing out how adventurers now favor stylish designs. Acknowledging the risk adventurers face, Eizen understood their desire to look good while staying protected, though unsure about affording it. Varin was clearly moved by the thoughtful gift. Eizen insisted on paying for Varin's gear, calling it a gift to mark her joining the guild. He considered the purchase a worthy investment both for their future work and for her confidence. Flustered and grateful, softly thanked him as they prepared to move on. Their next stop was Avalon's guild hall, where they would accept their first mission. He mentioned he knew someone inside who could support their journey ahead. A pair of hawks suddenly swooped down inside the guild, catching everyone off guard. Viren flinched while a woman called out to stop one of the birds, recognizing Eizen in the process. With a cheerful grin, the receptionist welcomed him back after what seemed like a long time. She commented on the new uniform design, playfully seeking his opinion on her appearance. Flustered yet smiling, she responded bashfully to his compliment about the red accents. Kagarina and her hawk, Harrier, exchanged playful jabs, while the others observed their familiar dynamic. Introductions followed. Kagarina was revealed as the guildmaster's daughter, and Varin offered a respectful greeting. Curious about Eizen's arrival, Kagarina teased him about forming a guild and possibly gaining a partner. Varin learned of Kagarina's unique gift, the ability to communicate with animals. Not just Harrier, that hidden talent, Zuglot, was vital to her guild work, supporting her role as a tamer. Back in their academy days, Kagarina had been the first to trust in Eizen's appraisal eye and the concept of hidden skills. Hearing they were former classmates left Varin visibly flustered. Though she denied feeling jealous, Eizen mused that her fascination might come from a desire to talk to animals like Kagarina. Recognition followed when Kagarina guessed correctly that Varin held a hidden ability, treeing to prevent misunderstandings. Varin reassured everyone while Kagarina made her protective intentions very clear. Varin, observing their exchange, commented warmly on how trustworthy Eizen seemed. Although hesitant, Kagarina admitted he was a decent man, while Eizen explained their financial situation. Despite the plea, she firmly rejected their request, citing their lack of qualifications and experience. Rather than backing down, Eizen shifted focus and asked about unofficial commissions. Reluctantly, Kagarina confessed she had a few internal tasks that could be offered discreetly. While explaining guild duties, Eizen described internally processed commissions as those avoided by most adventurers. Varin quickly understood the problem. Difficult quests often left clients helpless and unresolved. To protect credibility, guilds pushed those quests onto trusted parties, sometimes with extra rewards. Recognizing her hesitation, Eizen challenged Kagarina's reluctance, even involving Harrier in the conversation. With a dramatic motion, she gave in and handed over a stack of leftover requests. A gentle smile, Eizen reassured Kagarina of their caution and thanked her for her concern. After reviewing the options, he selected a quest and formally requested its approval. Both women were stunned by the contents of the chosen request. Fear overwhelmed Varin as she imagined the worst while staring into the eerie, overgrown ruins. Leaping forward, Kagarina fiercely warned Eizen not to push himself beyond his limits. Eizen and Varin stood before a massive dungeon entrance, tasked with retrieving a pendant inside. Appeared with her falcon partner Harrier as Eizen introduced her to the group. Surprised, Kagarina questioned Eizen's decision to form a guild. In response, Kagarina explained her unique ability to communicate with a wide range of animals. This talent, Eizen clarified, stemmed from her hidden skill Zuglot, which she used in her role managing guild operations. Reflecting on their past, Eizen remembered Kagarina as the first to believe in his appraisal abilities and the concept of hidden skills during their academy years. Varin froze at the mention of Eizen and Kagarina's past, insisting she wasn't jealous despite her reddened face. Eizen quietly noted that it was natural for her to dream about abilities like speaking with animals. Kagarina mentioned Varin's hidden skill, prompting Eizen to introduce her as his guild's first member. Though their time together was short, Varin defended Eizen while Kagarina warned her to remain cautious. In return, Varin smiled, saying Eizen's sincerity made him someone truly dependable. Reluctantly, Kagarina admitted Eizen was trustworthy. Though she still hesitated about helping, he explained they needed work to fund their guild from the ground up. However, she firmly refused to offer any standard commissions to a small, unproven group like theirs. Pressed further, she revealed a few internal jobs, typically hidden from regular adventurers. Eizen explained, those tasks were low-priority missions others often ignored. Varin realized such neglected requests left clients helpless, especially when missions were too dangerous or unprofitable. Internally processed commissions were described as jobs no one wanted mistakenly accepted, but too damaging to reject. While Avalon tried shifting those to other parties, even Harrier seemed to agree that unloading them was the goal. Faced with the truth, resistance crumbled as a handful of neglected requests spilled out. A sharp warning followed recklessness could be fatal, and these jobs weren't to be taken lightly. Eizen responded with a calm smile, promising caution and expressing quiet gratitude for the concern. Reviewed the commission papers and selected one to accept, instructing careful handling of the process. Varin and Kagarina looked on astonished at the task that had been chosen. The group entered a dangerous dungeon, and Varin trembled at the sight, fearing the worst. Stood firm beside her as the massive dungeon entrance loomed, emphasizing the extreme challenge they were about to face. Eizen lunged forward with full force, slamming his weapon into the core of the towering golem. The strike hit precisely, sending cracks spreading across the monster's surface. As it started to lose balance, shattered stone flew across the chamber as the creature collapsed. Without warning, she clung to him tightly, her voice trembling as she scolded his reckless move. Grinning softly, Eizen shrugged off the concern, insisting everything turned out fine, even if it meant taking a risk. Relief washed over Varin as she clutched Eizen's hand, her voice trembling with gratitude for his safety. He gently rested his palm on her head, affirming her growth and courage without hesitation. Hearing her name spoken so sincerely, Varin broke into quiet sobs, overwhelmed by the weight of his words. Suddenly she burst into loud tears, catching Eizen completely off guard. Through her sobs, she confessed no one had ever shown her such kindness before. Determined to change, Varin vowed to live with pride, doing her best for Eizen's sake and for herself. She embraced the younger girl warmly, her smile reflecting the strength she had finally found. Suddenly, a battered warrior appeared, Salvio collapsing before them, and calling Varin's name in shock. When questioned, Salvio could only utter one grim truth: he was the last one alive. Just hours earlier, rage had consumed him as everything spiraled out of control. In Salvio's memory, Eizen's blunt words had stung deeply, interpreted as mockery rather than guidance. Confident in their replacement scout, the group dismissed Varin as weak and moved on without her. The new recruit led them down a path he deemed safer, unaware of the consequences ahead. Without hesitation, Salvio followed, but his caution came too late as danger suddenly emerged. A barrage of arrows struck him as overconfidence shattered in an instant. The group scrambled to treat Salvio's wound, panic rising as blood flowed uncontrollably. Shouting erupted accusations hurled at the scout, who had confidently led them into the trap. Salvio, enraged, grabbed him by the collar, demanding answers he no longer believed existed. Memories hit him hard how he once carelessly viewed Varin as expendable and easily replaced. Only now did he realize her quiet competence had shielded him from traps all along. The scent of blood drew a swarm of red kobolds, forcing the panicked party into chaos. Confusion spread quickly, no one knew how to form a counterattack, and doubt shattered morale. Paralyzed by fear, Salvio realized the weight of his past decision, questioning whether he had been wrong. Desperate, he begged Varin to return, promising her rank and redemption within the brigade. But she spoke calmly, recognizing her own strength, something he never saw until too late. Varin met Salvio's plea with calm rejection, stating she sought neither fame nor reward. She declared her loyalty to Eizen, the only one who treated her as more than just strength. Soon after, reinforcements arrived to assist and evacuate Salvio, wounded and defeated. Though Eizen pitied him, he knew the man had brought his fate upon himself, leaving the past behind. The group pressed deeper into the dungeon's unknown darkness. Varin observed the quiet surroundings, noting the absence of monsters but cautioning they shouldn't linger. Their path led to a grand chamber bathed in light, where an ancient tree stood alone. At Eizen's suggestion, she activated her hidden ability, an intuitive power known as Sixth Sense. The skill responded to more than enemies; it could locate hidden objects too. Following its guidance, Varin pushed through the overgrowth and uncovered a concealed item. Eizen was surprised at how smoothly Varin's skill had worked, visibly impressed by the results. She explained that the item they recovered, a pendant, had been requested by a grieving former adventurer. Inscribed on it were the names of fallen comrades, bonded eternally through hardship and memory. Holding it together, they reflected on the deep meaning of shared adventures and loyal friendships. With renewed resolve, Eizen named their new guild, the Outcasts Guild, a haven for the overlooked. Viren reflected on Eizen's dream, silently deciding to support him no matter how uncertain the path ahead might be. With a radiant smile, she pledged herself as the first member of the Outcasts Guild. Eizen raised his mug in celebration with his guildmates, enjoying a moment of quiet success after a long mission. In the Avalon eating area, others acknowledged their efforts. Eizen, with a calm smile, appreciated the recognition. Later, he showed a magical item to a classmate, proving the mission's success. Her worry was evident. Caught off guard by Eizen's teasing, Kagarina blushed, realizing she had genuinely cared. With a grin, Eizen handed over her share. Despite the jokes, their bond was strong. Viren was shocked by the generous reward, believing it was too much for her efforts in the dungeon. Rather than back down, Eizen declared he would force her to accept even more if she refused. Though hesitant, she was reminded that adventurers should be compensated fairly for their contributions. Trying to redirect the funds, she suggested using it to support Eizen's new guild. With firm resolve, she warned that making a girl pay would disgrace him before the whole town. With a warm smile, she listened. As praise was gently offered for her clever thinking, confidence bloomed, unlocking a skill she had kept hidden, which she then used with incredible precision. Quests were completed swiftly, even those considered troublesome. Some finished in mere hours without delay. Efficiency surpassed expectations, placing her on par with adventurers known to be S-class elites. Doubt crept in, as it seemed she might have conquered the dungeon without any help at all. After saving enough for their guild's foundation, the pair celebrated and set their sights on official registration. Their journey led them to Byam, a bustling adventurer town where the guild headquarters was located. Inside the meeting room, preparations began for their guild's application, though tension lingered. Old faces resurfaced, some familiar, others clearly unwelcome, stirring a heavy atmosphere between representatives. Order was quickly restored as a stern voice cut through, bringing focus back to official matters. A solemn figure took the lead, ready to determine the direction of the guild's future. Jalaic Farnese, the Alliance representative, formally initiated the long-awaited meeting. Guidelines were reviewed, explaining how adventurers must belong to registered guilds under the broader alliance. Authority rested with the Four Great Stars, a powerful group holding decisive control. With a serious tone, Jalaic introduced two urgent topics, asserting his role as the Supreme Guildmaster. A new threat emerged: Hydra, a powerful beast lurking deep within Harana's cave labyrinth. Its sudden appearance overwhelmed low-level parties, causing heavy losses and widespread panic across dungeon zones. An emergency subjugation order was issued, with a bounty of 1,000 gold coins. Raito Kagura warned that sending inexperienced adventurers would only lead to further casualties and chaos. Unmoved by caution, Volk Leopold insisted the weak deserved their fate in this survival-driven world. Melas Alushka viewed the crisis as an opportunity, hoping to turn it into strategic gain for her guild. Jalaic decided to adopt Volk's plan, but added strict conditions to ensure quality and legitimacy. Attention shifted to a rising issue: mass expulsions caused by the spread of a tool called the Status Scouter. Though some praised its efficiency, others warned that dismissing weaker allies created deep divides. With unrest growing, Jalaic condemned the reckless behavior, citing moral decline and escalating conflict among adventurers. Concerns rose as experienced adventurers began weakening teams by relying solely on stat-based recruitment. Farnese warned that chasing profit without principle would ultimately lead to collapse. Volk, enraged, mocked the notion of unity, rejecting the value of compassion in leadership. Tensions peaked as he openly challenged authority, demanding full control over the guild system. With a manic grin, he vowed to purge the weak and forge an unstoppable guild. Jalaic's commanding tone cut through the tension, warning the younger guildmaster not to overstep. Volk dismissed the warning, determined to pursue his vision without interference as long as ambition endured. Observing the childish display, Melas masked her reaction behind a sly grin and a quiet scoff. Though playful in tone, she reminded Jalaic of the risks, including those affecting her own Prot-Fey face. Before leaving, she teased a favor in return, vanishing with a flourish and a final parting smile. The council chamber fell quiet as reflections on the Lion King and Immortal Witch hinted at their unchanged nature. Concerns surfaced over provoking Volk, with warnings about possible internal strife looming in the background. Rather than address it directly, Jalaic laughed heartily, declaring the next generation should handle such messes. Interrupting the mood, Rado brought forward unexpected news with a confident stance. Ancient artifact resurfaced, triggering memories and disbelief something thought lost for over 40 years. Rather than rely on his rank, Jalaic had placed his hopes in others. He reminisced about Daedalus, a legendary party, long separated but forever linked by unbroken bonds. News arrived that the artifact's finder was a young man building a new guild, one close to Rido's daughter. Meanwhile, Eizen sat alone, overwhelmed by doubt, uncertain how to face Varin after the setback. Rejection struck hard, leaving him in disbelief, consumed by the weight of failing the guild application. Just 20 minutes earlier, Eizen had been dismissed outright, the receptionist scoffing at his application. The rejection came with harsh criticism, targeting both his inexperience and his choice of party members. Labeled as foolish, he was told guilds like his would only lead to inevitable collapse. Desperate, he pushed back, insisting his team had real accomplishments and deserved recognition. Given one outrageous condition, he was told to capture a wanted criminal if he wanted a chance. Eizen stared at the bounty poster in disbelief, realizing the task ahead was beyond ordinary expectations. Moments later, he was forcibly ejected, his pleas ignored and threats of security escalating. Fear settled in. Varin's joy might turn to outrage if she learned the truth and acted recklessly, lost in thought. He stumbled and fell, only to be met with a gentle hand and understanding words. To his surprise, Jalaic extended support not as a representative, but as someone quietly thankful. Inside the guild hall, Eizen collided with a silver-haired stranger and immediately checked if he was all right. Surprised by the politeness, remarked how rare such manners were among adventurers and assumed Eizen had business there. Explaining his vision, Eizen revealed his intent to start a guild for outcasts. Curious, the man asked for his name, and Eizen introduced himself with a nervous grin. Recognizing the name, the man smiled thoughtfully, noting that perhaps this meeting was destined. Eizen received a challenge: capture the infamous Grand Zeft if he wanted to be heard. Unfamiliar with the area, he asked for details. He learned that Grand Zeft, once a group of petty thugs, had grown powerful under a leader named Hugo. Despite their crimes, the authorities struggled to stop them, treating them like elusive mist. The older man confessed that a close friend was brutally attacked by the group. Realizing the growing threat, Eizen swore to act before more lives were shattered. Eizen declared he would go after Grand Zeft and try to uncover their trail. His enthusiasm lifted the older man's mood, who subtly hinted at high-level corruption within the guild system. Reflecting privately, the man admired the guild representative, a mysterious figure revered as the peak of adventurer leadership. Before leaving, he expressed his hope in Eizen's results and enjoyed their brief exchange. Later, Eizen smiled, introducing his fledgling outcast guild, an unofficial group of just 2 members. The older man offered words of confidence, trusting his instincts that Eizen would succeed if he gave it his all. With a calm farewell, he turned away, leaving behind a promise to meet again. As the man walked off, he addressed Eizen as a young guildmaster, leaving him smiling in silence. Eizen reflected on the man's composed aura and suspected he might be someone important. Suddenly unsure, he worried if he had come across as rude during their conversation. He realized he never learned the man's name but hoped they'd cross paths again someday. Suddenly, Varin cheerfully announced that their guild application had been accepted. Although hesitant, Eizen knew he had to speak honestly about something he'd kept in. They visited the bustling town market, where Varin marveled at the endless variety of goods. Their trip was meant for research, though Eizen had to calm Varin's fiery outburst. Excited by the shops around them, Varin bounced from one stall to another, overwhelmed with curiosity. Eizen watched her energetic movements, prompting her to glance back with a faint blush. She accused him of thinking she was childish, flustered and embarrassed by her own actions. Trying to sound mature, Varin confessed her desire to support Eizen and make him smile too. Despite her nervousness, she insisted he recognize her as a proper guild member. Eizen praised Varin as a trusted companion, leaving her flustered and speechless. She quietly repeated the word companion, unsure how to interpret it, but accepted it for now. Together, they explored shops and displays, enjoying the town's lively atmosphere. Varin eagerly presented a colorful treat, proud of her find, while Eizen commented on the appetizing scents. When she offered a bite, embarrassment took over, prompting Eizen to quickly apologize for upsetting her. She blurted out her wish to eat it herself, cheeks red and voice loud. Without hesitation, she took a big bite and softly murmured how tasty it was. Juicy meat, crisp vegetables, and rich sauce created an unexpectedly addictive flavor. Unable to resist, Eizen accepted a portion and took a bite with a thoughtful nod. Compliments made her flustered again, but a quiet smile showed her happiness. Eyes sparkling, Varin savored the taste, cheeks full and completely satisfied. Laughter escaped when her joyful expression drew teasing, catching her off guard. Plans began forming after finishing up. It was time to gather information about Grand Zeft. Quick suggestion to visit the Adventurers Guild was met with enthusiastic agreement. A slow walk toward the city guilds followed, hoping new clues would surface soon. Inside the guild hall, commotion erupted as a fox-eared girl protested her treatment in front of a crowd. She defended her right to be there, but the party leader dismissed her, calling her a weakling. Despite her plea, she was formally expelled from the prestigious S-Class party, Aegis, as shocked faces watched. Shock filled the hall as Micah was suddenly expelled from the prestigious S-Class party, Aegis. Aegis, once hailed for defeating a dragon, had begun discarding its own members. Backed by Volk Leopold, the guild's authority, Clay ensured no one could challenge the verdict without risking exile from all future parties. Micah lashed out, refusing to accept the sentence. Her defiance met only silence and cold stares. Replacing her, the necromancer Hilda stepped in with eerie grace. Despite accusations, responsibility for shielding the party from magic had often fallen on someone else entirely. Tears welled up as past wounds reopened, memories of a similar betrayal resurfacing without warning. Scenes like this echoed throughout adventurer guilds, where sudden banishments had become disturbingly common. Firmly decided, a new goal formed to build a place where true abilities could shine beyond stats. Battle intensified. A shout cut through the noise, demanding silence, and focus over sympathy or comfort. A loud voice broke the tension, urging persistence over retreat. Determination masked hesitation with a bold introduction. Instead of shame, an invitation followed to welcome Micah as one of the outcasts. Confusion spread instantly. No one had even heard of such a guild, let alone respected it. Truth slipped out: it was unofficial, unapproved, and barely real. Still, the intent stood firm. A quiet inquiry shifted focus, casting light on when bonds between members had truly formed. Questions rose about the party's rise, suggesting key contributions had been quietly ignored. Recognition was claimed not as teamwork, but as proof of personal merit and superior skill. Judgment followed her mana deemed too low, her presence labeled a burden to future progress. Confidence oozed from those in power, boasting unmatched strength and immunity to attacks. Praise shifted quickly to their newest ally, a seductive necromancer welcomed without hesitation. Appraisal eye activated, revealing hidden truths behind every claim made in the room. Recognition settled in: this wasn't an ordinary defense technique, but a rare concealed talent. Iron Wall Shield glowed brightly, reducing incoming damage by half and nullifying weak strikes entirely. Ideal for frontline defense, this ability offered unmatched protection for teammates during fierce combat. Even minor hits became meaningless, reinforcing his central role in every major battle. 3 core attack types shaped combat: physical strikes, magic assaults, and crippling status ailments. A powerful blessing activated nullifying attacks while sacrificing mana. Hidden strength began to surface. Surprise lit his face. The skill wasn't just rare, it surpassed anything expected. Her support, once dismissed, actually reinforced their front line and compensated for others' weaknesses. Misunderstood motives caused tension. Despite everything, her sincerity only drew more criticism. Questions about her own potential stirred confusion. Confidence hadn't caught up with reality. Meanwhile, the others moved on casually, barely acknowledging what they'd left behind. Dismissively offered to a weaker guild, her worth was shrugged off without care. A retort followed, sharp and unforgiving. Insults hid behind fake generosity no longer. Rage flared as betrayal was called out. Loyalty had meant nothing to those who climbed over it. A sudden burst of power erupted, sending shockwaves through the guild hall. Protectiveness flared as she declared her loyalty, refusing to let harm come to her own. Tempers exploded. Rage met resolve as accusations flew, and old bonds cracked under pressure. Attempts to diffuse the chaos failed. Emotions spiraled, fueled by pride and wounded egos. Calm returned only through an eerie presence, one far more composed than anyone expected. Tension lingered as threats were issued one last time. Pride wounded. A warning was all that remained. Silence filled the guild after the outburst. All eyes watched the strange group left behind. Concern replaced chaos. Supporters voiced worry not for themselves, but for the one who stood up. Regret turned into honesty. Admiration grew as unlikely bonds started to form among misfits. Laughter nearly broke out when praise became exaggerated. Yet behind the humor, heartfelt respect shone through. Excitement swelled as the Outcast Guild was described a place where rejected adventurers could finally shine. Eager loyalty followed, though her overwhelming passion left the other completely stiff from pressure. A moment of realization struck. Someone had spoken too soon, and the truth was about to unravel. Panic spread when she learned the guild wasn't official. Her outrage sparked instant regret from the recruiter. Chaos erupted. Accusations flew, flailing limbs followed, and all hopes of composure vanished in an instant. A sudden report hinted at unrest brewing in the city's streets. While reviewing guild matters, a commander noted the Outcasts Guild's rejection, yet saw potential in capturing the Grand Zeft thieves. Seeing an opportunity, Eizen emphasized the need for allies familiar with the local terrain. Though hesitant, the officer acknowledged Eizen's earlier help and agreed to offer limited support. Curiosity sparked. Eizen questioned Micah about her expulsion from Aegis and the truth behind it. Micah admitted her mana was below S-rank standards, though visibly frustrated by the reminder. Later outside the guild, the group prepared to move, following Eizen's lead. She stopped, puzzled by how Eizen already knew about her unique ability. He paused, raising his hand thoughtfully, as he began to explain himself, revealing the truth. Eizen disclosed his secret skill appraisal eye, capable of seeing hidden talents in others. The mention of hidden skills left Micah visibly shaken, eyes wide in surprise. Eizen bowed his head, apologizing for using his ability without consent, yet acknowledged the burden she carried. From the side, a companion teased lightheartedly, suggesting every girl harbored at least one secret. Micah smirked slightly, accepting that Eizen wasn't manipulating her with secrets, though suspicion lingered. With resolve shared, Eizen declared his dream, and Micah eagerly agreed to join his path forward. Micah introduced the concept of becoming an information broker with a confident grin. In the alleys, details unfolded about how influential guilds thrived through networks and informants. A contact named Kagarina offered limited help, reinforcing how valuable information truly was. The team listened intently as they learned of the Grand Zeft's amateur status and Hugo's leadership. Reputation aside, Hugo's real threat lay in his unique ability to vanish without a trace. Eizen deduced that Hugo's ability likely involved a hidden skill granting full invisibility. Although powerful, Hugo misused his talents, prompting Micah to call for immediate action. Plans were made to split up, each member taking a role in gathering intelligence. With firm resolve, Micah insisted they conduct a thorough investigation without delay. Despite their efforts, disappointment followed as no leads surfaced, leaving one member visibly discouraged. Viren attempted to use her sixth sense, but her search yielded nothing. During their walk, a small wolf pup approached, caught in a tight collar. She freed the creature, which responded by affectionately licking her in gratitude. Eizen sensed something was off when they stumbled upon a suspiciously placed trap. Without warning, a group of thugs appeared, revealing orders to eliminate everyone but the Beastman girl. Confronted the attackers, questioning if Micah was the target, but they remained evasive. Without hesitation, the thugs charged forward, convinced they would leave no survivors. Their leader sneered, vowing to deal with Viren personally after eliminating the rest. Before he could act, Viren calmly stepped forward, stating she wouldn't need to draw her weapon. In a sudden burst of speed and strength, she landed a powerful blow, launching the man across the ground in a single strike, declared that using a child as bait and raising blades at Eizen warranted no mercy. Without hesitation, she subdued multiple attackers, leaving one trembling before her, blade at his neck. Meanwhile, Eizen calmly assessed the situation, recognizing that Viren's true power once ranked a class. When a thug charged him, Eizen countered with speed and precision, recalling past street fights. Though he disliked violence, his bruised knuckles showed otherwise he'd fight if necessary, even if it hurt. As tension eased, one thug surrendered quickly, offering to share everything if spared. Despite his plea, hesitation clouded his answer about Hugo's whereabouts, leading to a swift, punishing strike. Pain forced a confession. Hugo kept his hideout secret, shared only with trusted allies. In a shaky tone, the man revealed Micah's origins. She belonged to the Shirokane clan of the Far East. Shock rippled through the group upon learning her true identity, a royal Miko, once protected by Aegis. Annoyed by the enemy's greed, Eizen firmly shut him down, ending the negotiation. Realization hit the group had left Micah alone, prompting urgency to regroup. Elsewhere, Micah was suddenly ambushed by a masked thief. Caught off guard, the attacker mocked her isolation, launching a powerful strike intended to overwhelm her defenses. A staff is thrown desperately across the street, calling attention to a dire situation. Eizen picks it up, instantly recognizing it as Micah's, confirming something has gone wrong. Comrade reveals that Micah was kidnapped during a coordinated attack, led by Hugo's forces. They realize Hugo used invisibility to escape, making pursuit nearly impossible. Just then, Kagarina appears by chance, possibly bringing hope in a critical moment. Eizen urgently pleads with Kagarina, asking for her strength in a desperate moment. His unexpected words leave her stunned, her face flushed with shock and confusion. Elsewhere, a girl awakens, alarmed to find herself restrained in chains within an unknown room. The captor greets her coldly, revealing she's now in the hands of the Grand Zeft. Their leader, Hugo, smugly declares his identity as the city's most wanted, the invisible Hugo. Despite lacking her staff, the girl assesses her odds and prepares to fight using magic. Her attempt is quickly shut down. The cuffs, restraining her, are imbued with anti-magic seals. The captors mock her resistance, already aware of her identity and ties to the Aegis party. With a twisted smile, Hugo reveals her past. She was exiled from Aegis. He scoffs at her allies, dismissing them as weak and incapable of rescue. Furious, the girl demands to know what happened to her friends, yanking against her chains. Her captor identifies her royal heritage, threatening her despite recognizing her status as a shuriken. Though shackled, she refuses to cower, shouting back defiantly as they mock her resolve. A knife is pressed to her throat, the threat escalating as she's told screaming is pointless. Suddenly a pack of fierce dogs bursts into the room, launching a chaotic counterattack. As suspicion rises, the girl denies orchestrating the dog attack, claiming it is beyond her skill. She's relieved to see her allies safe, and learns the animals were helping of their own will. Kagarina coordinates reinforcements, while dogs and Harrier secure the building's exit. Eizen confronts Hugo directly, declaring the end of his reign over Grand Zeft. Watching his men fall, Hugo realizes their downfall is already underway. Hugo sneers, asking if they truly believed he was trapped. His confidence grows as he prepares to escape. He threatens to kill them before fleeing, relying on his invisibility. But Eizen calmly declares he's already seen through the trick. Holding Varin, Eizen states she alone is enough to stop him. Invisible and leaping from above, Hugo aims to strike. Yet Varin's sharp senses pinpoint his position. With one powerful thrust, she intercepts him mid-air. Varin explains her victory, revealing that her super sixth sense allows her to detect weaknesses even without seeing the enemy, despite Hugo's camouflage skill, enabling him to bend light and disappear. With the battle won, the group locates the key to the restraints in the enemy's pocket, freeing the captured girl. Eizen is surprised by Micah's efforts, noting her role in tracking Grand Zeft. The girl looks stunned, eyes wide and shimmering, overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness and inclusion. Micah wonders if Eizen's guild could truly be the place where she belongs. A representative bows deeply, apologizing and promising to cover her admission fee after the Grand Zeft incident. In panic, another official begs for forgiveness, fearing the consequences of his failure. The Outcast Guild is officially recognized, and the group celebrates their long-awaited breakthrough. With gratitude and closure, Eizen thanks Kagarina, and the group finally embraces peace. As laughter breaks out, the group celebrates their safety. Kagarina teases Eizen about the dinner he promised. Realization strikes her: if it's just the two of them, does that mean it's a date? Her face burns red. Meanwhile, Micah apologizes for any trouble, insisting her help was voluntary and not Eizen's burden to carry. She turns away, reflecting that the one who truly forced involvement was herself. Her expression tightens with emotion. Eizen, concerned, quietly calls out to her. Micah steps forward, asking for a private moment, her eyes steady as she prepares to share her past. Surprised by her request, realizing this was something she had long held back. She lived in the shadow of her younger sister, burdened by comparisons and whispers within the shrine. Each glance chipped away at her confidence. Doubt settled in: was she truly useless? Unable to endure the suffocating expectations, she fled the Shuriken clan, seeking freedom in the outside world. Even now, her heart remained shackled by memories she couldn't escape. Sitting beside Eizen, she confessed the truth she had long hidden. Eizen confronted her gently, piecing together clues from the enemy's words. Realizing her royal lineage and hidden skills, he questioned her hesitation to trust others, linking her silence to past betrayals. She admitted the risk. Exposing her origins might offer protection, but it could also endanger those around her. Despite her fears, she remembered the bond they shared. Friendship meant facing burdens together. Smiling softly, she acknowledged Eizen's warmth and unusual kindness that never failed to surprise her. Eizen's words reassured her he was willing to carry her secrets, no matter the burden. With a deep breath, she finally revealed her real name: Micah Shuriken. Heiress of a distant royal bloodline, her sacred powers, long regarded as a hidden skill, were part of the Shrine Maiden's ancient blessing. He quickly realized her talents came from a legacy carefully guarded since childhood. Haunted by cruel traditions, She recalled how her family exploited the blessing and imprisoned even her own sister. Overshadowed by her gifted sister, Micah always felt like she didn't belong, nowhere seemed to accept her. Rather than remain in that cage, she chased a dream of freedom through the life of an adventurer. As she studied magic in secret, the danger of being reclaimed by her family never left her mind. Ironically, her silence earned her exile from her own party, despite hiding for safety. Convinced it was better this way, she asked Eizen to forget about letting her join the guild. Eizen quietly called her name, sensing the weight behind her silence. Instead of turning her away, he expressed genuine gratitude and hope for her to stand beside them. With a warm smile, he reminded her that what mattered was not just power but heart, trust, and belonging. Hearing those words, Micah paused, her expression softening at the thought of acceptance. Though she hid her feelings, her concern for others had always spoken louder than her doubts. Eizen remembered a promise from the past he had vowed, never to stop reaching out to those in pain. As he prepared to leave, he told Micah where to find help if she ever changed her mind. With a hopeful smile, he bid her farewell, assuring her they'd meet again. His message was clear, her next step was hers alone to choose. The following day, a new chapter began with the founding of the Outcasts Guild. Laughter and cheers filled the air as mugs clashed in celebration of the newly founded guild. While others enjoyed the moment, Kagurina voiced her confusion over her father's sudden involvement. A toast was raised in her honor, revealing that her classmates had arranged everything to mark the occasion. Eizen hesitated, but was reminded that more people believed in him than he realized. With growing confidence, those around him placed their hopes in his leadership for the outcasts' future. Tears welled up in her eyes as she toasted the dream a guild where outcasts could shine without shame. Playful banter followed, teasing Eizen for somehow surrounding himself with kind-hearted allies despite his loner past. Keeping his promise, he treated them to a lavish feast, drawing laughter and delight from everyone at the table. Under the moonlight, Kagurina reflected on how little Eizen had changed since their youth. Smiling fondly, she called him an idiot one who somehow became a true guild master. Over drinks, they laughed about old times, how Eizen's bluntness earned him trouble with teachers and rivals alike. Kagurina leaned closer, sparking a memory by asking if he remembered their first meeting. Back then, her smile was bright as she talked with classmates under the sunlit trees. Despite her cheerful front, she had always felt distant, unable to hear what others claimed to sense. Though doubts lingered in her heart, she convinced herself to believe what everyone else did just to fit in. Wondering why she ignored the birds she claimed to understand his words had struck her. Now, with a smile, she admitted that perhaps she had been saved by him too, reminding her that she had been the only one to believe in him back then. Their bond, built on trust, was acknowledged as he sincerely thanked her for being a true friend. Embarrassed, she scoffed at the compliment, yet her expression betrayed how deeply his words touched her. Kagurina blushed furiously, insisting Eizen hadn't influenced her at all, despite her flustered expression saying otherwise, laughed softly and claimed Kagurina didn't understand her feelings. Chaos erupted when everyone realized the juice was actually wine, thanks to a sneaky switch, courtesy of the tavern. With the guild now launched, attention turned to the future. Spreading its name was the next challenge. Eizen nodded calmly, knowing there was no easy path, just a commitment to reach each outcast personally. With a confident grin, Raito proposed their first real mission, hunting down an Aqua Hydra as the new Outcasts Guild. Everyone recoiled in shock. The Hydra was a threat, even veteran S-rank teams feared. The Guild Alliance had issued a high-reward emergency request. Chaos from weak parties failing only escalated the situation. Raito assured them the mission was requested based on Eizen's past achievements. Kagurina panicked. Was this challenge an opportunity, or a death sentence for Eizen? Varin was completely out of commission, drunk and incoherent, unable to help. Admitted he couldn't fight alone, not against something like the Aqua Hydra. Just then, a voice interrupted him, proposing a solution. What if there were two of him? Micah stepped forward, radiating confidence. She offered to show the strength she once wielded in an S-rank party. With resolve in her eyes, she chose to entrust her future to Eizen's judgment. She declared the Outcasts Guild her true home. Eizen glanced around, puzzled by someone's absence. A friendly smile accompanied her offer to work together on the upcoming subjugation. Varin stood dazed, still recovering. Shock hit her. Being called sister was something she never expected. Confusion followed joy. Deep within a cavern of jagged rock, something stirred. Team Aegis advanced swiftly, determined to fulfill Volk's high-stakes request. Within a dim space, the young shrine maiden contemplates the harsh contrast between herself and her sister. Though bound by blood, admiration favors only one. During rituals, Standing beside her sister only deepens her sense of inferiority. The murmurs of attendants pierce her pride, laced with pity and disdain. A quiet confrontation delivers the final blow. A peer questions her very usefulness, leaving her shaken and speechless. She slips away under the stars, abandoning her clan and the suffocating expectations they imposed. Even in freedom, her heart clings to the weight of her lineage. Determined, she walks forward, staff in hand, carrying silent defiance. Inside the guild courtyard, she quietly confesses a secret to the cloaked man beside her. The night sky offers no comfort for her uneasy thoughts. Regret sharpens her voice as she admits blame. His calm reply suggests he already knows about her background. He explains how her decision to hide her abilities led to mistrust. Her silent nod confirms the truth of his words. Worried she may endanger others again, she contemplates withdrawing further. He challenges her reasoning with firm questions and genuine concern. His final words reach her directly. Hearing the word friend leaves her stunned, yet deeply moved. She listens to his words and begins to understand his intentions. A desire to share burdens replaces her earlier hesitation. A gentle laugh escapes her as she teases him. His kindness, though odd, feels strangely comforting. He reassures her that secrets are not a weakness. As guild master, he's prepared to carry what others cannot. Her voice softens as she reveals her full name, Micah. A truth, long hidden, finally surfaces. The legacy of her clan unfolds. For generations, priestesses blessed warriors, and that very gift, her hidden skill, was never meant to be exposed. He listens carefully as she explains her family's strict tradition of concealing special abilities. Such teachings shaped her from a young age. The Shirokane clan monopolized their power, imprisoning shrine maidens to keep their blessings from outsiders. For her, those days were suffocating. Unlike her, the younger sister wielded stronger blessings and earned admiration. Constant comparison made her question her worth. One painful moment lingers, her sister's blunt remark suggesting she was useless. That memory never faded. Seeking freedom, she left her clan behind. Becoming an adventurer meant living on her own terms anywhere she chose. He warns her that if her origins or powers become widely known, danger may return either from enemies or her own clan reclaiming her. She reassures him that their distant location is safe. No one from Shirokane would reach them here, but hiding her gift cost her a party once. Grateful for his understanding, she insists he not recruit her. Protecting the banished guild means keeping her distance. Her name leaves his lips with quiet resolve. His gaze reflects a decision not easily shaken. Rather than accept rejection, he boldly asks her to join triumph. Her stunned expression says everything. With a confident smile, he extends his hand and offers her a place, not just for her power, but for who she truly is. The word home echoes in her mind. There's warmth in it, something she's longed for but never claimed. She senses his sincerity, yet wonders if he sees through the wall she hides behind. Clenching his fist with conviction, he recalls a promise made to never stop reaching out, no matter what. As he prepares to leave, he gently leaves the door open. If she chooses, she knows where to go. He offers one last smile and bids her farewell, promising they'll meet again. His tone holds hope, not pressure. As he walks away, she remains on the bench, deep in thought. The decision now rests with her alone. The next day, under a starlit sky, the guild celebrates its founding. Spirits are high and laughter fills the hall. Mugs clash with cheers. Joy erupts among the gathered adventurers as they toast the banished guild's beginning. Amid the lively crowd, casual complaints fly. Even family joins the celebration, making the moment both awkward and heartfelt. Around a table, friends raise drinks and laughter follows. The guild's safe founding and a captured threat gives everyone reason to celebrate. Light teasing breaks out. The guildmaster's father, casual as ever, draws playful insults yet keeps the mood high. Their trust in Eizen becomes clear. Even the reserved guild cleric expresses faith in his leadership. Holding her mug, she smiles warmly. To her, the banished guild is more than a place. It's an ideal where outcasts can thrive. As jokes fly, past loneliness fades. They laugh not just at the moment, but for everything they've overcome together. On his designated cooking day, Eizen proudly presents a lavish feast. The guild members gather around, ready to enjoy both food and company. With a sigh and a smile, one guildmate remarks on Eizen's unchanging nature. Always bold, always over-the-top laughter follows. Despite everything, he's truly become a guild master, someone they can rely on. The realization brings warmth. Everyone shares drinks and stories. They recall school days, stern teachers, and how Eizen's earnestness left lasting impressions. As the mood softens, she turns to him with a smile, asking if he remembers the very first time they met. In a moment of youthful laughter, she recalls her carefree days with a friend beneath a tree, unaware of what would come. Back then, she believed what others told her, that hearing animals was impossible, and she convinced herself to ignore it. Trying to appear normal, she silenced her gift. Even when birds sang clearly beside her, she pretended not to notice. But one boy saw through the act, questioning why she ignored voices she could understand. His words startled her. Now, with a soft smile, she admits the truth: he may have been the one who saved her back then. He smiles, remembering how no one believed in him except her. That belief back then helped shape who he is now. Across the table, he thanks her sincerely. For him, gaining a true friend like her was priceless. She turns away, flustered but hiding it under a playful scoff. Her heart, though, reacts differently. Another guildmate bursts in, praising Eizen loudly, embarrassed. She tries to deny everything, but the others keep teasing. Through laughter and drinks, the room fills with warmth. Even the shyest among them can't help but smile. Chaos erupts when someone realizes the juice is actually wine. The culprit grins unapologetically as teasing and shouting fill the air. In a more serious tone, the guildmaster's father asks about upcoming plans. He emphasizes the need to grow the guild's reputation naturally. Eizen admits there's no shortcut. They must continue reaching out to the rejected and lost. One by one, suddenly, a daring proposal is made: hunt the powerful Aqua Hydra under the banished guild's name. The room goes silent. Everyone stares, stunned. Even the seasoned drinkers wonder if he's joking or just very, very drunk. News spreads quickly: lower-ranked parties have been attacked by the Aqua Hydra. The guild issues an emergency extermination request with a high reward. The request wasn't random, it was made in confidence, impressed by Eizen's earlier success in capturing a dangerous criminal. Shock flares across the group. One member shouts in protest, accusing the higher-ups of sending Eizen to his death. The pressure causes Viren to faint on the spot. The situation feels too much for her to handle. Eizen voices doubt, with only Zevran in the party and no battle strength himself. Facing the Hydra seems impossible. He is taken aback when a masked figure proposes an idea. What if they face the Hydra as a duo? Micah appears, confident and battle-ready. She vows to prove her strength. Once part of an elite dragon-slaying party. With determination in her voice, she places her trust in Eizen, choosing to follow his lead and fight at his side. She declares that the banished guild is her home now. Beside her, Virene wakes up groggy, still recovering from the shock. Micah greets her kindly together. They prepare to challenge the Hydra with new bonds and purpose. Virene is stunned to realize she now has a junior teammate. The sudden change leaves her flustered. Elsewhere, deep within the horror-filled dungeon, a new threat begins to stir beneath jagged stalactites. An elite party from Aegis prepares to intercept the Hydra. Confident in their power, they move swiftly toward the mission. A heavily armored warrior took position at the front, declaring his shield's ability to dispel any incoming magic. Without warning, the dark magic pierced through his guard. Shock overtook his face as the blast carved a deep wound down the center of his body. Violent explosions erupted across the battlefield. Shards of stone and magic scattered as a mage countered with a barrage of spells. Panic struck the woman as black energy crept up her legs. She stared in disbelief, realizing too late the danger. Towering above them, the monstrous Hydra let out a deafening roar. Saras had fully awakened. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Harana Cavern dungeon. A dark entrance surrounded by jagged cliffs awaited them, silent and foreboding. Inside, a young swordswoman launched a strike with fierce determination. Sparks flew as her blade met resistance. Suddenly, a massive crab monster emerged, towering over the team. Its sheer size caught them off guard. One of the girls shouted in panic as the monster's claw swung down. Her comrade stepped forward, positioning herself between them. With perfect timing, she struck the claw mid-air, deflecting the blow. Her fierce gaze signaled unwavering resolve. Using her staff, Micah cast a sleep spell. The giant crab collapsed with a heavy thud, subdued before it could strike again. Celebration followed swiftly. Villain embraced Micah with admiration, praising her swift and flawless magic. Micah explained the skill she used: Priestess's Blessing, granting temporary immunity to physical, magical, and status effects. A simple diagram illustrated its mechanics. Though powerful, the spell drained her mana significantly. Still, she reassured the others that short rest would restore it quickly. Grateful for her trust, Villain thanked Micah for sharing her hidden skill. Micah smiled, vowing never to repeat her failure in Aegis again. News arrived that the S-rank party Aegis, once led by Volk, had failed in their mission to subdue Aqua Hydra. Their defeat had consequences. Eizen listened closely. Micah, once a member of Aegis, remained silent as the name Cyrus surfaced: the threat that brought down her former team. Clenching her fist, Micah braced herself. Even Aegis's armored warrior had fallen. The enemy was far from ordinary. As guildmaster, the man acknowledged the danger, entrusting Eizen to judge the battlefield with precision and confidence. With a firm declaration, he sent them off. Eizen's team, now known as the Banished Guild, would face the challenge ahead. The group realized Kagurina never came to see them off. Villain reacted with exaggerated emotion. In response, Eizen reassured them. Micah vowed to protect Villain, while Villain promised to support Micah in return. Trio advanced deeper into the cavern. Stalactites loomed overhead while distant echoes hinted at danger approaching. Suddenly, vibrations shook the cave floor. Villain's expression turned serious as she sensed a powerful presence drawing near. From the shadows, a massive beast lunged forward. A monstrous Hydra burst from the underground river, its 7 heads thrashing and roaring. Eizen staggered at the sight. This was the feared Aqua Hydra. Micah urgently called out to Villain, asking if she was ready. Eizen remained close behind them, focused and calm. Without hesitation, Villain dashed forward, twin blades drawn. Her movements showed no fear, only resolve. A flashback returned Eizen, once taught about the Aqua Hydra in a classroom. Its multiple heads enabled devastating simultaneous attacks. He had warned that its waterpress magic bypassed weak defenses. To survive, they needed precise coordination and unshakable resolve. One of the Hydra's heads unleashed its waterpress spell, spiraling violently toward Villain. She held her stance, unharmed, shielded by magical protection. Micah shouted a reminder. Villain still bore the priestess's blessing. Her voice was firm, filled with assurance. Encouraged, Villain countered with a powerful strike. Her attack clashed with the Hydra's force, sending shockwaves through the cavern. Eizen assessed the situation quickly. Thanks to the blessing, water press was nullified. He ordered Micah to press forward and support. Without delay, Micah invoked Wind Magic Stormblade. Blades of wind surged outward, cutting through the mist toward their monstrous foe. The Hydra thrashed wildly, sending waves of destruction in every direction. Villain narrowed her eyes, bracing for impact. A head lunged straight at her, jaws wide. She raised her shield just in time, deflecting the monstrous strike. From a distance, Micah observed the clash. Despite the magical shield holding firm, she noted that weaker spells wouldn't be enough to finish the fight. Eizen and Micah launched a joint counterattack. He unleashed Frost Nova, a spiral of freezing wind that engulfed the beast's heads. Zone of the Hydra's heads shattered from the forceful blow. Their combined assault had finally broken through. Despite losing a head, the Hydra's body began to twitch unnaturally. Eizen realized the battle wasn't over. In moments, the severed neck erupted. The beast possessed regeneration. To defeat it, they would need more than brute force. Micah's blessing allowed Villain to weave between attacks. Her heightened senses searched for a weak spot amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Eizen analyzed the creature's reaction. Frozen heads stayed down longer if they could freeze more. Villain might strike cleanly. He clenched his fist with renewed resolve. If they could win here, it would prove the true strength of the Banished Guild. Micah confidently declared that as long as the priestess's blessing remained, Villain would be immune to magical attacks. The Hydra's spell was repelled once more. Suddenly, the cave ceiling began to collapse. Eizen turned in shock, realizing the creature had targeted the terrain itself. Rocks rained down. Eizen shielded Micah with his body, crashing into the ground. Debris filled the chamber as panic surged. Elsewhere, Villain stood firm. She took another hit from a Hydra head but activated the second layer of physical nullification just in time. From the rubble, Micah stared in horror. Only one use of the protection remained, and the next blow could be fatal. Eizen considered retreat as the collapsing ceiling left only one use of their protection spell. The risk of staying grew too great. Moments later, rock sealed the tunnel. Dust and debris clouded their surroundings, cutting off their escape. Trapped inside, the party realized their retreat was blocked. The situation had turned dangerously critical. As the Aqua Hydra's assault seals their exit, Eizen and his companions are forced into a corner, danger closing in with no safe retreat. Overwhelmed by the monster's relentless barrage, any attempt to dodge its 7-headed strikes now borders on suicide. Guilt tightens in his chest. Eizen acknowledges his miscalculation, knowing it placed his team in harm's way. Despite the grim outlook, one of the girls speaks up, convinced that all is not yet lost. Her voice steady. She reminds Eizen of his gift, the rare ability to recognize hidden strength in others. Eizen recalls his mentor's words, reminding him that true value lies not in raw talent, but in those who nurture it. This memory stirs reflection. His goal was never fame, but to give the rejected a place to belong. He had only wanted to show each of them that their individual strengths had meaning and purpose. Turning toward Violin, he finally calls her name with renewed conviction. Without hesitation, Eizen pulls her into a heartfelt embrace. whispering his gratitude for helping him remember what truly mattered. With calm resolve, Eizen praises his companions and leads them to shelter, knowing time is short. Concealed behind a boulder, he begins forming a new plan to stop the Aqua Hydra's rampage. Micah confirms the limitations of their blessing magic, noting that their one remaining use of physical nullification won't reset. Pondering the rules of impact classification, Eizen questions whether a strike could still count as a physical attack. He prepares to act, instructing Violin to focus solely on evasion and positioning, while he finalizes the strategy. Concern fills Micah's voice as she questions the plan. Worried about leaving Violin exposed, with steady determination, she affirms her readiness. A spark in her eye shows she's not just willing, she's eager to prove herself, especially in this moment. Standing tall against the monstrous Aqua Hydra, Violin declares her intent to dodge every strike. As Eizen watches, he recalls the day their journey started. Violin had grown no longer hesitant, now someone he could truly rely on. Micah smiles beside him, expressing her unwavering trust in Eizen's judgment. His ability to see potential in others had once been doubted, but now it shines clearly in every decision. With a determined nod, Eizen and Violin lock fists, silently affirming their trust before the fight resumes. He warns her not to take risks, but Violin charges ahead, her voice ringing out with confidence, as she insists they leave it to her. She darts forward, skillfully evading the incoming attack, her form sharp and focused against the dusty battlefield. The Aqua Hydra retaliates instantly, launching a barrage of deadly blasts in her direction, each one tearing through the air with immense force. Back in the shadows, Eizen commands Micah to remove Violin's protective blessing. Timing is now critical for the plan to succeed. Violin swiftly draws the Aqua Hydra's attention, weaving through its strikes while keeping its focus locked on her. From behind the ridge, Eizen shouts to Micah, tossing a prepared canister mid-air while calling for her to bless it. The enchanted container hits the water, designed to detonate upon impact. With the shrine blessing neutralizing shock, the setup is finally in place. Eizen places his trust in Micah to finish the plan. Without hesitation, Micah begins her spell, her voice calling the element of ice as power surges around her. Raising her staff, she unleashes a massive icicle spear, her spell aimed to strike true at the heart of the strategy. As the blessing is lifted from the floating container, magical energy ripples through the water with ominous force. At that moment, a coordinated spell barrage is unleashed toward the lake, precise, timed, and focused on the now exposed explosive. Each member stares down the Hydra, their eyes burning with purpose. Their teamwork converges on a single high-stakes gamble. Eizen's command triggers the strike, spells crash down like a storm, overwhelming the battlefield in an instant. The Aqua Hydra reels violently. The force of the impact engulfs its massive form. This is their final shot to turn the tide. Eizen stood proudly before a group of newcomers, introducing them to their new home, a grand building meant for those exiled from their parties. Though distant from the city, its strength lay in its community. As petals danced in the air, he warmly welcomed a smiling blonde girl, her pet snug in her arms. A new chapter was beginning for them. At the guild's entrance, a fox-eared girl greeted all with confidence. The Exiles Guild was open to those once cast aside. A girl with fiery energy grabbed Eizen's hands, eyes brimming with gratitude and resolve. Introducing herself as Colette Huskburna, she declared her grit and spirit, eager to start anew with her fellow misfits. Eizen received a celebratory gift from a cheerful local who assured him that other guild members would visit soon. Meanwhile, tension grew between two members as past emotional moments were recalled. One girl grew flustered, while the fox-eared companion playfully teased her. Their lively interaction quickly became a group commotion. Laughter filled the air as a newcomer observed the guild's chaotic but heartwarming camaraderie. Later, Colette quietly reflected on her decision. She smiled, thankful for the new friends, and hopeful for what lay ahead. With renewed determination, Eizen activated his appraisal skill, intent on uncovering her true potential to help her thrive within the guild. A powerful aura surged from Colette as a hidden skill awakened within her, proving that even the exiled carried unique strengths yet to be seen. Eizen's eyes widened in awe, struck by the overwhelming potential radiating from someone once deemed unworthy. Days later, calm returned. A quiet morning began with steam rising from a warm cup, marking a peaceful moment after chaos. News spread swiftly. Eizen's Guild of Rejects had defeated the Aqua Hydra. Headlines praised their feat, making waves across the adventurer world. Their victory shocked many. Once branded weak, the expelled adventurers now stood united, hailed as the ones who accomplished what elite parties could not. Despite their recent triumph, public doubt still lingered. Many remained unconvinced that exiled adventurers could truly surpass expectations. Within a newly acquired building, Eizen sat quietly. Though it was spacious and calm, the weight of his responsibility pressed on him. Soon after, he and his team received advice from trusted allies. With renewed direction, they began shaping their future goals more clearly. Thanks to the bounty from the Hydra, they secured enough funds to purchase a proper base. Coins and conviction backed their plans. Now that very home stood as the official headquarters of the exiles, built a new foundation for their battles and bonds ahead. Colette greeted the morning with energy, arms full of firewood, ready to contribute from the start of the day. Eizen thanked her, surprised she'd already begun chores. She cheerfully reminded him that, as the newest member, she was eager to prove herself. Elsewhere, the other girls still slept soundly. After working late in the labyrinth the previous day, they were given time to rest. Humming to herself, Colette turned to preparing breakfast. Her lively attitude and work ethic helped her blend easily with the team. Yet, beneath her cheer, she represented a deeper issue, a reflection of the lingering instability the Exiles Guild still had to face. Eizen called for a proper trial of Colette's combat abilities. Eager to prove herself, she responded with confidence, weapon in hand. He assigned Villain and Micah to support roles, instructing Colette to approach the monsters as she normally would in battle. Without delay, a group of hobgoblins appeared. Though ranked B-class, their numbers made them a real threat. Caution was necessary. Charging ahead, Colette launched herself into the fray with a fierce battle cry and unwavering energy. Her spear struck with explosive force, carving through the enemy with a display of raw power and precision. Colette faced the advancing hobgoblins head-on, her eyes blazing with determination. With no sign of hesitation, she prepared for the next strike. Blades clashed and sparks flew as she danced between enemies, dodging swings and countering with relentless force and sharp reflexes. Despite once being expelled for low stats, Colette had belonged to an A-rank party. Her dismissal was based on numbers, not true capability. Perhaps due to similar past hardships, Villain had grown especially close to her, a bond formed through shared struggle and silent understanding. Beneath her cheerful demeanor, Colette remained simple and straightforward. She was, by all appearances, an ordinary adventurer, but one who refused to back down. As energy surged through her, Colette entered a heightened state, yet Eizen, observing carefully, sensed nothing, especially unique, only raw effort and will. Suddenly, a large goblin swung down at her. She faltered, caught off guard by the monster's brute strength and sudden aggression. Before danger struck, Villain and Micah stepped in. Flames and force interrupted the attack, protecting Colette at the crucial moment. The creature was engulfed in a powerful explosion of fire magic, turning the tide of the encounter with a dazzling finish. Later, Colette sat with the others, apologizing for her recklessness. They reminded her that pushing beyond her limits wasn't worth getting hurt. While the others shared cheerful banter, Micah observed the group quietly, her sharp gaze analyzing every movement with subtle caution. Soon after, Colette placed a bag of coins on the table, the reward from their recent mission. Routine or not, the pay was fair. A light conversation filled the room. Micah approached Eizen with a sly look, curious about what he was truly thinking behind his calm demeanor. When asked about Colette's hidden skill, Eizen responded that it was quite unique, an ability worth exploring further despite its subtleties. Moments later, another team member teased Eizen for his vague answers, catching him off guard with a playful jab and knowing grin. Kagarina pointed out Eizen's hesitation, and the group quietly acknowledged his uncertain expression, leaving him flustered. Unsure of his own thoughts, Eizen admitted he might be troubled, though he hadn't realized it himself until now. He reflected on Colette, believing she might hold an answer to a long-standing question he carried deep inside. Using appraisal, they examined her status, yet the result was unexpected. Colette had no hidden skill at all. Eizen looked up with wide eyes, curious about the man who had arrived in his village. He wondered if the stranger was a great adventurer. Walking beside the armored man, Eizen listened intently. The man claimed to be ordinary, yet held a mysterious strength, one that protected the village from lurking monsters. With a firm hand on Eizen's head, the man gave advice meant to last a lifetime. Eizen was told to remember it well. Years later, Eizen awoke from sleep, staring at the ceiling, the past still vivid. Pouring a drink by the window, he reflected silently. The dream was a distant memory of childhood, one he still carried. Eizen recalled the words from his childhood during the battle with the Hydra. The memory resurfaced as he observed a new guild member joining their ranks. Colette's strength, hidden beneath her cheerful exterior, revealed itself as she effortlessly split the wood with a single strike. Her dormant skill had awakened. Watching from the window, Eizen hesitated. He hadn't told her the truth about her hidden potential yet, and questioned whether she could handle it. Despite being labeled skill-less, Colette's natural power suggested otherwise. Something didn't add up. Eizen sipped quietly, admitting even his appraisal couldn't fully grasp the unknown depths of hidden skills. Two girls greeted Eizen sleepily, one rubbing her eyes beneath a comical cat-eared mask, while the other stifled a yawn in her nightgown. He welcomed them warmly as they entered the room, offering to prepare drinks for both, which they happily accepted. Seated together, they received their cups while Eizen mentioned a nostalgic dream, hinting at a memory that lingered in his thoughts. As the masked girl took a sip, Eizen reflected on his childhood and the adventurer who inspired him to pursue the path of a guild master. Their conversation lightened as another guild member entered with a cheerful greeting, lifting the morning mood with energy. Colette's high energy brightened the room as she cheerfully greeted everyone. Her enthusiasm encouraged the others to follow her lead. Suddenly, Eizen pointed out something amiss Velen's bedhead. Embarrassed, she panicked and rushed away to fix her hair, cheeks burning red. While Colette made a cheeky remark, the younger girl noted, "It might be wiser not to say such things around Violin." A sharp rustle of wings echoed through the room as a majestic bird wearing a tie landed nearby, drawing their attention. Landing on Eizen's arm, the bird delivered a message. A letter from Kagari had arrived, its contents unclear, but surely important. A letter from Kagari urged Eizen to visit quickly, hinting that a surprising guest had arrived. However, no name was mentioned. Puzzled, Eizen tried to guess who it could be. If Kagari was making such a fuss, the visitor must be someone significant. Their destination was clear, Daytona Boulevard. The group prepared to head toward the meeting point. Eizen walked through the lively marketplace. Familiar vendors and townspeople called out to him with cheerful greetings. He smiled warmly, realizing his name was becoming well known. One day, he'd live up to the title of a respected guildmaster. In a playful mood, Eizen tried on a fake mustache, striking a dramatic pose. The rest of the group stared, speechless and bewildered. Colette laughed it off, assuring him that appearances didn't matter. Violin nervously agreed, and the others followed with forced smiles. At the bustling market, Eizen observed that many adventurers now wore status scanners, a trend he hadn't noticed before. He gently reminded Colette that an adventurer's worth couldn't be measured in numbers. She admired his belief, calling it inspiring and cool. With renewed energy, she promised to follow him anywhere. Eizen thanked her with a smile, unaware of Violin's quiet resolve echoing the same. Despite uncertainty surrounding Colette's hidden skill, Eizen never doubted her worth. Her presence alone inspired morale and lifted the team's spirits. Arriving at the guild hall, Eizen and his party were greeted warmly by Kagari, who had been expecting them with anticipation. When Eizen asked about the guest, Kagari teased the surprise, claiming it was a VIP that would astonish them. Inside, Colette recognized a familiar face. She hadn't expected to see them here, not in Daytona. Three figures appeared, men from Colette's past. Their presence brought tension, and their reunion was anything but ordinary. Eizen learned the new arrivals planned to settle in the area. One of them recognized Colette, prompting him to ask about their connection. The large man laughed, revealing that Colette was once part of their party, Trollhammer. Though they had discarded her without regret, they explained her dismissal with cruel logic, citing her low numerical stats as proof of her weakness. Velen reacted with disbelief and anger. Despite the stinging truth, Colette forced a smile, acknowledging her lack of strength, but clearly shaken. Mockery continued. Zevin's defense faltered, stung by the insult toward their guild being called a weakling's refuge. Veline's eyes burned with frustration as she glared at the former party, unable to accept their insults toward Colette. The opposing adventurers spoke with arrogant certainty, declaring a hierarchy where the strong, like themselves, stood above the weak. Eizen intervened, stopping Kagari from being drawn into their elitist mindset. This was not the spirit Avalon represented. Though warned of Trollhammer's S-rank status, Eizen's expression hardened. Their titles didn't intimidate him. With conviction, Eizen stepped forward. He made it clear he wouldn't stay silent while his comrades and guild were being disrespected. It was time they backed off. Colette looked to Eizen with trust, while narration revealed how Avalon avoided discrimination but the world still branded the exiled as incompetent. Determined, Eizen affirmed that he founded the guild to challenge such prejudice, giving strength to those others cast aside. The Trollhammer members reeled in shock. They hadn't realized this was the very guild that had defeated the Aqua Hydra. One tried to dismiss them as mere children, but Eizen's glare silenced him. The atmosphere shifted. Stepping forward, Eizen issued a challenge. If Trollhammer sought conflict, he would face them outside, as equals. The members of Trollhammer stood dumbfounded as the crowd began to cheer for Eizen, their momentum visibly crumbling. Kagari chuckled to herself. Eizen's blunt honesty never changed, though it clearly left a strong impression even now. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the hall. A tall, charismatic man entered, asking if this was truly the famed Exiles Guild. Descending the stairs confidently, the stranger beamed, claiming he'd been looking forward to the meeting with Eizen. He introduced himself with flair, an envoy bearing respect and recognition for Eizen, calling him Guildmaster Eizen Tesla. The room fell silent. The man revealed his identity as the alchemist Faust Multipla, the original inventor behind the status scouter device. A mysterious man named Faust introduces himself with pride as the inventor of the status scanner, a tool that revolutionized adventurer evaluation. The group is surprised by his presence, recognizing Faust as a legendary figure who brought status analysis into practical use. Eizen stands stunned as Faust speaks to him directly, calmly acknowledging the honor of their meeting. Faust reveals the true origin of the expulsion boom that swept through adventurer ranks, rooted in misuse of the scanner. As the members of the Exiles Guild stand united, Faust questions how the so-called weak possess such overwhelming strength. Eizen remained unimpressed, demanding a clear purpose behind Faust's visit, surrounded by the guild members. He questioned why a renowned inventor would come to them personally. With a sly smile, Faust revealed his true interest data related to Eizen himself. The guild speculated that if the mystery behind Eizen's hidden power could be unraveled, more undervalued adventurers might flourish. Extending his hand, Faust proposed a partnership, believing that their cooperation could reshape the world of adventurers and elevate the capabilities of those cast aside. Onlookers watched in awe as Faust personally extended his hand to Eizen, calling it a guaranteed path to success. With the offer before him, Eizen remained silent, reflecting deeply on what such a partnership would mean. He acknowledged the invention's impact on the adventuring world but also recognized its unintended role in spreading discrimination. Faust insisted that with Eizen's cooperation, the damage caused by the expulsion boom could be reversed. Turning to the others, Faust suggested that many among them were no longer weak, they now stood firmly on the side of power. Eizen pointed out that Faust's vision would ultimately create a new form of discrimination. He firmly rejected the offer, stating he couldn't cooperate under current circumstances. Instead, he pleaded with Faust to use his influence as the device's creator to help end the cycle of expulsion and bias in the adventurer world. Faust listened silently, nodding as if he understood Eizen's intent. But then, his expression shifted sharply with cold eyes. He accused Eizen of sounding like a hypocrite, leaving the entire guild stunned by his words. Faust declared that division among the strong and weak was a natural process and blamed adventurers themselves for triggering the expulsion trend. He claimed that no matter how advanced a tool may be, its impact depended solely on how it was used, deflecting all responsibility. Suddenly, Faust revealed he had visited Eizen's old academy before coming, alarming the guild. Leaning in, he recited what he learned, that Eizen possessed the rare ability to perceive hidden potential in others. Eizen, meeting his gaze without hesitation, confirmed that it was true. The guild members grew restless, confused by the tension as Faust and Eizen confronted one another in the center of the hall. As Faust stepped closer, he speculated that Eizen must have been using his hidden ability when choosing new allies, subconsciously judging their value. He pushed further, arguing that if Eizen claimed exiles had worth, then he too was discriminating, selecting based on unseen potential. With a sly grin, Faust claimed there was no difference between them, even insisting his intentions were more benevolent. One of the guild members couldn't stay silent, raising her voice in protest, denying Faust's twisted comparison and defending Eizen's true nature. The guild members watched tensely as Faust questioned whether Eizen's unique ability was the only reason behind their current success. Twisting the argument, Faust mocked them, suggesting that if Eizen had no special power, without hesitation, Eizen affirmed that he would. He had done so already, not because of their stats, but because of their suffering and will to stand again. His words were echoed by his companions, who remembered how he had welcomed them, despite their scars and struggles. Standing tall, Eizen acknowledged his ability to see hidden talents, but emphasized that it was compassion, not evaluation, that guided his decisions. Eizen admitted that he had used his ability to support the guild, and while that was true, he couldn't deny its usefulness. However, he firmly declared that the strength of the Exiles Guild wasn't just rooted in individual power, it came from the bonds between its members. He reminded Faust that while the status scanner was a powerful tool, parties made solely of high numbers had failed to achieve results. Clenching his fist, Eizen reiterated the point: no matter how useful, a tool's impact depends entirely on who wields it. With unwavering eyes, he drove the message home. We're not numbers. Eizen proclaimed that he would welcome anyone into the guild and help them find a place where their individuality could shine brightest. He then emphasized a key difference between him and Faust. Possessing power came with responsibility, and what they chose to do with that power defined them. His companions listened in awe, some touched, others smiling with pride as Eizen voiced what they had all felt. Memories of Eizen's past resolve surfaced, highlighting how his unwavering honesty had always inspired others around him. But Faust's pride shattered. Overwhelmed with rage, he lashed out, refusing to be belittled by someone he deemed ordinary. Furious and humiliated, Faust pointed at Eizen and shouted his challenge. He demanded a formal duel against the Exiles Guild in the name of adventurer honor. His rage burned in silence while some nearby adventurers nervously whispered, unsure whether to flee before things escalated further. Faust then called out to a nearby S-rank party, putting them on the spot and suggesting they should be powerful enough to fight on his behalf. He offered them an outrageous sum, 2,000 gold coins, pleading with them to take his place in the upcoming duel. Confused by the challenge, Eizen's allies asked about the difference between a duel and a simple fight. The rules of the duel were clarified. Both parties would enter a dungeon and compete to complete a set objective, like defeating a monster or retrieving a rare item, which wasn't surprising since adventurers were more prone to immediate action than formalities. Micah reflected on how the expulsion boom had reduced in party conflicts but increased messy internal disputes, stirring up unpleasant memories. Others praised Micah's knowledge of the duel system, though she humbly attributed it to tough experiences in her previous party. Meanwhile, the opposing hired party, lured by the promise of 2,000 gold coins, agreed to fight for Faust, confident in the reward and ready to clash. Micah encouraged Eizen to take this as a perfect opportunity, hinting it was a good time to settle more than just the challenge at hand. The opposing mercenary team, confident and smirking, stood ready. Eizen, though calm, reminded himself that even formal duels were born from mutual acknowledgement, and he hated Faust's very ideals. With steady resolve, Eizen formally accepted the challenge. Facing Faust, he declared his readiness to respond to the duel with everything he had. Faust's face twisted into a victorious grin. He was confident that his status scanner chosen warriors would prove superior. The two men stood face to face, each embodying their core beliefs, one trusting numbers, the other trusting people. A flamboyant enemy issues a challenge 10 days until their duel, daring the Exiles Guild to show up. His guildmate steps forward in frustration, warning that their foe is the brilliant inventor Faust, backed by an S-rank party with overwhelming power, unshaken. Eizen addresses the group. He criticizes Faust's belief in assigning value through numbers, condemning a system that reduces people to stats. Others reflect on past hardships under that mindset. For them, this duel represents a rare chance to overturn an unfair order. Eizen proclaims their goal a world where every adventurer, regardless of rank, can thrive through individuality, not numbers. Explains that this upcoming battle isn't just a confrontation, it's a chance to end the toxic exile trend. One member hesitates, caught off guard by the situation, but quickly regains resolve, knowing their purpose hasn't changed. With renewed energy, she pledges trust in Eizen and prepares to strike back, determined to prove their worth. The rest of the guild rallies with raised fists, their spirits lifted. Even skeptics begin to sense something exciting is unfolding. Meanwhile, an observer named Raiden watches from above, amused by Eizen's bold move to oppose Faust. Raiden sits cross-legged, amused as Eizen approaches. With a casual motion, Eizen extends a hand, hinting he never once picked a fight first. Both burst into laughter, clapping shoulders in mutual understanding. Eizen praises Raiden's bold spirit, saying he admires that fearless decisiveness. Once a respected leader of one of the three great guilds, Raiden had turned his focus to training the next generation of adventurers. Long ago, he was known as the Howling Wolf of Shadows, a fierce warrior with unmatched skill in battle. Watching Eizen's determination stirs something within him. Still, Raiden quietly cautions Eizen to stay sharp in the challenges ahead. Raiden considers the situation. With Faust as the opponent, things get complicated. His inventions and influence have entrenched him deeply in the guild's politics. Still, Eizen remains composed. He believes there's a way to tilt the situation so that his allies will have a real chance to win. Raiden, however, voices concern about dealing with official procedures backed by the Alliance. One of the guild members urges him not to back down. If he understands the stakes, he must act. This is what being one of the four emperors means. Faust, they reveal, is backed by a powerful faction called Valk, making direct action dangerous. A powerful warrior affiliated with the Hecatoncheir Guild stands against Faust's faction. The Adventurer Guild Alliance, a massive organization spanning the globe, is divided even among the four emperors. Raiden explains Faust's pride is notorious. He cannot stand the idea of his inventions being mocked or dismissed. and the duel was likely staged to assert dominance. Eizen acknowledges the irony: exiled adventurers pitted against the very man whose invention led to their rejection. The matchup couldn't be more symbolic. However, levity doesn't last. One of Eizen's comrades squeezes him in frustration, scolding him for joking during such a serious moment. Kagarina worries their hard-earned recognition might be erased if they fail. She voices her fears while holding back tears, knowing how far they've come. Overwhelmed, she breaks down, asking how Eizen can still smile at a time like this. Eizen leans into her, quietly affirming that he can keep going because of his companions, because she is with him. He recalls past battles where everyone believed in his potential, even when things felt hopeless. Ultimately, it's not just power that drives Eizen forward, it's the unwavering trust of those standing behind him. Raiden watches the emotional exchange between Eizen and Kagarina with a faint smile, amused by the awkward embrace that followed. Trying to play it cool, Eizen insists a guildmaster should always look confident. His antics, however, only spark more irritation from Kagarina and laughter from their companions. Raiden jokingly suggests he might be more charming than Eizen, provoking a fiery reaction. Chaos erupts as Eizen collapses dramatically, grumbling about being bullied while others laugh or storm off in frustration. Despite the uproar, both Eizen and Raiden sit side by side, committed to doing whatever they can for the battle ahead. With a confident smirk, Raiden urges the team to focus on the battle ahead. He'll keep watch behind the scenes, trusting the Exiles Guild to do their part. United in resolve, Eizen and his teammates respond with determination. This is the moment they've prepared for. On the day of the duel, the stage is set. Eizen and Faust face off, their images projected for all to see. The battle Exiles Guild versus Thor Hammer is declared open. A massive crowd gathers, buzzing with excitement. Eizen sweats nervously as he realizes the duel's scale has spiraled beyond expectations. The fight for ideals is now a public spectacle. Excitement rippled through the crowd as distant explosions painted the sky. Stepping forward with composed expressions, the two central figures drew attention. Their presence alone radiated confidence, hinting at the clash to come. The announcer revealed the contenders: the unstoppable S-rank party troll Hammer, and the rising stars of the expelled guild slayers of the Aqua Hydra. Spectators erupted with wild cheers. Fists pumped the air, their voices unified in roaring approval for the thrilling match ahead. Grinning broadly, the host declared the pride-fueled duel officially underway. All eyes turned to the battlefield as the decisive moment began. Eizen and his party stepped onto the stage, taken aback by the sheer size of the crowd. Faust, ever confident, exchanged words with Eizen, clearly pleased with the overwhelming turnout and their shared astonishment. Proudly, Faust gestured to the towering magical devices overhead, his own inventions designed to project and amplify the spectacle for the entire arena. A floating orb appeared on screen, introduced as the latest magical drone capable of broadcasting the battle with crystal clarity to every spectator. While Eizen questioned the massive crowd, Faust dramatically marveled at his own genius, only to be reminded it was all thanks to clever promotion. Facing the enormous crowd, Faust pointed boldly toward Eizen's group, declaring the need for all to witness their crushing defeat firsthand. Eizen silently assessed the situation. He sensed their opponent's pride and need for dominance ran deep, perhaps even dangerously so. With a sly grin, Faust announced the simple rules of the duel. Official judges from the Guild Alliance watched silently from their seats. The objective was unveiled: a rare flare flower blooming atop a dangerous ravine would determine the victor. The first to retrieve it would win. Known as the Man-Eating Ravine, was infamous for claiming countless adventurers. Without hesitation, both parties rushed toward the perilous starting point. Members of the rival team regrouped with smug expressions. One of them questioned the whereabouts of key allies who were strangely absent. Their absence was no mystery. Two members had been dismissed for a high-paying job. The explanation, though casual, clearly unsettled Eizen's team. Faust boasted that his personally scouted adventurers would prove their superiority, making this duel a showcase of his own credibility and judgment. He then distanced himself from the match, insisting he'd only observe. Yet, he justified bending the rules by recruiting strong allies from the crowd. Eizen rejected the manipulation, stating the team with unlisted members should be disqualified. The two teams faced each other with fierce determination. Faust raised his voice, announcing the duel's start and urging each adventurer to stake their pride. At his signal, both groups launched into motion. Weapons ready and eyes focused, they surged forward across the rocky terrain. Their movement was instantly broadcasted on a massive screen, captivating the crowd as Eizen's party took the lead. Every member pushed themselves at full speed, the narrow canyon echoing with footsteps. Both sides raced toward the target flower without hesitation. Despite the tension, Eizen's teammates exchanged quick encouragements voicing resolve, reminding each other to stay safe, and committing to victory together. At a fork in the ravine, both teams split paths. Each group carefully considered which route might give them an advantage in the treacherous terrain ahead. Just as they were about to proceed, Eizen's team suddenly paused. One of their members sensed something strange and raised her arm to stop them. Eizen asked if Virine's heightened intuition detected anything. She responded uneasily, describing a sinister feeling lurking further down the path. Virine added that among the monster presence, she could also sense something human, an unexpected and unsettling mix that made her shiver. Realizing Faust wouldn't hesitate to stage underhanded tricks, Eizen guessed hidden enemies might be lying in wait. With a confident smile, Eizen instructed Virine on the rendezvous point. He reminded the team that carelessness would only invite danger, and nodded to Micah in trust. Meanwhile, members of the rival S-rank party charged headfirst into a beast encounter, forcing their way through with brute strength and aggressive tactics. Tension escalated as one member shouted orders mid-battle. The situation grew chaotic, and spells weren't landing as expected. Coordination was clearly breaking down. A monstrous tail swept across the ground, causing a powerful impact. Despite the close call, one fighter shrugged it off, insisting it hadn't hit. His casual attitude drew mixed reactions from the rest of the team. Frustration boiled over as one member demanded healing, only to be met with harsh rejection. Jackson grew tense watching the team's lack of coordination. Injuries were piling up, and each member seemed to act without regard for the others. Tensions erupted further, insults flew, and the group began blaming one another for their failures. Their unity started to visibly crack under pressure. From a distant view, Faust clicked his tongue in irritation. Despite his expectations, the elite party was wasting time bickering instead of performing. Faust's commentary turned sarcastic as he praised the S-rank team while mocking the guild's boring but effective effort. Concerned whispers spread among the spectators. One girl questioned whether Eizen and his team were all right, sensing something was amiss in the shadows. Her companion, sharp-eyed and calm, deduced the truth. Eizen's group had likely been ambushed by adventurers, secretly hired by Faust. Realization struck her only a tamer could pull this off discreetly. It wasn't ordinary cheating, this was planned sabotage using controlled monsters. He confirmed her suspicions. Trained beasts were far more lethal than wild ones, and their attacks could be timed to sap the enemy's strength efficiently. Meanwhile, he noted the enemies faced by Trollhammer were too weak for the area. Realizing the situation, one observer noted the judges must have been bribed to overlook the foul play. Faust's influence ran deep. But the expelled guild had a plan. Virine's sense for enemy placement and Micah's magic gave them an edge in avoiding unnecessary battles. Faust began to lose composure. His carefully arranged ambushes had failed, and Eizen's team was advancing directly toward the goal. Suddenly, the two teams Trollhammer and the expelled guild converged at a narrow point in the ravine, locking eyes with rising tension. Without hesitation, both sides bolted forward at full speed, the final stretch of the race now fully underway. Only one path remained to the mountaintop where the flare flower bloomed. The two parties surged ahead, neck and neck. Though battles couldn't be completely avoided, Eizen's party had reached this point with minimal delay thanks to Severine's detection and Micah's support. However, the continuous use of magic and heightened senses had exhausted both girls. Their stamina was nearly at its limit. Without hesitation, Colette charged forward with all her remaining strength, determined to break through and seize the lead. Eizen called out to her, knowing the battle ahead would require coordinated movements and full strength from every single teammate. Despite her exhaustion, Colette pushed forward. She was determined to be useful to the team, even if she lacked special skills. Tears welled up, but her resolve didn't falter. Colette reminded herself that grit and spirit were her only weapons. Fueled by pure determination, she sprinted ahead with a fierce cry, astonishing both allies and enemies as she surged to the front. Her bold move shocked everyone. Eizen called out her name as even the audience watching remotely erupted in surprise. But just before she could break through, Virine shouted a warning. Something was wrong and the expelled guild was forced to stop. Just as the warrior advanced, a shadow lunged from behind. In an instant, his body was seized mid-charge by a towering demonic creature. The others froze in shock. A rare, high-class lesser demon had appeared, dragging the wounded fighter's body in its claws before anyone could react. Beads of sweat rolled down Jackson's face as he nervously glanced around, startled by someone suddenly calling his name. Within the towering canyon walls, tension built as one man questioned the presence of another, furious that Daz's banishment hadn't ended things. Hesitating mid-step, Jackson listened to a stern warning behind him. Crossing certain lines could lead to exile, not just from a party, but from the entire adventurer's domain. A burly man mocked Daz's foolishness, yet kindly offered Jackson a chance to team up, insisting he wasn't a bad guy. Daz, easily fooled, always forced the others to deal with the consequences of his blunders. As tensions rose, one of the party members gave up, claiming Eizen would only understand their worth after suffering on his own. Without warning, a powerful blow struck one of the group members, sending him crashing down, blood splattering across the battlefield. High above, a monstrous demon emerged. Chaos erupted as its terrifying form loomed over the fallen warriors, ready to strike again. Eizen appeared in the nick of time, clashing with the beast to shield his allies. Determination burned in his eyes as he countered the monster's attack. In a single swift move, the demon lunged, ripping through the mage and slamming Daz aside. Its speed left no time to react. Eizen and his companions quickly assessed the threat, a lesser demon, a rare and extremely dangerous monster, even among S-rank classifications. Fear spread as the girls realized its identity. The creature belonged to a demonage so powerful that even experienced elite parties risked defeat. Tension grew. One member cursed their bad luck while the others braced for battle. Daz, wounded and dazed, struggled to recover. Panic took hold. Eizen weighed their chances. With Daz injured and another ally exhausted, escape seemed nearly impossible given the demon's overwhelming speed. Even the slightest opening could lead to total annihilation. Their fate now rested on avoiding a single misstep. The group hesitated. The question echoed, should they run or fight? Tension hung thick in the air. Quick analysis pinpointed the demon's weak spot just near the heart, a small chance, but one they could exploit. Recognizing escape wasn't an option, the girls steeled themselves. Determined expressions replaced their fear as they readied for combat. Eizen watched their resolve and gave a nod of approval. They were ready. He prepared to lead the counterattack, shouting orders. Eizen instructed Colette to evacuate with Daz, but as she turned to run, another teammate insisted on staying. Eizen warned the others both their strength and time were running out. Daz needed treatment immediately or risked death. With urgency in her voice, the warrior encouraged Daz to move. Trusting her instincts, she took charge and prepared to retreat. Suddenly, the demon soared into the air with deadly speed, targeting the fleeing group. Its claws sliced through the wind, standing firm. The healer raised her staff in defiance. She vowed not to let the monster lay a single finger on her comrades. As the demon lunged again, she braced herself, determined to hold the line alone. Just as they began to catch their breath, the demon launched another assault. Eizen and the healer turned in shock, bracing for impact. With its jaws wide open, the monster closed in. Micah steadied her nerves as Eizen shouted reassurance. The spear-wielding warrior moved to guard her, summoning divine power. Micah unleashed a burst of sacred light, momentarily halting the demon's charge. The attack caught the creature off guard, seeing an opening. She prepared her next move with precise timing, shouting the cue. Her blade pierced the demon's chest, right where its heart lay hidden. The hit landed true. To everyone's disbelief, the demon withstood the heart-piercing blow. Its dark claws lashed out, forcing the healer to retreat. In one swift counter, the creature knocked her high into the air. Eizen called out in alarm while others scrambled to react. Shaken but conscious, the healer couldn't believe her attack had failed. She was sure she'd struck a fatal opening. Recognizing the demon's adaptability, the mage declared they'd force a new opening. She raised her staff, preparing her spell with precision. A barrage of icy magic shot forth, striking the demon in a coordinated assault, finally forcing it into retreat. Powerful shockwaves shattered the ground. Eizen dove forward and caught Micah just in time, shielding her from the debris. Before she could recover, the demon lunged again. Micah stood her ground, raising her weapon, despite the threat above. The group realized they were being tested. The demon wasn't just attacking, it was probing for weak points and learning from each strike. They now understood. The lesser demon's true strength wasn't brute force or speed, but its exceptional intelligence and adaptability. Eizen's expression shifted. If the demon could learn from them, maybe they could manipulate that to their advantage. Colette reached safety, breathless and shaken. Looking back toward the battlefield, her thoughts raced with concern for those still fighting. Suddenly, familiar voices called out Jackson and Buick had arrived, confused and alarmed. They demanded to know what was happening. Colette quickly explained the situation. A powerful lesser demon had appeared, overwhelming even their most capable fighters. Shock registered across their faces. Buick panicked and urged them to flee immediately, suggesting Colette do the same. She lowered her head, conflicted and silent. With determination hardening her gaze, Colette turned back. She asked the others to protect Daz, then ran toward the danger. Her companions shouted from behind, desperation and concern in their voices, but she didn't stop. Colette apologized softly, her back still turned. She regretted not stopping Daz's foolish behavior earlier, and shared their pain. She too knew what it felt like to be cast aside. Determined not to let Daz or anyone else suffer again, their burly ally vowed that things would be different this time. A faint, pained smile formed on Colette's face. If I abandon my friends now, she thought. As she turned and sprinted forward, the others could only watch in silence. Her resolve was clear: she would return to the battlefield, no matter the cost. Colette sprinted forward with unwavering resolve, determined to reunite with her comrades and face the enemy at their side. With blessings flowing from Micah and Virine poised to strike, the team moved with precision. A monstrous demon emerged, its roar shaking the canyon. Eizen calmly issued commands, trusting Virine and Micah to execute the strategy without hesitation. Seven launched into the air, blade drawn, as magical shards rained down from above. Micah followed closely, providing support mid-flight. The demon lashed out, claws tearing through the wind. Virine countered with force, while Micah kept the creature's focus divided. Studying the flow of battle, Eizen held back the final command. Timing was critical. He urged patience, knowing a true opening would soon reveal itself. The demon's eyes widened in confusion, sensing something unnatural in the attack's rhythm. Its instincts flared in panic. With precision, Virine struck toward the creature's face, her blade piercing near its eye. The sudden blow forced it back in pain. Watching from below, Eizen gave a faint smile. Everything was unfolding exactly as he predicted. He had calculated the demon's reaction, knowing it would fixate on Virine's feint. That moment of hesitation opened a fatal gap. Micah seized the chance, unleashing a beam of searing light. Her magic struck true, ending the battle in a flash of brilliance. A massive beam of light pierced the sky, striking the demon's chest with overwhelming force. Its body jerked violently from the impact. The creature staggered in the air, blood bursting from its core as it struggled to remain upright. Meanwhile, Micah gripped her staff firmly. The strategy Eizen had suggested, switching their roles mid-battle, was now in motion. Instead of supporting from behind, Micah delivered the final blow. Virine had merely created the opening. Amid the fading dust, Eizen lifted his head, coughing as he tried to see the outcome. His voice trembled, unsure if they had won. Through the clearing smoke, Eizen spotted movement. The demon still breathed. Its body, though torn, refused to fall. Despite a gaping hole in its chest, the lesser demon surged forward. Eizen's eyes widened in disbelief at its persistence. Before the creature could strike, a new figure intervened. Colette, wielding his spear, landed a critical blow across the demon's face. Even so, the beast turned its fury toward him. Eizen realized Colette was now the target of the enraged monster. Severin rushed in to intercept, sword drawn. The battle wasn't over, and every second counted to protect their wounded comrade. Eyes locked with fierce determination, she had no intention of letting the monster harm her allies again. In one swift motion, she drove her blade into the demon's chest, sending its massive body recoiling from the force. Eizen stared in stunned silence, his breathing heavy. Relief washed over him as the monster finally collapsed. Suddenly, Colette rushed forward, calling out. Her voice broke the tension as she approached Eizen. Without warning, she dropped to her knees and apologized tearfully. Colette had disobeyed but had returned, carrying guilt instead of fear. Colette lowered her head, ready to accept any punishment. Her expression mixed regret with resolve, instead of scolding her. Eizen offered his hand. He acknowledged her effort and thanked her sincerely for returning in time. Virine stepped forward, gratitude in her voice. She thanked Colette for saving Eizen's life when it mattered most. Nearby, Micah admitted her mistake, blaming herself for endangering their leader. She praised Virine's instincts with newfound respect. Together again, the group stood relieved. Eizen commended them all, proud they overcame the battle safely, each playing a crucial role. Eizen shifted his focus. The battle was over, but he knew they had to report everything to the guild immediately. As the team prepared to leave, a crucial detail slipped his mind, one that would soon prove important. Unnoticed above, a magic surveillance drone hovered. It had recorded everything from start to finish. Elsewhere, panic struck a gathering. Leaders watched the broadcast, stunned that a lesser demon had been defeated by the so-called banished. In the crowd, adventurers erupted in shock and awe. The Exiles Guild was no longer a joke, it was now a force to be reckoned with. Within the guild's hall, panic spread. The adventurers were starting to accept the Exiles' true strength, causing unrest among the elite. Faust, desperate to protect his reputation, staggered outside in frustration. The threat to his genius status was too great to ignore. Clutching his glasses, he whispered a plan: fabricated investigations, and forged evidence would surely discredit the upstarts. Before he could act, a sudden ambush struck. A barking dog and screeching hawk sent him tumbling to the ground in shock. From the shadows, the exiled team emerged. Faust was silenced, his schemes interrupted before they could begin. The woman stepped forward with confidence, dismissing Faust's tantrum as beneath her. He wasn't even worth a slap in her eyes. Nearby, a man in sunglasses scoffed. Faust's threats were empty, and everyone knew it. He leaned closer, challenging Faust's words with sarcasm, while others watched quietly. From the shadows, a cloaked figure appeared. His presence stunned Faust. This wasn't someone to take lightly. Gerarch Falnez, head of the Adventurer Guild Alliance, had arrived. His expression was stern, signaling that everything from here on would be taken seriously. Falnez confronted Faust directly. Bribery and manipulation would not go unpunished. An official investigation was now inevitable. With piercing eyes, he declared judgment. Faust, trembling, was told to prepare for the consequences of his actions. News of the scandal spread fast. Faust's name was listed among several corrupt officials facing heavy sanctions. Meanwhile, the Exiles Guild's reputation soared. Their achievements outshined even their past battles, earning respect from across the adventurer world. Entrusting him to spread word of the guild's recognition, a new era had clearly begun. Eizen smiled calmly. After the recent events, he was summoned to speak with a key figure about future negotiations. At a cafe on the main street, a woman enjoyed a quiet drink. She reflected on Eizen's rise, noting how rare it was for a guild leader of his rank to meet directly with someone new. Two other women joined the discussion, praising Eizen's achievements. They recounted his recent battles and recognized how far he had come through his consistent effort. One girl eagerly shared her pancakes with the others, offering them bites as she smiled and relaxed. They exchanged reactions to the food, laughing together. The red-haired woman calmly observed their energy, noting the likely arrival time of their next destination. At the guild headquarters, Eizen stood before a towering building. Upon entering the building, a staff member greeted Eizen and offered to escort him to the office of the Guild Federation leader. A week had passed since Eizen's duel with Faust. Despite interference from a demon, the truth of that conflict had begun to surface through widespread reports. As they walked down the corridor, updates regarding Faust's misconduct and corruption had reached the Federation's attention, causing a stir across the entire organization. Outside the executive's door, Eizen waited as the staff member announced his arrival. The door opened to reveal a man with long hair and a confident expression. Eizen's eyes widened in recognition as the man introduced himself. It was the same elder he had met before. Now, he stood as the Guild Federation leader, Gerarch Falnez, extending a warm greeting. Gerarch shook Eizen's hand firmly, welcoming him with visible respect for his role as leader of the Outcasts Guild. Though nervous, Eizen responded politely, trying to remain composed under the formal atmosphere. Gerarch's smile remained unchanged as he encouraged Eizen to speak freely, as he had in their previous encounter. Praising Eizen's past accomplishments, including major captures and victories, Gerarch acknowledged his contributions as extraordinary and deserving of recognition. The Federation formally acknowledged Eizen's efforts. His actions during the Faust incident helped expose widespread corruption within the organization. Gerarch praised Eizen's leadership, emphasizing how his guild united individuals through earned trust and talent, without the need for apology or explanation. As a token of gratitude, Gerarch presented a pendant, revealing it was tied to a long-standing wish he once entrusted to fate fulfilled by Eizen. Eizen recalled finding the pendant during a past dungeon expedition. At the time, it had been a simple retrieval quest from an unknown requester. No realizing its origin, Eizen was stunned. Gerarch confirmed the pendant was his, even mentioning his name was engraved inside something Eizen had overlooked. Though the memory was vague, he never imagined that man would turn out to be the Federation's leader. He jokingly remarked that the stress of the visit might shorten his life, to which Gerarch responded with a calm insistence that Eizen had a duty to live long as a symbol of hope. Gerarch explained that Eizen possessed a rare gift, the ability to perceive hidden potential in others, a skill known only to a few within the inner circle. Acknowledging this, Eizen described the power he calls appraisal eye, which allows him to see concealed skills and personal traits that most overlook. With a thoughtful gaze, Gerarch reflected on past guild leaders. Gerarch proposed offering Eizen guidance. Moved by the sincerity of his words, Eizen responded with gratitude, finally understanding why this man stood as the Federation's leader. Both men laughed, the mood lightening. Gerarch remarked that nothing could be hidden from an old man, especially one who had seen so much. Eizen began recounting his childhood. At 6 years old, his village faced a monster threat that local efforts failed to resolve, causing casualties among the villagers. During that crisis, a returning group of adventurers arrived unexpectedly. The adventurer taught him a lasting lesson that talent alone isn't enough. Eizen reflected on past teachings, now fully understanding their meaning. He vowed to protect his comrades and support them wholeheartedly as a guild leader. Curious, Jirark asked the adventurer's name. Eizen admitted he never learned it, having missed the chance to ask in his youth. The group who defeated the monster had not survived. None returned, leaving only their legacy behind. Their sacrifice left scars and memories. Since that day, Eizen held nameless heroes in the highest regard. Known as guild leader, Eizen carried on their will. Jirark acknowledged his path with understanding and respect. Referenced the incident with Faust, noting that Eizen never denied the value of stats, but emphasized how one used their abilities mattered more. He reflected on Faust's downfall, acknowledging that if Faust had truly sought to help the outcasted, Jirark would have supported him without hesitation. Eizen thought of his comrades, recognizing that some goals couldn't be achieved alone. Only with shared ideals could real change be accomplished. Jirark sensed hesitation in Eizen's eyes and encouraged him to speak openly, guessing he carried internal conflict. With a nervous smile, Eizen admitted his concerns, finally opening up to someone who truly listened. Although the matter troubled him deeply, Eizen decided to confide in Jirark about Colette, unsure how to proceed in guiding her. He explained that someone without any hidden skill had appeared, leaving him uncertain about how to lead such a person effectively. Eizen expressed his disbelief. He had always assumed everyone possessed hidden skills. Yet Colette was an exception, though determined. Eizen admitted he lacked the answers. Despite his role, he struggled to understand what Colette truly needed. Jirark reminded him that the most important thing isn't visible talent, but personal will, the resolve that drives someone forward. Discussion shifted toward the mystery of hidden skills. Despite Eizen's research, documented knowledge on the subject remained scarce and speculative. Questions arose: are hidden abilities innate, or could they be acquired later? The possibility of evolving talents challenged existing beliefs. The secretary, smiling knowingly, revealed she had invited someone with deep insight into the topic to join their discussion. Amid swirling petals, a dramatic figure appeared. Confidence radiated from her presence as she addressed Eizen directly. She introduced herself as Melas Aelsika, a renowned guildmaster and one of the 4 great emperors. Melas twirled with excitement, surrounding them both in petals as Eizen watched cautiously. Stepping closer, she examined him curiously, intrigued by the unusual quality of his eyes and presence. Her expression turned intense, eyes glinting with interest. Though playful, her intentions remained unclear as the atmosphere grew heavier. Eizen stood frozen as a powerful presence emerged before him, an elegant woman in elaborate robes. With a confident smile, she greeted him warmly. Her tone was playful, but her gaze sharp. Eizen sensed her strength masked behind grace. Her arrival was not a coincidence. Everything from her posture to her timing felt calculated, like a ruler descending from her throne. She praised his victory over a formidable foe, her delight almost theatrical. Her expectations for him were clearly high. As they gathered at the table, she expressed her boredom with long life and her craving for excitement. Eizen flinched as the woman's gaze pierced through him. Her eyes held a depth that unsettled him. With a sly posture and confident poise, she stood silently as others whispered about her age and influence. Despite her youthful appearance, her status commanded respect. Without hesitation, she handed Eizen a card before gracefully suggesting they end the meeting there. He stared at the strange characters as she vanished in a swirl of magic. Her voice lingered with a promise to meet again in private next time. Stunned, Eizen remained frozen. The others struggled to hide their awe at her overwhelming presence. The elder praised Eizen's rare gift to perceive hidden skills, noting how Marais's approval made him the ideal candidate for the task. Wearing a light smile, Eizen acknowledged his new mission. His determination to assist Colette showed in his confident reply. Days later, on the bustling streets, townsfolk gathered around him. Their cheers echoed admiration for his recent victory. Though celebrated, Eizen found the constant attention draining. Even resting in public became difficult without interruption. Noticing his weariness, Micah casually reassured him. Her tone was relaxed, hinting that fame was something he would eventually adapt to. While licking his ice cream, Eizen recalled Micah's words and suddenly connected a detail about her background. She was a noble's daughter. He paused, contemplating her perspective. Maybe Micah was right, adjusting to fame might not be as hard as it seemed. As he listened to voices around town, Eizen realized that the world was beginning to change. A future for the outcasts finally seemed possible. Still, not everything was resolved. Colette stood off to the side, distracted, her ice cream melting unnoticed in her hand. Her subdued demeanor, since the last battle, hadn't gone unnoticed. Usually energetic, her silence now raised quiet concern in Eizen's heart. After observing Colette's behavior, Eizen decided to speak with her directly. Encouraged by advice, he sent the others ahead. He approached with casual words, asking if she'd accompany him. Colette, surprised, but curious, agreed without hesitation. Walking together through the market, Eizen inquired about her reasons for becoming an adventurer. She answered brightly, recalling her childhood dreams. Despite achieving her goal, Colette admitted she still admired adventurers. The ideal never faded. As her expression turned serious, she guessed why he called her aside. The moment between them grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. Without warning, Colette bowed deeply. She expressed heartfelt gratitude to Eizen, promising never to forget his kindness. Eizen stood stunned. Her sudden declaration confused him, especially as she questioned whether she even possessed a hidden skill. Reflecting on past battles, Colette admitted her doubts. Fighting alongside strong allies made her feel painfully inadequate. Eizen remembered her earlier words. Perhaps she had known the truth all along but chose not to reveal it. Even as she thanked him for welcoming her into the guild, she explained her decision to leave before becoming a burden. With a bold smile, Colette declared her intent to continue adventuring solo, relying on sheer grit and determination. Eizen, however, recalled a past conversation, a friend who gave up dreams to follow duty. The memory struck a painful chord. Driven by instinct, he grabbed Colette by the shoulders, his emotions finally breaking through restraint. His voice trembled as he tried to speak, and Colette stared at him, startled by his sudden intensity, apologizing. Eizen admitted his failure to support her. With conviction, he shouted that Colette was irreplaceable and begged her to trust him once more. Eizen made a firm vow. He promised never to abandon Colette, and declared he would uphold his duty as guild leader. Moved by his words, Colette looked up, her expression softening with surprise and emotion. Although she lacked a visible hidden skill, Eizen recognized something more, an individuality that couldn't be measured by standard abilities. Recalling others once misunderstood like her, Eizen realized the issue wasn't power, but recognition. Colette's potential just needed the right support. Before he could say more, a group of rough-looking men approached. Their smug tone marked the beginning of new trouble. A group of hostile adventurers confronted Eizen, mocking the guild's reputation and accusing them of being frauds. Colette stepped forward, angered by their insults, ready to retaliate. Eizen, however, tried to de-escalate despite the provocation. Just as tensions rose, Eizen swiftly moved in front of Colette, shielding her from the situation. A violent clash erupted. With a single blow, Eizen sent one of the agitators flying, shocking the onlookers into silence. From the shadows, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. A new figure appeared, someone Eizen hadn't seen in a long time. A wild-looking man with sharp teeth and manic laughter burst onto the scene, declaring he had come just to find Eizen. This was Salvio, a notorious former leader, who once dismantled his own party and cast out comrades, including one of Eizen's allies. Eizen refused to back down. Salvio's grin widened as he mocked the idea of revenge, insisting he had no such intent. With a casual gesture, Salvio shattered the ground beneath him, then claimed he merely wanted to talk. Both men locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. The conversation was about to begin, but no one knew where it would lead. Salvio suddenly called out Eizen's name, his intense expression shifting to something unexpected. Without warning, Salvio dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, begging to become Eizen's disciple. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The absurdity of the request left Eizen speechless, unsure whether to take the plea seriously. Dropping to one knee, the armored man implored Eizen to accept him as an apprentice, his voice echoing through the guild hall. Meanwhile, just outside, a startled girl froze mid-step, clearly disturbed by what she had overheard. Inside, tension shifted as the man turned to a companion, offering a heartfelt apology and admitting his previous mistakes. With lowered head and unwavering resolve, he pleaded for the chance to learn under Eizen, fully aware of his past disgrace. Haunted by memories, he recalled the friends he had lost and revealed he once thought of abandoning his path as an adventurer. Tears welled in his eyes as the warrior clenched his teeth, refusing to accept that things should end in failure. With renewed determination, he turned to Eizen and declared his wish to help fight discrimination against the exiled, catching everyone off guard. Lowering his head, he admitted to once following the trend of scorning the outcasts, ashamed of his past ignorance. Driven by guilt over fallen comrades, he proclaimed it his duty as an S-rank adventurer to make amends through action. Moved by his resolve, the girl smiled gently, while Eizen reconsidered his initial decision to reject him. Though Eizen questioned why he was chosen, the warrior insisted that only the one who opened his eyes to the truth could guide him. Eizen warned him that Virene might never accept him, but the warrior declared he was prepared to do anything to earn that trust. He was reminded of his past arrogance, once obsessed with numbers and superiority, but was asked if he could truly change. With fierce determination, he swore never to repeat his mistakes, willing to embrace the courage required for real growth. Despite hesitation, Eizen admitted the sincerity of the words had genuinely reached his heart. A fox-eared girl raised concerns about the warrior not being a true exile, but Eizen dismissed the detail as unimportant. She pointed out that if Eizen had truly doubted him, he wouldn't have brought him this far, implying he saw potential. Convinced by that reasoning, Virine wiped her tears and decided to trust Eizen's judgment despite her hesitation. Still, memories of past mistreatment lingered. Virine had suffered deeply under the warrior's former command, making forgiveness difficult. Though willing to give Salvio a chance, Eizen expressed regret, knowing Virine's pain couldn't be overlooked so easily. Eizen placed his hand on Virine's shoulder, reassuring her that her anger toward Salvio wasn't wrong, and that her feelings deserved respect. He turned to Salvio and began to walk away, expressing regret but unable to ignore Virine's pain. Before he could leave, Virine cried out, urging him to stop and listen. She struggled to speak, but explained she understood his intentions, and that offering Salvio a chance wasn't out of favoritism. Tears streaming down her face, Virine declared that people could always change just as she had, thanks to Eizen's guidance. Severin looked at Salvio with softened eyes, realizing they shared the same desire to change and be better. With a firm voice, she agreed to accept him into the guild, though she made it clear it came with conditions. Her demand was simple yet bold: regular outings alone, with Eizen as a personal promise. Proudly she declared that tending to Eizen's emotional well-being was her official duty as a core member of the guild. Blushing and insistent, she forced a flustered agreement, surprising everyone with her determination to make the promise official. One of the guild members questioned why Virine insisted on spending time alone with Eizen, hinting at past girl-only gatherings. Meanwhile, Salvio was told to appreciate Virine's mercy, as others began to slowly accept him. Still, the fox-eared girl warned him sternly, if he ever betrayed that kindness, she would show no hesitation in destroying him. Salvio, shaken but sincere, shouted that he would never repeat his past mistakes, vowing to earn their trust. Ladder 7 turned to Colette with a mysterious smile, hinting that what she was about to say would be quite the surprise. Eizen approached Salvio with a serious look, and entrusted him with the training of a new member, Colette. He explained that Colette, despite her surprise, needed someone like Salvio to guide her path. Though hesitant, Salvio listened as Eizen emphasized her spirit and potential, asking him to train her as a worthy adventurer. Finally, Eizen declared that the Guild of the Exiled would welcome Salvio as one of their own. Reflecting on his own journey, Salvio accepted the responsibility with newfound resolve, ready to mentor someone as he once needed himself. Salvio shouted Colette's name with exaggerated flair, declaring he would personally oversee her training as her superior. He demanded to be called Big Brother, to which Colette obediently responded. Despite her confusion, training began immediately with intense physical drills: sit-ups, push-ups, and squats, all shouted in relentless cadence. Though struggling, Colette endured, prompting Salvio to cheerfully join her, vowing not to let her suffer alone. Laughing wildly, he reminded everyone that he was an S-rank adventurer full of pride, strength, and newfound camaraderie. Colette gripped her weapon with determination, ready to attack Salvio seriously during their sparring match. Confidently, Salvio challenged her to come at him with all her strength, claiming he'd only use his left hand to defend. Their weapons clashed fiercely, but Colette accidentally struck him harder than expected. Immediately apologizing in shock, bleeding from the nose, Salvio laughed off the injury, declaring an S-rank must endure pain with pride, though others found his bravado questionable. Without pause, he ordered a running drill, encouraging Colette to push her limits alongside him to build true stamina. Salvio intensified the training, shouting that they would now run 5 times more, and even offered to carry Colette if she collapsed. Watching from afar, Micah expressed concern, but Eizen assured her that Colette would speak up if things became unreasonable. Despite his calm demeanor, Eizen suspected Salvio might be the one ending up exhausted if things continued at this pace. Still, Salvio kept pushing forward, matching Colette stride for stride, his dedication confirming the sincerity of his change. Eizen then informed the group he'd remain behind a few more days to observe, hinting at future plans forming in his mind. Severin and Micah stood proudly, vowing to take charge of the Exiles Guild in Eizen's absence. With trust in his allies, Eizen departed on a mission to uncover the truth behind a hidden skill and a mysterious invitation. He soon arrived at a grand city, home to the powerful guild Arianhod, ready for what lay ahead. Twin maids stood poised in a lavish chamber, gesturing toward a plush sofa where a black cat rested. Magic shimmered in the air as Eizen watched the feline vanish into particles of light. Its departure left no trace, only silent questions lingering in his mind. Amid a cascade of falling rose petals, a flamboyant witch reclined confidently on an ornate couch. Far from the city, the towering Arianhod Guild rose like a forgotten relic, known for sheltering outcasts. It housed powerful mages hidden from public view, and she was among them. With elegance, the witch lifted her teacup, finally revealing her name, Milars Ilishika, the Witch of Grace. Seated in the ornate lounge, Eizen reflected on a truth he'd hidden since childhood, the ability to see concealed skills across from him. The witch listened with sharp interest. She revealed her aim, uncovering the mystery behind hidden skills, using Eizen's unique powers as a lead. Comparing the phenomenon to magic, she explained how handling it varied. Some excelled naturally, while others improved through effort and learning. She recalled an old theory and posed a question to Eizen, prompting him to reflect on advice, growth, and personal training. At last, she revealed a groundbreaking idea: these improvements weren't random. They were tracked, measured, and known by another name: experience points. Within the adventurer world, gaining strength was often simplified as leveling up. A conceptual diagram revealed the transformation of experience into numerical stats, emphasizing that raw potential influenced how efficiently one could grow. Eizen began to grasp the implications. Those with high stats had simply learned to convert experience into power more effectively, unlike many who failed to do so. Mellors proposed a new angle: perhaps Eizen and his allies channeled experience directly into hidden skills, surpassing even S-rank limits. She questioned whether hidden skills were predetermined or shaped over time. Eizen's eyes widened as he realized the theory may already exist within himself. Mellors spoke of individuals who defy their birth talents, choosing unique paths and blooming through their own resolve. By channeling more experience into his hidden skill, it could potentially transform, or even evolve into something stronger and more fitting to him. Her words struck a chord. She smiled, calling this ability to change the essence of being human. The idea took shape: the more experience a skill required, the more powerful its potential. Eizen's mind raced, realizing this theory could change everything. As Milars explained, even talents that seem dormant may awaken unexpectedly. The boy once dismissed as weak might simply be still asleep. Eizen reflected calmly, acknowledging that status values represented both ability and individual character. His confidence had grown. Mellors and another girl explained further: numerical stats were inseparable from one's nature. Clenching his fist, Eizen stood with newfound resolve. He prepared to share this knowledge with Colette, but a sudden voice stopped him. Without warning, Milars launched herself onto Eizen, causing a chaotic tumble. Her sudden movement left him stunned and speechless. Pinned down, Eizen listened as Milars reminded him of his true role, not just as a guild master, but as someone entrusted with insight and precision. Excitement surged in Milars as she considered a possibility: Eizen's appraisal ability might soon evolve. Outside the guild, training had concluded for the day. Exhausted voices echoed through the yard as members caught their breath, worn but satisfied. A girl named Virine approached with calm poise. She acknowledged the fatigue of her companions, her expression soft yet composed. Despite being an instructor, she silently wondered how things had reached such chaos. Training had clearly gone overboard once again. As Virine observed the boisterous warrior, she reminded him not to harass Colette. He retorted boldly, claiming he admired Colette's resilience too much to ignore it. Salvio blurted out his peculiar romantic preference, an admiration for beautiful witches over 50, delivered with wild enthusiasm and zero shame. He elaborated further, describing an ideal woman as mature, strong-willed, and mysteriously charming. The others looked on, caught between disbelief and discomfort. Virine, flustered yet curious, found herself unexpectedly affected by his words. A hesitant smile betrayed her conflicted thoughts. She eventually confronted Salvio directly, recalling his transformation since the days of the Silver Wolf Guild. Her voice carried both hope and uncertainty. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed. It wasn't Salvio she couldn't forgive. It was her own feelings toward him. Salvio turned his back, speaking quietly. He claimed full responsibility for the destruction he once caused, carrying the weight without hesitation. Severine listened in shock as Salvio confessed to ruthlessly abusing a comrade and leading an entire party to ruin. He spoke of his old self with disgust. Each night, the faces of the fallen returned in dreams. They condemned him, whispering blame with hollow voices. Their haunting words repeated endlessly accusations and regrets tearing at his sanity. Even in sleep, Salvio could not escape judgment. He feared that one day, those voices would drag him to hell, and he believed he fully deserved it. Salvio recalled the moment he saw Colette being expelled and mocked in public. The memory struck a nerve he didn't expect. Realizing that the bullies reminded him of his former self, he lashed out without thinking. It was pure instinct. Despite spiraling into disgrace and drowning in self-pity, he resisted the idea that he was doomed forever. He clenched his fists with renewed purpose. If he still held the rank of an S-class adventurer, then he had responsibilities to uphold. Even now, Salvio admired adventurers, but someone like him, he believed, didn't deserve redemption not compared to someone like Colette. Salvio resolved to train Colette and support Eizen in ending the cycle of expulsions. Once that was done, he would accept his fall into damnation as his final duty. He turned to Viren with solemn words, apologizing for his past actions. However, he asked not for forgiveness, but for her to remember his sins. Her silence was met with his explanation that her refusal to forgive would fuel his resolve. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but she nodded. Quietly, she accepted his path without resistance. Days later, in the snowy peaks of a distant mountain, another man stood before ruins, pondering the possibility of restoring lost honor. Aegis followed the witch and the knight into the unknown. Their destination was hidden, their purpose tied to forgotten ruins. Within a cavern of radiant crystals, Clay listens as his companion questions his experience with dragons. The sorceress, standing beside a towering knight, reflects on dragons as beings once hailed as sky sovereigns and monster kings. A colossal dragon unleashes its breath. Ancient texts describe them as divine disasters, immortal scourges sent by gods. Flashes of a past conflict resurface, where the chaotic battle led to the fall of a lesser demon. Despite the moment's intensity, a crucial opportunity to strike down a Hydra slipped through their grasp. The group arrives at a long-hidden chamber bathed in light. Turning back, the sorceress offers reassurance to Clay. A dazzling crystal shrine towers in the heart of the sacred chamber. The party approaches in silence, drawn by the weight of purpose. Clay stares in awe, puzzled that such a temple could exist in secret. Beside him, the witch calmly points to the largest crystal. Though hesitant, he meets her gaze. With a faint nod, she asks for his trust. A single powerful slash cleaves through the crystal. Energy erupts in a blinding burst as the structure cracks violently. Watching the destruction unfold, the witch smiles with satisfaction. In her eyes, Clay's act has proven he possesses the resolve needed, one fit, even for slaying dragons. Sudden tremors ripple through the ground, throwing the group into alert. Clay quickly calls for a defensive stance as the cavern begins to quake violently around them. The witch calmly recounts a grim legend. Those who once failed to slay the immortal ancient dragon instead sealed it away beneath the earth, achieving victory through containment. Buried deep below, the dragon's flesh remained alive, festering with hatred. With explosive force, a monstrous shape bursts from beneath the crystal ruins. A grotesque dragon corpse rises, skeletal and immense, its body animated by lingering malice. Its power distorts the atmosphere, forcing the group to brace against the wave of force. Hovering above, the skeletal beast glares down. Without hesitation, it dives, aiming straight toward the party. Clay watches in horror, barely managing to call out to Hilda. Panic overtakes him. He turns furiously to the witch, accusing her of unleashing a monster upon the world. In response, she smiles coldly. Letting the creature wreak havoc, she argues, would create the perfect setting for a hero to rise amid despair. Her eyes narrow. She claims Clay could become that hero if only he accepted the role she designed. Temptation fills the air as the witch questions Clay's desire for glory. A sly smile curves on her lips. To her, the means are meaningless as long as the end grants victory. Any path is justified. Clay hesitates, gripped by fear. Slaying an immortal abomination feels impossible. Doubt weighs heavy on him. With soothing words and a gentle embrace, she calms him. Her confidence leaves no room for hesitation. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man named Eizen rises with resolve. As talk of the expelled guild spreads, he prepares to assist and prove their strength anew. A powerful explosion rocks the guild's vicinity as chaos erupts outside. The witch's voice echoes with satisfaction. She claims to excel at stirring conflict. In the pouring rain, a fierce knight taunts his opponent, confident and grinning. He boasts that no one can best him in direct combat. Their battle intensifies. The younger fighter strikes with all her strength, but her opponent only demands more effort, urging her to show true grit. A moment later, she slips and crashes into the muddy ground. Her momentum falters, soaked and breathless. Tears stream down her face. Confusion and frustration overwhelm her. She asks why she can't win, while the knight looks on in stunned silence. Colette kneels in the rain, overwhelmed by frustration. Despite her brother's constant support and training, she still feels unbearably weak. She compares herself to other adventurers, and believes they would have grown faster. The idea that she's still unworthy gnaws at her heart, doubt consumes her. Lacking talent, she wonders if effort and willpower alone will never be enough. Kneeling beside her, he commands her to abandon that delusion. Talent isn't everything he once believed it was, but it led only to ruin. He reveals his failure, admitting his arrogance caused the deaths of his comrades. Stern yet honest, he urges Colette to understand what truly matters. The knight speaks with conviction, declaring that stats and rank mean little compared to the will to keep moving, even when broken. Tears stream down her face. Her desire to be an adventurer burns stronger than ever, fierce enough to overcome any weakness. Moved by his words, she sobs his name. He reminds her, she's improved. She even forced him to fight with both hands. With a smirk, he scolds her gently for comparing herself to others. Fatigue and frustration had clouded her vision, rejuvenated. Colette shouts her request, eyes full of determination. She begs to continue the training, unwilling to stop now. With renewed energy, the knight bellows his challenge and prepares to face Colette once more. But something changes. A fierce aura radiates from Colette, her presence transformed. The knight hesitates, sensing danger. Her attack surges forward with blinding intensity. In an instant, the knight is knocked flat into the wet ground. He stares up in disbelief, unsure of what just struck him. Both are stunned. Colette, panting heavily, is confused by her sudden surge of strength. The knight presses her, demanding to know what she just did. Before answers come, a girl named Kagari arrives in haste, urgently asking for Eizen's whereabouts. Something serious has begun elsewhere. At the Aryan-Hod Adventurer Guild, Eizen slumps from exhaustion. His body spent, he listens to a researcher cheerfully praise the data collected from his efforts. Used repeatedly for tests, Eizen is treated more like a test subject than a person. Despite this, he continues supporting the guild's needs. While surrounded by guild members, Eizen prepares to explain valuable experience metrics to Colette. However, a sudden emergency alert interrupts. One of the women urgently calls for his attention, her voice sharp. She warns that what he's about to hear is critical. Shock takes over. Eizen learns a massive skeletal monster is heading straight toward the city of Daytona. Disaster is imminent. Shock spread across Eizen's face as he heard the report. The girl's urgent expression revealed something terrifying unfolding in Daytona. Without warning, a towering skeletal beast surged through the snowstorm. Its jagged armor and glowing eyes marked it as a force of destruction. Far in the distance, a group of elite adventurers stood defiantly. Tension filled the air as the monster closed in behind them. Bursting into the room, a red-haired warrior declared the return of the Exiles Guild. Her allies stood behind her, each one ready for battle. In the war chamber, the blonde girl stepped forward. Representing Eizen's group, she pledged their strength as the next battle began to unfold. Research revealed a terrifying truth. An undead dragon composed of massive bones was advancing toward Daytona. Experts speculated that an ancient dragon had been resurrected. Its skeletal form and unnatural movement hinted at necromantic forces beyond comprehension. In the command center, panic spread as the scale of the threat became clear. Despite an early response, the worst-case scenario could not be ruled out. With urgency, a veteran leader presented two options: abandon the city or stay and defend it. The decision had to be made swiftly. Conflicting views erupted. Some urged retreat until reinforcements arrived, while others feared Daytona would be lost before help came. Closed his eyes in deep conflict. Choosing to fight could lead to heavy casualties. But retreat might bring regret. Facing the war table, the blonde girl reminded everyone that Daytona was their shared home. Its loss would be personal to many. Her words stirred emotion among the group. Defending a place where people live and belong, she argued, was their duty as adventurers. Resolve and believed he wouldn't walk away. Encouraged, the girl found renewed determination in her stance. Support quickly spread. One by one, guild members pledged to fight not for glory, but to protect what they loved without regret. A sly grin spread across the warrior's face. His silence broke with an unsettling confidence, unnerving those around him. With arms outstretched, he shouted across the hall. The Exiles Guild, he declared, would take the fight to the enemy without hesitation. Boasting loudly, he dismissed any who lacked resolve. He promised rewards for those who stood firm and scorn for any who fled. Another guild member stepped forward, proudly affirming their loyalty to Daytona. For them, the city had become a new home worth protecting. Motivated by their unity, the Thor Hammer Guild joined the cause. Spirits lifted, and the once divided warriors now stood ready as one. Laughter filled the guild hall as the confident warrior taunted his peers. Cheers erupted. Swords were raised and spirits ignited. The guilds prepared to charge, eager to prove their strength and earn victory through action. Beyond the city, a vast army assembled. Wolk and his officers observed the battlefield, where over 2,000 adventurers took their positions. From the sky descended a terrifying dragon. Its heat could melt shields, and its wings carried destruction, an apex threat to all who faced it. Facing this ancient beast, Wolk acknowledged the odds. Even 10,000 fighters might not be enough, and Eizen's unique experience could be the key. A woman shouted with raw emotion, forbidding anyone from mentioning the fallen warrior named Clay. Her grief burned through the air, the enemy's taunt was sharp. He mocked the Exiles Guild, labeling them as pitiful losers who fell behind in the battle. Wolk grinned as the moment arrived. The enemy forces had drawn close, and his soldiers raised their weapons in anticipation. Across the mountain skies, a shadow emerged. The ancient dragon revealed itself at last, wings wide, its form eclipsing the setting sun. As troops scrambled to respond, the mages readied their spells. Wolk rallied the army, commanding a strike to bring the beast down. The charge began with a thunderous cry. Under the banner of Hecatoncheir, the army surged forward, spears raised toward the sky. Towering above them, the ancient dragon responded with a deafening roar. Its skeletal body twisted midair, preparing to strike with brutal force. Blades clashed against its bones, and fragments burst through the battlefield. The adventurers fought fiercely, scoring their first real hits. A massive tail strike shattered the earth, launching fire and chaos across the front line. The monster's true power was now on display. Among the crowd, a lone figure stared upward. For him, the dragon wasn't just an enemy, it was the embodiment of godlike terror. Far above the battlefield, a lone warrior looked toward the dragon with intensity. He hadn't forgotten the beast, not even for a moment. Clenching his fists, he roared a challenge. Lion and dragon, he would decide whose power reigned supreme through strength alone. With a ferocious leap, he launched himself toward the monster. His fury exploded as he prepared to settle the score in one decisive clash. Watching in awe, soldiers paused mid-battle. They could hardly believe the raw might unfolding before their eyes. In a blazing impact, the warrior known as the Lion King unleashed devastation. His blows struck like thunder, shaking the earth itself. With unmatched force, the Lion King delivered a devastating punch. The dragon reeled as cracks formed across its massive body. Standing tall, he roared in triumph, laughter echoing as the beast crashed to the earth. Dust and shockwaves burst outward. The dragon's armor shattered under the blow. Shards flew in every direction, a testament to the strength behind the strike. Cheers erupted from the soldiers. Wolk's name filled the air as they believed the battle had turned in their favor. But victory was premature. Blood spilled from Wolk's chest as the dragon's tail pierced him, proof the monster still lived. The warriors briefly celebrated, believing the dragon was defeated. Relief spread across their faces as its body stilled. Without warning, the beast rose again, its eyes glowing fiercely. Fear returned, and panic swept through the front lines. In the command room, grim news arrived: the main force had been destroyed, and the dragon was still advancing toward Daytona. Eizen stood before his comrades. With no time left, he declared they would confront the ancient dragon themselves. Inside a mechanical chamber, two maids bowed in unison, announcing that all arrangements were finalized. Melas appeared with a composed smile, her elaborate witch attire drawing attention. She addressed Eizen warmly, acknowledging the delay. Travel by carriage would take too long, so Melas offered a faster alternative: magical teleportation. Though efficient, she admitted it wasn't the most comfortable method. Raising her staff with firm resolve, Melas stood prepared. Her presence alone declared the beginning of their swift departure. Eizen blinked, caught off guard as she invited him on a nighttime ride. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he tried to grasp her intent. An energetic soldier announced the arrival of weapons from the Rogateo Merchant Association. Nearby, tents lined the plains as preparations for battle steadily progressed. At the supply area, a representative praised the swift response to their urgent request, impressed by the volume of armaments received. Inside a nearby tent, a girl with long hair admired the supplies with wide-eyed wonder. The abundance exceeded her expectations. The merchant recognized her as Violin. He expressed his support for the banished guild, thanking her for her efforts. With a gentle smile, Zevon humbly credited the guild leader for guiding her. She vowed to do whatever she could in return. Though unable to fight themselves, the merchant expressed gratitude to the adventurers who chose to risk their lives protecting the city from monsters. Velen smiled as she praised the quality of the equipment, noting that it came from the trusted Rogateo Merchant Association and was selected by the guild master himself. They exchanged a handshake in mutual respect. She credited the gear for helping her survive, while he acknowledged her efforts on the front lines. Both smiled warmly. Violin declared Eizen to be a wonderful guild leader, her voice filled with admiration. Before parting, the merchant gave a polite bow, wishing her good fortune in the battles ahead. As the merchant walked away, Violin tilted her head, suddenly realizing she didn't know Eizen's full name. Nearby, a woman asked if the conversation with Violin went well. She smiled, noting that Violin seemed to trust Eizen deeply. Memories stirred as the merchant reflected on leaving everything to Eizen back then. He worried that he'd burdened Eizen too much with responsibilities he should have shared. The woman dismissed his guilt. Eizen had always taken on others' problems naturally, even before joining the guild. With a sigh, the merchant returned to his paperwork, silently promising to ease Eizen's burden at least a little. Kagarina handed the merchant a clipboard and urged him to go meet someone important. As workers finished unloading supplies, Eizen turned to Kagarina with gratitude. She waved off the thanks, walking away confidently, leaving him with renewed purpose. Clapping his hands, Eizen redirected the group to the next task, transporting goods to the shelter. With limited time, he reminded everyone to focus on what they could achieve. A battlefield map detailed their tactical plan using explosives and magical traps to weaken the enemy before a combined assault by archers and mages. Her specialized demon-slaying gear made her vital to the mission, increasing the odds even against formidable enemies like the ancient dragon. Inside the command tent, a soldier apologized for assigning Violin a major role, despite her being outside their unit. The others reassured him, expressing full confidence in Eizen's plans. Latter filled the tent as the team vowed to protect Violin. They joked that failing would earn them a scolding from Eizen himself. Elsewhere, Kagarina quietly wondered if Eizen had received the latest intel. Her concern lingered beneath a composed expression. Ryudo admitted he wanted Eizen to lead directly but accepted the current structure. Kagarina asked if he was feeling uneasy. She confessed her mixed emotions, relieved. Eizen was safe, yet frustrated by her own hesitation. Beneath her calm front, she wished she'd spoken more honestly. Hearing the concerns of those around her, Violin stepped forward calmly. She reassured them with quiet confidence, saying she would be fine. With determination in her voice, she insisted that Eizen would surely return soon. He wasn't the type to ignore danger when others were at risk. Clutching her weapon tightly, she encouraged everyone to stay strong so they could welcome Eizen back with smiles. Despite the weight she carried, Violin confessed she was scared but knew she wasn't alone. Kagarina embraced her gently, thanking her for her courage. Violin nodded, holding back tears. Rallied the troops with a powerful shout, calling for one final equipment check. Her confidence sparked energy across the squad as Violin and the others raised their voices in response. Nearby, soldiers remarked how Kagarina had regained her old spirit. Her sharp tone reminded them of the commanding presence she once carried with pride. At a supply barrel, another group discussed how the strategy meeting had grown more enthusiastic. One soldier nervously polished his weapon for the 5th time, unable to hide his anxious energy. His brother brushed it off with confidence, leaving the charge to Avalon's vanguard and Violin, while they supported from the rear. Boasting confidently, the silver-haired warrior brushed off concerns about the dragon. He claimed an S rank like himself would scare it away. Laughter followed as he recalled how he and his comrades had defeated other monsters with ease. This time would be no different, or so he thought. Without warning, the earth shook violently. Explosions echoed from the distance. Shouts filled the camp as panic spread. Out from the trembling plains emerged a terrifying beast, the ancient dragon, its monstrous form towering over the battlefield. The ground split beneath its arrival, signaling the true start of the battle. Dragon slammed into the earth, its sheer force kicking up dust and flames. Its wings stretched wide, announcing its dominance. Traps and magic mines triggered at once. A coordinated detonation shook the field, the result of careful planning now in motion. Despite the explosion, the beast pressed forward. Scouts confirmed the dragon remained uninjured. Commanders issued orders to engage as planned. With steeled nerves, the archers and magic users released their attacks. The air filled with arrows and spells in perfect unison. Impact after impact struck the dragon's scales, testing whether their assault could pierce its ancient defense. The frontline fighters unleashed a relentless barrage. Arrows and magic struck with precision, giving no room for rest, despite their efforts. The dragon emerged from the smoke unharmed. Its scales deflected the attacks with terrifying ease. Ryudo called out for Zevelin to identify its weak point as the beast advanced. Her hesitation grew as she observed it closely. Eyes wide in disbelief, Violin shouted the unthinkable: the dragon had no weak points, none at all. Meanwhile, Eizen raced through the sky, breathing heavily, pushing forward as fast as possible to reach the battlefield. Soaring at high speed, Eizen clung tightly to Melas as she navigated their flight path. Despite the turbulence, he assured her he could endure it. Melas mentioned they would soon see Daytona, her tone calm until her eyes widened in alarm at the sight ahead. Below them, a sea of flames erupted. The dragon's fiery breath ravaged the land without restraint. The monstrous beast reared its head, roaring triumphantly amid the destruction it caused. Horrified, Eizen and Melas stared down. The city of Daytona was engulfed in fire, already consumed by the dragon's wrath. The city of Daytona was engulfed in flames as a skeletal dragon rampaged through the streets. Eizen and his companion arrived at the scene, observing the destruction from above. Without hesitation, Eizen lifted his ally onto his back and dashed forward, preparing for battle. The mage began casting her spell. Eizen unleashed a gravity-based attack, crushing the enemy into the ground. The blast drew the attention of his former comrades, who recognized his arrival. Reunited, the girls ran to Eizen's side, relieved to see him again. He apologized for arriving late. Smiling gently, Eizen praised her efforts. She nodded, tears in her eyes, glad he was safe. Eizen stood beside his companions, steady and composed, as they prepared for the next step. The atmosphere remained tense, yet their determination was firm. Analysis of the dragon revealed no visible weaknesses. Even Violin's sixth sense, which had exposed countless foes before, could not identify a vulnerable point. Although their tactics had shifted to a defensive formation, they were steadily overwhelmed. A foe without weakness or mortality could not be subdued so easily. The mage evaluated her spell's duration and advised Eizen to assist with the evacuation, which was still incomplete despite prior planning. While checking on other members, she asked about a missing girl. Assurance came that Colette and another had already headed toward the evacuation zone. Melrose proposed a risky plan. Eizen listened closely, realizing that hesitation was no longer an option. She suggested that if Colette held hidden potential requiring significant experience, then perhaps the current crisis could awaken it. Eizen began to consider the implications seriously. The idea that an awakened Colette might be capable of defeating the dragon sparked a sliver of hope in Eizen's mind. He clung to the possibility. He theorized that Colette's secret skill, once awakened through harsh training, might be uniquely suited to counter the undead dragon's overwhelming power. Ultimately, the outcome rested on Eizen's judgment. Everyone turned to him, trusting his insight as the group's strategist and leader. Eizen reflected on the words of a former leader who once taught him to look beyond appearances. His allies urged him forward, assuring him that if so many believed in his decision, it must be the right one. With firm smiles, they reminded Eizen to carry the weight of their expectations and act with confidence, just as he always had. Hearing a report of the dragon's movements, Eizen declared his next step. He would find Colette and entrust her with the critical hope they needed. Meanwhile, the skeletal dragon loomed larger than ever, its menace growing by the moment, threatening all that remained. The group watched Eizen depart, placing their hopes entirely on his shoulders. Determination filled their eyes as they sent him off. Meanwhile, Colette led the civilians through the night. Her voice rose above the panic, urging everyone to stay calm and move quickly. As the crowd grew restless, the weight of responsibility bore down. Cries for help echoed as people clung to any remaining hope. One woman reported her daughter had vanished. Colette guessed the girl had returned home to retrieve a treasured doll. Panic escalated when someone screamed the child's name, Saria, while pointing toward the now dangerous First District under threat. A desperate mother begged to search for her child. Colette tried to reason with her, but another voice stepped in, asking to be allowed through. With a fierce grin, the armored man declared he would join the search. Confidence surged as he promised to find the girl in seconds. They requested an item belonging to the child. A handkerchief was offered, and the dog Alex perked up, ready for action. The man teased Kagarina as the dog picked up the scent. Despite past doubts, the creature proved unexpectedly reliable. Laughter echoed as he dashed off, while Kagarina shouted after him, hiding her worry behind scolding words. Shouting echoed through the streets as the rescuers called out to the lost girl, urging her to respond. Her mother's tears gave their mission urgency. They finally discovered the child, trembling and in tears. Alex the dog had led them directly to her, proving his worth once more. With a confident smirk, the warrior announced it was time to return. Relief was short-lived. Suddenly, a strange presence emerged. Everyone froze, alarmed by the ominous shift in the air. Split the sky. A powerful spell was unleashed, striking down the intruder with precision and force. Lightning surged across the battlefield as a blade charged with energy sliced forward. The impact was immediate and blinding. A massive explosion followed. The skeletal dragon reeled from the strike, its body writhing in pain as the attack found its mark. With flawless timing, the warrior unleashed his finishing move. His blade struck hard, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Laughing victoriously, he basked in the cheers from his companions. They marveled at the power he unleashed. Seizing the moment, he instructed Colette to escape with the child, while he continued to distract the enemy. Confident and grinning, the warrior assured his ally that now was the perfect moment to press the attack. Reinforcements, he claimed, would arrive soon. With unwavering spirit, Colette entrusted the child's safety to Salvio. The veteran adventurer accepted with gusto, charging ahead without hesitation. Perched atop a rooftop, Salvio addressed the shadowed streets below. He challenged the lurking enemy, prepared to showcase his full strength. A cloaked figure approached silently. Salvio, mistaking him for a fellow warrior, tried to engage, but tension filled the air. Without warning, the stranger unleashed a sudden strike. Salvio took the full blow, caught completely off guard. Salvio took a critical blow, blood bursting from the side of his face. The ambush was swift and brutal. A new figure appeared, cloaked and composed. With disdain, he labeled Salvio a nuisance and dismissed him without mercy. Only Salvio's armored hand remained still. The aftermath of the strike left his fate uncertain. Eizen froze in shock as he realized something had gone wrong. His breath was heavy, his expression filled with disbelief. He dropped to his knees, devastated. A woman approached, explaining that Colette and Salvio had already gone to search for the lost child in the first district. Upon hearing this, Eizen stood abruptly. Determination filled his eyes. The woman called after him, sensing his next move. Without hesitation, Eizen turned and rushed toward the front lines. Her voice trembled as she questioned if he was heading back into danger. As a monstrous creature roared in the distance, Eizen declared he was sent to meet Colette. Eizen firmly stated his resolve, reminding her of his role as guildmaster. She lowered her gaze, unable to object. Just as he turned to leave, her voice rang out. He paused as a sharp strike caught him off guard. Despite the pain, he knew she was expressing her fears. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she smiled and encouraged him to return alive. It was her way of showing trust. With determination renewed, Eizen dashed off. Her image lingered behind him, giving him strength. As he disappeared into the light, one thought remained: may they all be safe. Figure crashed violently to the ground, defeated. The long-haired man stepped forward, calling him a demon and a disgrace. Facing a towering ancient beast, he smirked with satisfaction. The monster had appeared just as expected, wild and untamed. He turned when familiar voices arrived. The others were surprised to see him, but he remained calm, unswayed by their presence. Gripping his sword, he declared his intent. He would claim glory by defeating the ancient dragon himself. With explosive force he launched into the air, shouting that he alone would end the immortal creature's reign. With a powerful strike, the man brought his blade down upon the dragon's skull. He shouted with triumph, convinced his attack would bring victory, but his confidence shattered as he was thrown violently backward. The ancient beast remained unfazed. Confusion took hold. He questioned what went wrong, recalling the promise that only a true hero could defeat the beast. From behind, a chilling voice revealed the truth: he was never worthy of the title. The prophecy had been a lie to manipulate him. Despair overwhelmed him as the woman declared his legacy would be one of disgrace, not glory. Panic spread as the ground split open. A monstrous roar echoed, drawing terrified reactions from those nearby. Moments later, the street exploded in a violent blast of stone and dust. Buildings crumbled in every direction. The ancient dragon stood tall, its dark form looming over the city like a force of nature, unmoved by the chaos it caused. Elsewhere, a girl ran through the streets with a child in her arms. She reassured the younger one, vowing to protect them at all costs. As debris rained down, she leapt to safety, eyes wide, as she feared for her brother's fate. The ground shook violently as another impact shattered the buildings. A cry escaped from the girl as she shielded the child in her arms. Beneath the rubble, the girl stirred. Relief washed over her sister, who reached out with trembling hands, grateful they had survived. Tears welled up as she urged her younger sister and their animal companion to run with all their strength. She wouldn't look back. Facing the towering dragon, the older sister gripped her weapon. She vowed the beast wouldn't lay a finger on them. With burning resolve, Colette declared herself the dragon's opponent, shouting her name and readying for the battle ahead. Colette turned in surprise as a familiar voice called her name. Her brother stood, bloodied but alive, gripping his weapon. Despite his injuries, he grinned with energy. He declared he'd never felt better, his body feeling light and ready for battle. Laughing wildly, he faced the dragon without fear. He mocked the creature, shouting that it didn't scare him in the slightest. Flames surged behind him, yet he stood firm. He welcomed the hellish sight, addressing his team with unwavering resolve. With a smirk he launched himself forward, vowing to lead the dragon away toward the enemy's side. A violent burst of black and white marked a sudden impact. Silence followed the eruption as smoke curled above the shattered town. The fallen man rested in the arms of a mysterious woman dressed as a witch. She comforted him with eerie tenderness, whispering promises of eternal love. Dark energy consumed his remains, while the woman watched with a chilling smile. Transformation had begun. A new figure emerged from the shadows, armored and cloaked. Exuding unnatural power, she called him wonderful. Together, they looked on with satisfaction, ready to disappear after watching their child finish destroying the city. 3 girls confronted the woman behind the chaos. They realized she had survived due to a protective blessing. The witch appeared with her allies, smug and unapologetic. One girl recognized her as the one who unleashed the monster. With determination, the girls declared they would stop her. The witch smiled, amused by their resolve. She couldn't comprehend why anyone would unleash such a monstrous creature upon the world, risking countless innocent lives. In response, the necromancer remained defiant. Research into death and spirits was her only concern, and she saw no need to explain that to anyone. Grinning, the witch scoffed at concepts like belief or ideals. For her, the pursuit of knowledge outweighed everything else. People were nothing but tools for her amusement, all destined to become corpses in the end. She saw the sorrow beneath the cruelty, and shed a tear for someone who had likely never been loved. The armored warrior lunged forward with deadly force as the witch shrieked, demanding the girl not to meet her gaze. Reacting swiftly, the blonde girl stepped in, weapon drawn. Her eyes locked onto the enemy as the blade swung with precision. A clean strike pierced the knight's defenses, catching him off guard. The girl, trembling, muttered an apology as her attack landed. Without hesitation, the beast-eared mage prepared her spell. Sacred energy swirled around her as she called for divine retribution. Lightning erupted from her staff, engulfing the armored foe in a crackling storm, the spell unleashing its full righteous fury. The knight's core shattered, disintegrating as purifying magic overwhelmed its undead essence. It hadn't expected such a high-level spell. Nearby, the beast-eared mage explained the reason the girl's magical potential rivaled that of an S-rank adventurer, especially with divine blessings active. Frustration spread among the enemies. The undead witch, seething with rage, began to retreat as the group's resistance disrupted her control. Before vanishing, she left a chilling vow. One day, she promised, their eyes would be filled with despair, just like the others before them. Far off, a scout caught sight of movement. He called out urgently. 2 of their allies had finally been found. Eizen rushed through the rubble, calling out desperately. Amid the chaos, he spotted his injured allies and ran to them. Inside the ruined building, a bloodied warrior sat motionless. It was Salvio, his brother barely clinging to life. Dropping to his knees, Eizen pulled him close, shouting his name. Salvio's breath was faint, his condition dire. Tears welled in Eizen's eyes. Salvio was alive, but every part of him was battered and broken beyond recognition, determined to save him. Eizen summoned healing magic. Light gathered in his palm as he poured it into his brother's wounds. A bright glow surged from Eizen's hand as he released the healing spell with unwavering focus, pouring energy into his fallen brother elsewhere. A tearful ally pushed through the debris, desperately trying to reach them before it was too late. Eizen heard a faint voice, Salvio's, urging him to see what he could not. Beneath the blood and pain, a knowing grin formed on his brother's lips. Salvio's arm twitched, his eyes opening slightly. Eizen steadied him, shocked at the flicker of life still clinging on. Crumbling in the rain, Eizen clutched him tightly. He called his name with trembling voice, hope and grief entwined in his heart. Eizen fought back tears, forcing a brave smile as he steadied himself. A strange light reflected in his eyes. Colette activated her appraisal magic. A glowing aura formed as she searched for something hidden beneath the surface. In Eizen's gaze, the same magical symbol appeared. Something long dormant had awakened inside him. Colette stared in disbelief. Her vision confirmed what shouldn't be possible, and her body trembled from shock. This was the one chance to defeat the undying dragon. A 1 in 1,000 possibility passed from Salvio to Eizen. Now Eizen could see it. The undead dragon surged forward, its massive jaws threatening to crush everything. Colette and another warrior moved in to intercept. Steel clashed against fangs as the warrior held the beast at bay. Each strike carried desperate determination. Eizen shouted out, urging Colette to rise. Only she could finish it. He begged her to trust Salvio's faith and her own strength. With trembling arms, Colette forced herself upright, Gritting her teeth, she screamed, rallying every ounce of resolve left in her heart together. They charged. Eizen cried out, reminding her to believe not just in Salvio or him but in herself. With a fierce cry, Colette launched her final attack, her eyes filled with rage and resolve. Behind her, Salvio's presence seemed to guide her hand. A dormant skill awakened heart of the undying transferred from Salvio at the brink of death, activating at her limit. Surging energy engulfed her, allowing her to ignore the dragon's overwhelming resistances. The battlefield trembled from the unleashed force. Despite the size and power difference, Colette refused to back down. Her will alone cut through the chaos. Her strike became absolute. The blow shattered the dragon's defenses, forcing it into a state of inevitable death. The dragon's body convulsed in agony as Colette's final strike tore through it, light consuming its corrupted form. As the beast vanished, the battlefield calmed. Smiles returned. The party looked up in disbelief, then joy tears welled in Colette's eyes as she looked to the sky. She had done it just as she promised. Salvio's peaceful expression remained. Though he had fallen, his will endured in their victory. Eizen wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands calloused from rebuilding efforts. Despite his past, he smiled as he was called to help again. A month had passed since the ancient dragon's attack. Together with outcast guild members and allies, the town's ruins were slowly turning into hope. Cheerful innkeeper offered cold ale to the workers, her laughter echoing across the plaza as a symbol of gratitude. As adventurers paused to drink and rest, Eizen received thanks and encouragement. The townspeople recognized his efforts and spirit. Micah and Colette raised their mugs with pride. For now, peace had returned and so had dignity. Colette grinned with confidence, boasting her resilience and strength. Eizen laughed, comforted by the group's energy. Their conversation shifted as they recalled recent struggles. Though once bedridden, Colette now stood with renewed vigor. Plans were made to visit someone important. Amid the tall grass outside the town, a lone grave waited in silence. The group approached with quiet steps, knocking on the door of a church-like building. Eizen led the way. The mood was calm but filled with meaning. He entered with a gentle smile, asking about the occupant's health. Their visit was one of care and remembrance. The group was warmly welcomed by a loud, grinning man named Salvio, who bore heavy bandages and a carefree laugh. Water was gently poured into a bowl, a quiet moment in contrast to the earlier greetings alone at a grave. A man paid silent tribute. He spoke to the departed, promising to drink together again someday. Colette burst in cheerfully, overjoyed to see Salvio awake and recovering. His return meant more than words could say. Though his body remained damaged and frail, Salvio smiled. Living on was already a miracle. Eizen listened quietly as Salvio cracked a joke, masking his true feelings behind a sharp grin. Reflecting on past hardships, Salvio admitted he had expected to fall long before Colette ever gave up. Still clutching flowers, Colette refused to accept the idea that good deeds shouldn't return. To her, survival meant something. A child handed over the bouquet, saying Salvio's strength had protected everyone. His life was proof that kindness echoed back. Beaming with energy, Colette declared that his journey wasn't over yet. She still had much to learn from him. Colette's voice trembled with conviction as she vowed to shoulder half of her brother's burden, refusing to let him carry it alone. Though unaware of his full past, Micah affirmed her trust in the person Salvio had become through action, not memory. With a bright grin, she brushed off. Talk of curses, confident her blessings could overcome anything. Thrown their way, another companion stepped forward, asking to share his guilt and reminding him he had already changed for the better. Bathed in light, she welcomed him without condition. To her, Salvio was family no matter his scars. The group exchanged light remarks, summarizing the discussion with smiles as the tension in the room faded. With a calm expression, Eizen declared that both he and the Outcasts Guild welcomed Salvio as one of their own, offering to carry his pain together. Though overwhelmed, Salvio voiced disbelief, questioning their expectations for someone who could no longer fight. Outside, news of the guild's success had begun to spread. New adventurers, many still inexperienced, sought them out for guidance. Eizen smiled knowingly what they needed now was a teacher, and Salvio, despite it all, was perfect for the role. He reached out with quiet determination, asking Salvio to take on a new purpose within the guild. Holding back his emotions, Salvio clutched the flowers tightly, realizing that even without battle, he still had worth. Tears welled in his eyes as he shouted his acceptance, overwhelmed by the warmth extended to him. A soft smile formed on Eizen's face, watching as Salvio began to embrace his place among them. The peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted as a new member burst in, loud and energetic, stirring fresh chaos. A sudden entrance from a lively witch named Melithas disrupted the room. She teasingly assessed Salvio, recognizing him as the hero who had once protected his allies with his body. Caught off guard by her directness, Salvio's mind raced. The idea that he had somehow charmed someone so unexpected left him visibly shaken. When Melas revealed her true age many times, his own Salvio froze, unable to comprehend the situation. Trying to recover, Salvio dramatically proposed marriage, completely serious in tone, but absurd in context. His declaration glittered with misplaced confidence. The rest of the group stood stunned, their synchronized scream echoing across the room in disbelief. Melas laughed off Salvio's earnest proposal, kindly rejecting him. She explained with a wink that she had no interest in men under 40 without a touch of mystery. The room fell silent as Salvio collapsed dramatically, heart crushed under the speed of his rejection. Trying to recover, Salvio declared he'd found new hope in living, despite the pain. Everyone around him reacted with confusion as he rambled on, barely clinging to coherence. At that moment, a new presence entered. A tall commanding figure appeared. Gerarch, a high-ranking official, accompanied by a knight named Kagari. Gerarch explained that he had come to inspect the town's recovery after the dragon attack. Gerarch spoke with gravity, explaining the impact of recent events on the guild alliance. Eizen listened intently, aware of the stakes. In a surprising turn, Gerarch revealed that Eizen had been nominated as a candidate to become one of the new 4 emperors. Shocked beyond words, Eizen could only stammer as the reality began to sink in. Outside, flags of support filled the streets. Adventurers from across the land had already begun to rally behind Eizen's leadership. Gerarch posed a final question. With the world on the verge of change, what would Eizen, leader of the Outcast Guild, choose to do? News of Eizen's nomination as one of the 4 emperors left his allies amazed. Even now, Micah could barely believe it, but if chosen, Eizen's rise would mark a true turning point in the world, elevating their cause to a national scale. Colette beamed with pride, calling him a great leader whose single step had begun to change history. Meanwhile, Salvio laughed, joking about the responsibility ahead. Even if he couldn't lead, he'd support Eizen with all his strength, surrounded by friends who believed in him. Eizen smiled quietly. He didn't need to speak yet, his heart already knew the path forward. Micah reached forward, her hand extended with determination. Behind her, comrades stood ready. Eizen stepped ahead with a confident smile. Surrounded by trusted allies, he welcomed the future and the growing family of the Outcast Guild. Beneath a star-filled sky, a blonde woman stepped into the serene hot spring, surrounded by glowing autumn leaves and distant dark hills. With careful steps, she entered deeper into the water, steam rising around her. A second woman joined, lowering herself into the bath. Her silver hair floated slightly, and her relaxed posture showed she was fully enjoying the soothing sensation. Elsewhere in the spring, cheerful voices rang out. Smiles spread across everyone's faces as friends gathered, stretching and playing beneath the fluttering leaves in the open air. Back at the guild, a fierce instructor barked orders, his sharp teeth bared in a wide grin. Eizen greeted his returning guild with confidence, raising his hand to acknowledge their efforts. Walking beside Salvio, Eizen expressed satisfaction with the training results. Entrusting the harsh instructor with new recruits had proven effective, and the team was showing steady improvement. Meanwhile, Colette stepped up to distribute water, smiling warmly as she supported the exhausted trainees. Encouragement flowed as Colette praised the younger members. Their progress was visible, and the gratitude in their eyes reflected growing confidence and respect. Watching from afar, Eizen smiled faintly. He recognized that her personality uplifted others, inspiring those around her just as much as battle experience ever could. Colette knelt with a bright smile as she engaged the new recruits, encouraging them with warmth. Eizen returned from his task, greeted by joyful voices. From a distance, Vereen and Micah returned from their mission. Their team approached briskly, reporting the successful elimination of nearby threats without delay. With a gentle hand, Eizen praised Vereen for her safe return. She beamed with pride under his praise, visibly moved by the recognition and affection. Micah smirked as she teased Vereen, claiming she and Eizen made a strong pair. Despite their victories, responsibilities grew. The guild now handled higher-level quests, and while operations ran smoothly, chances to explore together had become rare, a quiet cost of growth. Though the guild ran smoothly, some members felt a quiet loneliness. Suddenly, Salvio collapsed in front of everyone. Colette rushed forward with medicine, while Eizen shouted his name and ran to his side, despite his condition. Salvio grinned through pain. He spoke of the new life he'd found here, unwilling to give up just yet. The doctor's report was grim: major internal damage with little hope of recovery. Even so, Salvio resumed his duties, pushing forward with Eizen's support, troubled by the outcome. Micah silently resolved to dig deeper. She decided to recheck the library, unwilling to accept things as they were. As Micah walked in silence, a thought took root: a rare healing spring mentioned in old records might offer a cure. Doubt still lingered, but the hope was enough. She paused by a window, staring outside. Memories weighed heavily on her heart. The place she once avoided now held the key to someone's survival. The next day arrived, and the scene shifted to the Guild Hall of Avalon, a different adventurer base bustling with activity. Eizen entered confidently, greeting Raidu, who welcomed him warmly. Their conversation hinted at old familiarity. Tesla appeared through a magical communication device. Smiling, he greeted Eizen and apologized for not being there in person due to work obligations. While meeting with Raidu, Eizen received news that one of the 4 emperors, Volk, had fallen. Tesla explained that the Adventurer Guild Alliance had not yet selected a new emperor. Approval from all 3 guild heads was still pending, leaving leadership in limbo. As the discussion deepened, Eizen was shown disturbing reports. Ever since hidden skills and the banished guild's existence became public, strange incidents were increasingly reported. One alarming claim stood out: some adventurers insisted their hidden skills had been forcibly stolen. The truth of this remained unclear. With resolve, Eizen posed a critical question: had anyone met a figure who connected all these afflicted adventurers? Reports from multiple victims pointed to the same detail: a man with heavy tattoos on his left arm had been present before their skills vanished. Eizen speculated that advanced hidden skill research could lead to dangerous new items. However, the genius capable of such work, Faust, remained imprisoned. Their expressions grew grim. The tattooed man was identified as someone who possessed a hidden skill, capable of stealing others' abilities. To take them from someone was no different than stealing their very identity. With determination, he promised to investigate further. As head of the banished guild and wielder of the appraisal eye, he would uncover the truth. The conversation with the Alliance wrapped up, and Eizen was thanked for his help. He brought up Salvio's lingering condition. The effects had surpassed medicine, suggesting the problem now lay in the realm of magic. Without warning, the eccentric mage Melas appeared through a magical transmission. With dramatic flair, she cheerfully claimed the task as her own. Despite the surprise, her casual attitude clashed with the urgency. Still, she insisted Eizen could always come to her with problems. Suddenly, her tone turned serious. She revealed the shocking truth: Salvio wasn't just injured, he was under a powerful curse. Eizen was shocked to learn the truth: Salvio's condition wasn't just a disease, but a powerful curse, likely born from spiritual corruption after death. Even healing magic and potions wouldn't suffice. The curse had become so potent, it could surpass regular magical boundaries. Still, Melas offered a glimmer of hope. While a full cure might be out of reach, she believed she could at least weaken the curse's grip. Tesla approved Eizen's involvement. Melas playfully agreed, acknowledging Eizen's skill and resolve to tackle the curse. With a wave of her wand, Melas suggested a journey. Eizen, Salvio, and a few companions would need to travel together for the cure. A magical burst lit the room as Melas activated her spell. Eizen looked up, startled, as the floating quill marked their next destination. The map revealed a distant land Shirokane village. To their surprise, it was Micah's birthplace, hidden deep within the eastern frontier. A troubling report was delivered as Eizen watched in silence. The priestess, once blessed with sacred power, had lost her ability. Confusion deepened as shock registered on her face, unable to comprehend the sudden disaster. Without hesitation, she urged an immediate return to the village. Eizen reacted in disbelief, caught off guard by her urgency. From the side, a masked figure stepped forward: Kotaro, a silent ninja who had aided the girl's escape. Legend spoke of elite assassins from the Far East, trained in stealth and infiltration. Watching Kotaro in motion, even the onlookers began to understand this was no ordinary guardian. Kotaro recalled the past: how she stayed behind alone to hold off pursuers. Though the mission nearly cost her life, it ensured the others escaped. Relief lit up Micah's face upon recognizing Kotaro. She hadn't expected to see her again, especially not here. The reunion brought a quiet joy. Eizen, surprised by their connection, realized this wasn't just coincidence. Their bond clearly ran deeper than he assumed. In an instant, Kotaro sprang into action, striking down enemies with swift, decisive movements. Her presence alone shifted the tide. One foe froze under her glare. Before he could react, she closed in with silent precision, intent unmistakable. The street erupted into chaos as a body crashed to the ground. Guards rushed forward, startled by the sudden fall, unsure what had just happened. Eizen turned in surprise as another loud impact rang out. multiple figures were swiftly taken down before he could fully react. He glanced back, spotting a group of thugs retreating down a narrow alley. Micah stood behind him, calmly observing the scene while hugging a basket of goods. Her tone hardened as she asked if knocking them out would be acceptable. Power began to surge around her, leaving Eizen nervously suggesting restraint. Meanwhile, another figure watched from afar, recognizing a familiar face. While walking together, Micah explained that blades were said to ward off evil spirits. Her tone was light, but her meaning carried cultural weight. They continued through the alley, as Micah reminisced about her hometown. Though often embarrassed, she still took pride in where she came from. Eizen complimented her sharp reaction, but Micah admitted she may have gotten too fired up. Talk shifted to the high-level forging skills of the Far East. Even legendary warriors were known to use such blades in ancient battles. An idea sparked in Micah's mind: decorating the master's office with a katana could boost his authority. Micah leaned in, challenging the man's claim. She pointed out the sword's flaw, calling out its straight edge and improper pattern. Frustrated by the confrontation, the man retreated with a shout. Micah's confident stance left the onlookers stunned, while others whispered about her odd phrasing. He tried to recover by boasting about the blade's rarity. According to him, such craftsmanship couldn't be judged by someone her age. Micah countered fiercely. She explained that in her homeland, swords were part of daily life. She'd grown up around them since birth. Calmly, she dismissed the blade as common. Despite its supposed value, she declared it a mere replica, leaving the boastful man speechless in front of the crowd. Micah inspected the sword and pointed out its flaws: poor maintenance, dulled edge, and signs of heavy use. Eager to defend its worth, shouted that the blade was crafted by the legendary smith Masamune from the Far East. Others nearby reacted with surprise. He began slicing vegetables to demonstrate its sharpness, loudly praising the blade's divine origin. Eizen and Micah watched, unimpressed. Attention shifted as Micah listened to a request related to skill enhancement, and a curse connected to an old comrade taking command. Micah urged them to move forward. She hinted at the seriousness of their next step, mentioning her clan's secrets, and a shadow looming over them. Micah, holding a bag of fruit, glanced up with concern. Her voice was firm as she tried to draw Eizen's attention. Walking through the market, she continued talking, but Eizen seemed lost in thought. Even here, his mind remained fixed on guild matters. Later, Micah stood solemnly, channeling energy into her hands. Her inherited priestess powers began to awaken once more. Flashes of past battles emerged, times when Micah's sacred skill had saved many. Her strength had always been a shield. Eizen recalled her powerful younger sister, who once surpassed even Micah. Now that sister had lost her powers, raising new questions. Roughly 20 days earlier, Hisui's divine blessing vanished without warning, causing unrest among her people. Disputes erupted over the priestess's vacant role, leading to internal strife within the village. Suddenly, Micah felt dizzy. Her body trembled as darkness clouded her vision. Eizen noticed too late she was already collapsing. Without hesitation, he rushed to catch her. Cradling Micah in his arms, he realized something was deeply wrong. Panic spread among their companions. Questions about Hisui's fate filled the air, but no clear answers came. Meanwhile, Hisui remained imprisoned, her powers sealed. Despite being powerless, her presence still posed a threat to the ruling faction. A warrior from the village arrived bearing grim news. Blood had already been spilled, and Micah's return was their final hope. As the weight of responsibility settled on her, panic surged through Micah's chest. Only she had the power to stop the conflict. Her voice trembled as she broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the impossible burden placed on her shoulders. Eizen remembered how Micah had always spoken up clearly, even before the guild leader. Her strength had never come from magic alone. Now held in Eizen's arms, Micah wept not from weakness, but from carrying more than anyone ever should. Micah's heart was a storm of emotions: confusion, fear, and a growing attachment to the place she now called home. Despite the warmth surrounding her, concern for her family tugged at her deeply. Eizen's comforting words anchored her swirling feelings. A calm exterior, Micah had always shown kindness, guiding others and protecting them when they were lost. Determined, Eizen promised to go with her. He wouldn't let her face this alone. She resisted, worried about dragging others into danger. But Eizen made it clear they were already part of this fight. Eizen laid out his plan: investigate the skill theft crimes and lift the curse on Salvio. He believed the culprit was likely the same in both cases. Although he sought Micah's help, he made it clear there would be no pressure. If she chose to go, it had to be her decision alone. He couldn't ignore the reality of someone stealing hidden skills. The situation was too serious to walk away from. If her sister's powers could be restored, the village might also agree to undo Salvio's curse. However, Micah hesitated. The sacred nature of dispelling magic meant outsiders might never be allowed to use it. Micah reflected on her life, how she'd always lived under her sister's shadow, never stepping out on her own. That night, beneath a familiar moon, memories of the evening she left Shirokane resurfaced, stirring old emotions. She recalled Eizen's promise that she would always have a place to return to. A quiet smile softened her heart. Surrounded by allies, Micah finally found the strength to decide. Even against overwhelming odds, she would move forward. With conviction in her voice, she stood tall, demanding the means to restore Hisui's power. No longer uncertain, she now led with purpose. With determination in her eyes, Micah stepped forward. Surrounded by allies, she prepared to return to Shirokane and confront her past. A bumpy carriage ride carried Eizen and his companion through a forest path. Slumped in her seat, the girl looked visibly drained. Her expression quickly turned frantic after discovering their destination was caught in a civil war news she hadn't expected. Earlier, she had eagerly packed for a relaxing hot spring retreat, completely unaware of the true objective behind the trip. Anger flared as she argued back, determined not to let Eizen handle the danger alone and demanding to go with him. To everyone's surprise, she calmly communicated with a hawk, revealing a hidden skill to speak with animals. A messenger hawk soared swiftly across the sky, delivering updates faster than any human could. Eizen analyzed the situation calmly. Within the moving carriage, Eizen quietly acknowledged Kagurina's importance, both as an ally and as someone to protect. Their group welcomed a cheerful girl named Zirine, who excitedly described the delicious local specialties awaiting them in the village. Another companion praised the region's fresh seafood, especially sashimi, proudly describing the taste and preparation without hesitation. The mood shifted as it was revealed. Micah was no ordinary traveler. She was, in fact, a noble princess from the Far East. Micah, now revealed as a noble, casually requested to be treated the same as before, despite her new title. Zirine embraced her with affection, happily affirming their friendship, while Micah responded with quiet appreciation. From behind the curtain, Eizen smiled at their bond while others looked on, envious of the closeness between the two girls. Meanwhile, Kagurina questioned whether bringing the guild's main fighting force was a wise decision. The response was short but confident. Eizen then laid out their 3 objectives: stop the village unrest, dispel a curse, and investigate a hidden skill theft incident. Plans were made to temporarily leave the guild in capable hands, while the strongest members advanced toward the village. Rito agreed to assist personally, not just to sharpen his own edge, but also to guide the newer recruits. Concerns about costs surfaced, especially with moving everyone together. Apologies were exchanged as the topic shifted to logistics. Motion sickness hit one passenger hard, causing him to clutch his face in agony, alarming everyone nearby. Voices rose in panic. Shouts to stop the carriage echoed, as they tried to prevent an embarrassing disaster in motion. Despite motion sickness nearly derailing things, the group finally departed without further issues, heading east on their long journey. Elsewhere, inside the Adventurer Guild's central office, higher-ups monitored the team's progress from afar. 3 weeks had passed since Eizen's group set out. Excitement built among those waiting for updates on their arrival. Discussions behind closed doors revealed how Eizen's involvement was more deliberate than assumed. His presence served a greater purpose. Even so, some officials debated whether sending support had influenced the region's unrest or helped stabilize a delicate situation. Eyes locked in silent tension hinted at deeper motives beneath polite words. Speculation arose about the Alliance's failure to establish a base in the far eastern continent, despite its growing strategic importance. Rare metals from Shirokane village, vital for weapons and armor, had far-reaching economic value across multiple industries. Control of its ports, surrounded by powerful nations, offered access to vital trade and intelligence routes spanning the continent. Due to the village's closed nature, High Command decided Eizen's team would be the key to opening long-sealed diplomatic doors and extending guild influence. A strategic vision was forming. If influence reached the east, the Alliance could justify future intervention under noble pretenses. Behind polite chatter, layers of political calculation unraveled. Subtle maneuvers were cloaked in formal hospitality. Suspicion flared. A piercing glance demanded clarity, questioning what hidden intent lay beneath recent actions. Yet her calm smile dismissed concern, insisting that shared interests aligned for now. Attention turned back to Eizen. His potential wasn't just recognized, it was quietly accepted as the cornerstone of whatever plans would unfold. Next, expectations soared. Even high-ranking officials admitted that the group's potential exceeded their original predictions. Shared laughter followed the exchange, masking the weight of the calculated risks beneath their smiles. Back on the field, a fierce fighter lunged forward with deadly precision, calling out a finishing move mid-attack. His target collapsed instantly, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blow, while cheers and wild laughter erupted. Celebration was short-lived. A backlash injured the attacker himself, prompting shocked reactions from allies who had warned him moments before. The party neared Shirokane's borders. Using a combination of keen senses and Kagurina's animal communication, they avoided an ambush just in time. A tattoo was discovered on one of the fallen enemies, an ominous dragon crest, none of them recognized at first. Shock spread as the symbol was identified. It belonged to the Onijima group, a powerful underground syndicate operating within the village. Worse yet, the mastermind behind the uprising was revealed. Micah's own aunt had orchestrated the internal conflict. As night fell, the looming presence of her aunt's estate awaited them silent, watchful, and brimming with dangerous intent. An informant reported that the group sent to assassinate Micah had been intercepted and defeated near the border. Inside a lavish room, a powerful woman expressed frustration over her subordinate's failure, her irritation barely concealed. She received reassurance from a trusted aide and praised him, claiming only he deserved her confidence. Soon after, a mysterious man appeared beside her, confident, charming, and dangerous. His arrival, marking the rise of a new unpredictable force. A covered wagon advanced slowly beneath a towering gate, flanked by lines of soldiers standing in formation. Ahead of it, Eizen and his party stood their ground, eyes fixed on the newcomers as tension lingered in the air. From the top of the shrine steps, a composed woman in ceremonial attire greeted them, her presence both regal and commanding. Their journey, marked on an expansive map, traced a long route that ended at the heart of Shirokane territory. Upon arrival, Eizen was struck by the scale of the village. What once seemed remote was in fact a thriving city. The central shrine of Shirokane stood majestic and vast, its layered rooftops marking the heart of a once thriving capital. Inside its traditional halls, elders sat in quiet discussion, reminiscing about the city's past glory and former prosperity. Eizen listened intently as local guards explained the recent unrest, their expressions showing the strain of internal conflict weighing on the region. Determined to act, Eizen stepped forward with a calm resolve, proposing a plan to halt the spread of instability elsewhere. A long-awaited reunion took place as a fox-eared woman tightly embraced her daughter, their joy momentarily overshadowing the tension. Laughter echoed as Eizen's group watched the light-hearted scolding of a girl by her overly concerned mother, leaving him flustered. Meanwhile, a bold comment from one of the men mistaking the mother for an older sister stirred a mix of flattery and panic. Encouraged by the others, the daughter reluctantly accepted her mother's embrace, realizing the worry had come from a place of love. A quiet moment passed as the girl looked up, relieved to see her mother was still strong and full of warmth. Their reunion deepened as the mother apologized for past regrets, while the daughter, with calm eyes, expressed her joy at meeting again. Micah lowered her gaze, confessing that she had once abandoned her homeland and expected only scorn if she ever returned. Her fears became reality as a stern figure stepped forward, her father, his voice booming with disapproval as he called her a disgrace. Recognizing the man, Eizen and the others stood still as the tension thickened. It was, indeed, Micah's estranged father. Despite the heavy accusations, the man's tone wavered, revealing a crack in his anger as he muttered her full name, Ryugen Shirokane. He then lashed out again, declaring that neither Micah nor her sister were worthy of setting foot in Shirokane's sacred grounds. Rumors from the battlefield reached the shrine, suggesting that some rebel soldiers were being protected by Shrine Maiden's blessings. Micah's father accused Hisui of betrayal, claiming her powers were never lost, and she had sided with the enemy from the start. Doubts and accusations escalated as the man insisted her weakened state was a ruse, while Micah firmly denied the claims. Eizen and Micah deduced the truth. Someone had used a hidden skill to suppress the Shrine Maiden's power and manipulate events. Their suspicion pointed toward a greater conspiracy, one involving dark forces using Hisui as a pawn in a broader scheme. Seated before the clan heads, Eizen respectfully requested their cooperation, asserting that only the expelled guild could uncover the truth. He confidently stated that Micah's strength would be essential in resolving both the internal strife and saving Hisui from danger. Micah stepped forward, declaring her return was by choice to rescue Hisui and stop her aunt, not out of obligation to her father. Ryugen finally acknowledged Eizen, learning his full name, Eizen Tesla, and quietly assessing the conviction behind his words. With a bright smile, Micah's mother praised Eizen, touched by his resolve, calling him a rare and precious ally they never expected. A sudden question arose: was Eizen Micah's fiancé? Both stared in stunned silence, caught off guard by the unexpected assumption. Chaos erupted. The group reacted with disbelief, while Micah and Eizen shouted over one another in denial, completely overwhelmed by the situation. Elsewhere, a masked ninja girl proudly gave a thumbs up, pleased with her success in manipulating the misunderstanding behind the scenes. Micah quickly identified the culprit, unleashing a storm of scolding as the ninja scrambled to explain herself. As punishment for her false report, the mischievous ninja sat tied up beside a sign, lamenting her fate through quiet sniffles, shouted in frustration, embarrassed as the others teased her about her non-existent relationship with Eizen. Her mother explained the early age for engagements in their clan, prompting Micah to hastily apologize for the misunderstanding, while Eizen tried to laugh it off. Elsewhere, one of their companions smiled, glad to see Micah enjoying time with her mother after years apart. Later, Micah replayed the conversation in her head, unsure if Eizen had actually offended her or simply made her heart flutter. Red-faced and flustered, she struggled to calm herself, unable to explain why her heart was racing so wildly. Micah grew flustered, unsure if her earlier reaction had upset Eizen, while preparations were announced for what came next. Tension rose as Micah's mother suddenly addressed the group, revealing that one of them carried a deadly curse. Without hesitation, she proposed cleansing it using a sacred ritual bath known as the Heaven's Blessing Spring. Two girls arrived at a mountain inn and marveled at the scenery. Wrapped in towels, they stepped out eagerly toward the open-air bath. As night fell, they joined their companions in the hot spring. The stars shimmered above, and laughter echoed through the quiet. One girl stretched her arms into the warm water, relaxing completely. The others chatted, soaking and appreciating the peaceful moment. A woman leaned back, basking in the steam. Her calm expression showed deep contentment as another girl glanced her way, clearly impressed. Admiring her friend's mature aura, one girl commented aloud, unintentionally flustering her with a bold compliment. The conversation turned awkward as one girl innocently praised another's figure, unintentionally sparking embarrassment in the group. Trying to justify herself, the flustered girl explained her body took after her mother, yet the others still stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, the fox-eared girl silently compared herself to her mother, questioning if she too would develop the same traits in time. Suddenly, a loud outburst erupted as another girl jumped to a wild conclusion, causing even more confusion in the steamy bath. Caught off guard, the older girl turned red as compliments about her body continued, leaving her overwhelmed by everyone's blunt honesty. Each girl imagined a future holding Eizen's child, their minds spiraling into vivid daydreams of family life. Suddenly, laughter broke the tension. One girl spotted a shooting star, and everyone's attention turned skyward. On the other side of the spring, Eizen relaxed with a friend. Though distant, they could hear the girl's lively chatter echoing. Eizen's thoughts drifted back to the powerful curse recently undone, a moment that still lingered in his mind. In a quiet shrine, a ceremonial space stood as evidence of the village's long tradition of purification and spiritual rites. Within a sacred cave, a ritual master prepared rare medicine linked to the Shirokane clan's hidden bath known only to a few. This mystical spring was said to cure illness and dispel curses, but deeper purification demanded a ceremonial process passed down generations. A young priestess revealed her inherited skill, drawing from her mother's concealed spiritual abilities, and began the rite in silence. She explained that priestesses of Shirokane were born with divine blessings, though those powers evolve differently in each successor. With a knowing smile, she told Eizen that once he became a true master, he too would see that hidden strength. A vision surfaced, faint yet vivid, stirring something dormant inside him. At that moment, the priestess began chanting. A divine glow encircled her, releasing a sacred technique that awakened hidden potential. She unveiled a transformed skill, born from her spiritual blessing, bathed in the sacred spring. Her ability now restored abnormal conditions. Eizen observed silently. He realized the power had evolved, becoming more suited for healing than combat, yet undeniably potent. He understood, then the Shirokane clan's mastery was no accident, but a force earned through generations of devotion and growth. The priestess raised her ceremonial tools, invoking spiritual power with unwavering resolve. Her chant grew stronger with each passing second. A corrupted aura swirled violently around the afflicted man as sacred ripples expanded outward from the spring. Darkness erupted in every direction. Cursed energy fought back in waves, as the man struggled to maintain focus amidst the chaos. Eizen watched in shock, as the ritual revealed the true horror. An evil spirit had long possessed the man, feeding on hatred. Despite the fierce resistance, the exorcism pushed forward, the priestess refusing to waver until the final cry of the spirit vanished. The priestess announced the evil spirit had been suppressed. Eizen smiled in relief, unaware the effect was only temporary. She explained that the man, Salvio, had unknowingly cursed himself a pain buried deep in his soul. His overwhelming guilt acted like a beacon, drawing the spirit back no matter how often it was expelled. For years, Salvio had blamed himself for everything, shouting his regrets to the world, yet silently inviting darkness inside. In the end, the priestess told him the only path forward was to confront his pain and forgive himself to be truly free. As the night wind settled, Salvio turned to Eizen, expressing gratitude for bringing him to this sacred place. With a confident smile, he vowed to walk forward again to live, not just atone. Their laughter echoed across the water, a sharp contrast to the heavy silence that once lingered between them. Eizen agreed to join him on his return, offering his support both in journey and in spirit. Under a sky lit by stars, the two clasped fists in promise, sealing a bond born from battle and renewed by trust. After everything, Eizen and Salvio took a moment to recover, letting the warmth of the spring ease their tension. Elsewhere, a new mission formed. Information about Micah's sister, and a hidden skill began circulating. A confident man stepped forward, declaring the start of a new operation under the expelled guild's banner. In a festive hot spring town, cheerful crowds filled the streets, and the market buzzed with life. One member of the group, cloaked in mystery, made a bold appearance. She declared her intent to participate fully, revealing a surprising truth about her identity. Her attempt to brush off concerns only sparked curiosity. The choice of disguise drew mixed reactions, leaving her companions both amused and intrigued. As they strolled through the venue, doubts surfaced about whether their visit was too leisurely amidst ongoing responsibilities. Meanwhile, others were already gathering intelligence and strategizing. That contrast made one girl pause, quietly reflecting on whether their carefree time had been too indulgent. With a playful gesture, the cheerful girl placed her finger on her friend's lips, urging her to rest instead of worrying. A wink accompanied her light-hearted command. Encouragement turned into reassurance. She reminded them that Eizen had approved the break, making it perfectly acceptable to enjoy the moment. Standing nearby, another girl quietly admired how understanding her companion was. The scene made her feel both envious and amazed. Something suddenly caught her attention. A distant storefront shimmered with an oddly familiar aura, drawing her gaze. Startled, she froze. Recognition filled her eyes as she whispered about the mysterious shop ahead. A quiet step brought the girl into a room filled with weapons, where blades lined the walls in neat displays. Her eyes scanned the place with growing curiosity. She stood in awe, quietly muttering in surprise, as she realized it was a weapon shop completely unexpected in a town like this. Suddenly, a fierce woman appeared, shocked to find a young girl in such a place. Her tone was intense and questioning. Without warning, the woman erupted in emotion. The rest of the group arrived, puzzled by the heated atmosphere. Recognition dawned. The intense warrior turned out to be someone they all knew, a familiar face hidden beneath a surprising persona. Tension lingered between the two as the bunny-eared girl greeted the formidable warrior, trying to mask her unease with a polite smile. The warrior narrowed her eye, sharply recalling prior agreements. Her suspicion grew, accusing them of breaking their word by bringing a guest. Trying to defuse the situation, the ninja girl apologized and claimed they had merely wandered in by mistake, urging a swift departure. But the braided girl was mesmerized, her eyes fixated on a specific sword, something about it captivating her beyond reason. As she reached for the blade, it suddenly flared with a mysterious glow, stunning her with an overwhelming aura. As her eyes remained fixed on the glowing sword, the girl whispered in awe. Something about the blade pulsed as if it were alive. Just as she reached out instinctively, someone's hand grabbed her arm, pulling her away with urgency. The shopkeeper, alarmed, stared intently. She muttered something under her breath, questioning if the girl was truly a swordswoman. Instead of scolding her further, the warrior's tone shifted. Offering a cup of tea, she invited the girl to talk more. Inside the cozy room, the group sat around the table, slowly realizing they were in the presence of a legendary blacksmith. The warrior finally introduced herself as Masamune Suzuki, a third-generation blacksmith of legendary lineage. Her confidence filled the room as she lifted her drink. Hearing the name, one girl lit up with recognition. Masamune's work was renowned. Her forged weapons sold at exceptional prices. They marveled at her skill. Despite her youthful appearance, she had earned deep respect as a master smith. With a grin, Masamune revealed her true age: 13 years. Shock spread across the table. To explain, the bunny-eared girl sheepishly admitted she had once called Masamune-chan, unaware of the blacksmith's long-lived race. With a mix of pride and annoyance, Masamune scolded her old friend for how she'd been addressed. Masamune declared that everyone present looked like adorable children to her. Her tone softened, and she even offered a new nickname for herself. As the conversation grew serious again, they acknowledged the girl's strange ability, a supernatural sensitivity that let her perceive the essence of the flame within swords. Drawing her blade, Masamune explained that she could see the fire within as a living voice, calling out from the steel. Her memories poured out. She had been born beside flame, crafting swords her whole life, each stroke embedding the fire's spirit into the blade itself. Masamune acknowledged the girl's rare sensitivity as a hidden skill, one that surpassed many seasoned swordsmen she'd worked with before. For the first time in ages, Masamune felt a spark of excitement. The girl's reaction to the flame within the blade reignited something long dormant. Their conversation shifted to past decisions. Masamune had limited her weapons sales to essentials for protecting the village. Despite her efforts, some weapons had ended up fueling distant wars, their reach and impact spreading far beyond her intent. With a heavy heart, she reflected on her fading role. Her blades, like children to her, carried pieces of her soul, now lost to unknown fates. With a wistful smile, Masamune reflected on her 100 years of forging blades filled with life. Kotaro responded with conviction, asserting that her swords had long protected their village from countless threats. Thanks to her dedication and skill, he vowed to reclaim that protective strength to restore the purpose behind her weapons, so they could once again serve as shields, not tools of destruction. Encouraged, the braided girl gently assured Masamune she wasn't alone. She had allies who believed in her deeply. The emotional moment ended in laughter as Masamune grabbed Kotaro, squeezing him tightly in playful retaliation for his fiery words. A soft compliment lifted the mood. One of the girls praised Villarine for becoming a dependable ally, someone who truly understood Eizen's ideals. At first unsure, Villarine smiled gently, beginning to believe she had truly grown. Masamune, pleased with the heartfelt exchange, boldly offered her a gift, any sword from the shop, as a symbol of friendship. The generous offer stunned them all. Even blades that once belonged to royalty were now free to take. Elsewhere, someone sneezed in surprise as the consequences of Masamune's impulsive generosity echoed far and wide. Onijima, once a peaceful retreat, had become the hidden base of a powerful group, surrounded by sea and guarded gates. It served as the headquarters of the Onijima faction. Deep within the forest, a group of unusual rabbits assembled. Their presence marked the beginning of a secret operation. The rabbits transformed, revealing their true forms, beastfolk in disguise. Among them was Eizen, leading the infiltration with calm resolve. Eizen questioned their unusual disguise. One companion explained how rabbits drew less suspicion from humans, compared to foxes or cats. Sharing a light moment, they laughed. Despite the mission, their spirits remained high, united in purpose and trust. The path ahead grew unstable, prompting the ninja to signal a shift to stealth tactics. A transformation technique was cast to blend in better. Information revealed that Hisaka was imprisoned deep beneath Onijima's fortress. The group formed a plan to rescue the Shrine Maiden and retreat swiftly. Motivated by the mission's importance, Eizen and his companion exchanged a determined nod. Success meant hope for ending the growing unrest. With aerial reinforcements cut off, the team placed their faith in one operative, Kokoro. Her infiltration skills would determine the operation's success. Kokoro activated a concealment technique. Her mastery over shadow magic would serve as their edge in breaching Onijima's stronghold undetected. Long ago, the Onijima group had opposed the hidden priestess force of the Shirokane clan. They were seen as a dangerous threat working from the shadows. Jinko, a cunning leader, plotted to capture the Shrine Maiden. Her strategy relied on overwhelming force and an unwavering belief in her own advantage. As Eizen's group advanced, they were suddenly surrounded. Their stealth had failed, and the enemy moved faster than expected. From the cliffs above, a figure emerged with a mocking tone, revealing himself to the team with confident steps. Loki Stradale, a mysterious wanderer in service to Jinko, introduced himself with theatrical flair. Eizen recognized the threat instantly. The girl stood firm before a wall of enemies, assuring that the defenders beside them were her loyal protectors. Facing the guild alone had been too daunting. With a twisted grin, Loki mocked the scene, claiming he was the weakest of all, though his presence said otherwise. Eizen stepped forward, accusing him of stealing concealment skills from adventurers. His words cut through the tension, eyes locked on the culprit. Denouncing Loki's tricks, Eizen demanded the stolen power be returned. Shock flickered in the enemy's eyes, but his arrogance didn't falter. With explosive force, Loki struck the ground, declaring that brute strength would resolve everything. The battle had officially begun. As the battlefield erupted with debris, the team leapt into action. Orders were shouted, and each member answered with resolve and unity. Standing in the chaos, Eizen scanned the area. He questioned if Loki truly intended to fight alone, suspecting a trap or hidden ally. Channeling focus, Eizen activated a skill to analyze Loki's abilities. By locking eyes, he sought to uncover the secret behind the enemy's strength. Loki's power surged violently in response, magical energy spiraling from his body. A sinister aura filled the air as his true form surfaced. A sudden strike targeted Eizen. His allies cried out in panic as the situation turned critical, unsure if they could reach him in time. Eizen reeled from the overwhelming data. Loki revealed he possessed over 300 stolen skills, far beyond what Eizen's appraisal could handle. With retreat on the table, the team argued. Eizen hesitated, knowing fleeing might doom Hisui, while others warned the danger was too great, intercepted their escape. With eerie confidence, he prepared a devastating counterattack, eyes gleaming with cruel intent. Unleashing a barrage of techniques, Loki struck with blinding speed. Even spatial barriers couldn't halt the assault as explosions shook the battlefield. Despite a coordinated strike from Eizen's allies, Loki dodged effortlessly, smirking as he activated his extreme evasion technique, untouched and unfazed. Loki claimed he was born weak, forced to admire others' happiness from below. Now he believed it was his right to take power from the fortunate. Unleashing her lightning laser spell. Her resolve blazed as she struck with righteous fury, unwilling to let the thief escape. Eizen recognized Loki's next technique, an aerial switch spell from past Demon Wars. Loki vanished midair, breaking the team's formation once again. Despite Micah's attempts to corner him, Loki slipped away. Her rage boiled, realizing he had been the one behind the stolen blessings. With cruel satisfaction, Loki activated Priestess's blessing, confirming he was the mastermind behind Micah's sister's stolen skill. The truth hit hard. Loki effortlessly nullified their attacks, boasting that the priestess's blessing now served him without weakening. Micah's fury ignited. She denounced him, shouting that the power he flaunted had been stolen from her sister, not earned through strength or justice. Eizen realized Loki's bitterness stemmed from envy, cast out, degraded, and consumed by resentment. Loki saw only misery in the joy of others. To Eizen's shock, Loki admitted he was a victim of the expulsion craze, laughing maniacally. His broken past fueled his destructive ambition. Though he couldn't understand Loki's pain, he vowed to return the stolen skills to their rightful owners, no matter what. Surrounded on all sides, Loki stood alone as his enemies prepared their final stance. A peaceful resolution was offered if he would atone. Without hesitation, a bold voice rang out, offering support. Forgiveness, they claimed, was possible if past wrongs were sincerely acknowledged. Shadows cloaked Loki's face. He clutched his cursed arm, declaring that only strength granted by divine right could justify his actions. Cold rejection followed. No words could pierce his convictions. His heart remained closed, too hardened by bitterness to accept redemption. Staring into his adversary's eyes, Eizen realized that no hope remained. Despair and malice ran too deep for him to reach. The group advanced, but a massive stone trap exploded from beneath, halting their charge. Eizen reached out in shock as the situation spiraled. Panic spread through the party. Far away, a priestess quietly turned a page in her book within a dimly lit cave. Calmly observing events unfold, she prepared for what would come next. Eizen lay unconscious inside a cave as a mysterious silver-haired woman stood nearby, observing him in silence. Sunlight filtered down through the collapsed ceiling above. She approached him, intrigued by his presence. Something about his scent reminded her of someone from her past. Hours earlier, Eizen had slipped while scaling a cliff. A gloved hand reached desperately as he began to fall. At the edge, a blonde girl caught his hand just in time. Her expression was frantic, but her grip was strong, refusing to let him fall. A man in robes appeared above them, mocking their teamwork. With a sneer, he ridiculed their bond as pathetic, preparing to interfere. Eizen screamed as he witnessed the attack unfold. His arm reached out desperately, but he was too far to intervene in time. The blonde girl was struck violently, her body flung back as magical energy scattered around her. A fox-eared warrior rushed in, casting a spell with fierce determination. Her magic clashed against the enemy's power, halting his advance momentarily. Enemy smirked. He calmly analyzed the spell, pointing out its limitations. Her defenses, he claimed, could only last a few more strikes. Hovering above the injured girl, he mocked their struggle. With a sadistic grin, he considered testing how many more attacks it would take before her shield failed. The fox-eared warrior launched an attack, charging fiercely toward the robed man. Her expression burned with rage, but he effortlessly dodged her strike. Other allies stood nearby, analyzing the situation. One spoke calmly, noting that while her divine blessing offered protection, pushing further would endanger them all. The enemy narrowed his eyes. A sinister grin appeared, as he quietly acknowledged their logic, but continued to enjoy the situation. Eizen calculated the remaining chances. If she used her protection wisely, she might survive the fall. Still gripping the girl's hand, the enemy mocked them, suggesting she let go. But she refused, determined to resist no matter the cost. With tears in her eyes, the girl swore never to let go. Remembering Eizen's hand that once reached for her, she clung tightly, fueled by determination. The robed man observed her resolve. Even if her arm were severed, he mused, her will wouldn't break. Smiling cruelly, he decided she would receive his gift. Dark energy gathered in his palm as he reached toward her. She was seized by the face, and others recognized the move as a forceful skill extraction. Panic spread among the group, her eyes widened in horror as he activated his power. With twisted pleasure, he began stealing her skill, declaring himself the skill taker. A surge of magic erupted as the enemy activated his power. The girl's spiritual form was forcefully pulled away, exposing her soul to the assault. Terror spread across her face as she realized something vital was being stripped away. The man reveled in the sensation, declaring his understanding of her world. The girl gasped, her strength fading as he drained her power. He explained that everyone subjected to his theft experienced a sudden void. Her strength waned as she clung to Eizen with failing hands. Even weakened, she refused to let go. Her grip tightened, tears falling, as she feared that releasing him would lead to his death. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she cried out Eizen's name. Her heart shattered, unwilling to lose him. Without hesitation, Eizen kicked off the cliffside, severing her grip to save her. His final request was that she survive and pass along a message. She trembled, stunned by his words. Eizen assured her not to worry about him. He believed in her strength. With tears in his eyes, Eizen vowed to reclaim what was taken from her. His determination burned as he fell. The villain sneered from above, watching Eizen vanish into the forest below. He promised to await their next meeting to take everything next time. In a quiet estate, new figures entered. The armored warrior, a fox girl, and the enemy arrived at a traditional room to meet a woman named Micah. Fox girl recognized her aunt Jinko and called out emotionally. Jinko teased her for surviving an ambush using smoke magic. The armored man remarked that he'd heard she had become a dangerous adventurer. He admitted to secretly worrying about her. Tension rose between Jinko and the girl. They traded barbed words, each testing the other's patience and pride, despite their sharp exchange. Jinko hinted she might let the past go if the girl proved herself by capturing her. Their rivalry turned into a personal challenge. Jinko stood before a map, donning a fearsome mask. She declared her intent to become the next Shirokane, claiming dominion over their homeland. The fox girl, shaken, asked if Jinko's resentment truly stemmed from not being born with Shrine Maiden powers. In a violent outburst, she struck the girl, shouting that yes, she was envious, and always had been. She recounted her past born without powers in a land that valued only Shrine Maidens. Cast aside, she bore the weight of rejection for years. What stung most was seeing the useless defective she once mocked treated with reverence. Bitterness consumed her, twisting admiration into hatred. Jinko lashed out, grabbing the fox girl and screaming her hatred. She couldn't stand how someone born into privilege had thrown it all away. The girl shouted in protest, questioning if Jinko truly believed that the man giving her special treatment wasn't just using her. In response, Jinko abruptly kissed Loki. The man in question, shocking everyone with her boldness and defiance. She smirked afterward, mocking the idea of being used. To her it was better than being irrelevant. Loki embraced her. Jinko claimed that as long as she was useful, she had value. The fox girl, angered, rejected her cynical view of relationships. Jinko's resolve had solidified. As troops gathered, she gave the final order to prepare for war. With a maniacal grin, Jinko declared the Onijima clan would attack Shirokane's village. Her goal was clear avenge herself by bringing ruin to her niece's homeland. Mocking any concern, Jinko vowed to rebuild her own twisted legacy. She declared the girl would bear heirs to preserve their lineage. Horrified, the girl screamed her aunt's name in protest. Jinko simply laughed, amused by the defiance. Surrounded by allies, Jinko marched confidently, declaring her rise as the dominant ruler who would tame even the fiercest beasts beneath her army's heel. A sly man in traditional robes stands confidently, sensing tension around him. Behind him, a wary young woman watches closely, uncertain about his true intentions. Inside a quiet room, he speaks calmly, revealing knowledge about recent events. The woman listens, conflicted, as doubt and trust battle within her thoughts. Her expression tightens, realizing he understands more than expected. His sharp gaze suggests hidden plans, while unease begins to grow in her heart. She reflects on the situation, recognizing that powerful forces may soon intervene. He considers future moves, aware that difficult decisions will shape what follows. Allies and enemies gather in the shadows, each preparing for the coming conflict. The woman steels herself, accepting the path ahead as events begin to unfold. The woman admires the country's traditions, recalling festivals, warm memories, and its quiet beauty. Yet beneath her calm expression, she senses how fragile this peace truly is. Fear rises as she realizes her choices may bring destruction. She longs to protect the land and the man she trusts, but doubts cloud her heart. A man stands beside her, steady and composed. He understands the burden she carries and knows she followed this path to safeguard what mattered most. She forces a small smile, choosing to believe in his return. Hope becomes her shield as she accepts the uncertainty surrounding their future. Far away, the sea roars violently around a dark figure. The danger he faces is immense, yet the bond they share refuses to fade. Eizen slowly regains consciousness inside a quiet room, his vision blurred and body heavy. A young woman stands nearby, watching carefully as he struggles to rise. The woman introduces herself with calm authority, revealing her noble status within the shrine. Her composed gaze studies him, ensuring he understands the gravity of her position. Recognition strikes Eizen as he connects her name to someone important from his past. Shock spreads across his face while fragments of memory fall into place. Realization deepens when he understands her true identity and relation to Micah. Tension fills the space between them as the truth settles heavily in his mind. Pain surges through his injured body when he attempts to move, forcing him back down. She observes quietly, noting his condition, while granting him temporary forgiveness. Eizen introduces himself as the leader of the exiled guild and explains his connection to Micah. The shrine maiden listens closely, measuring his sincerity and purpose. Sudden misunderstanding flashes across her face as she assumes a deeper relationship. Surprise fills the room, and tension briefly replaces her calm composure. Confusion grows when she analyzes his scent and behavior with unusual seriousness. Eizen remains uneasy, unsure how to respond to her strange observations. Despite her refined manners, she struggles to fully grasp his intentions. His expressions and actions seem difficult for her to interpret accurately. From outside, the damaged shrine stands, silent, reflecting past turmoil. Inside, she concludes that her earlier suspicions were mistaken while Eizen watches carefully. The shrine maiden analyzes Eizen's scent and recalls the battle on the island. She concludes he survived the fall due to her sister's hidden blessing. Calmly, she explains that the underground chamber belongs to a covert group. Eizen listens from his bedding, piecing together how the collapse created an opening into this refuge, with measured honesty. She admits striking him earlier was impulsive. She had discovered him unconscious and chose to observe before deciding his fate. Suspicion lingers in her eyes as she studies his relaxed smile. Eizen casually sips tea, attempting to soften the tension between them. Her blunt accusation catches him off guard, causing him to choke violently. Embarrassment spreads across his face as the misunderstanding deepens. With calm certainty, the shrine maiden rejects the misunderstanding and states that Eizen's bond with Micah carries no improper, meaning a subtle shift in tone, follows as she begins addressing him with formal respect. Suddenly, alarming news disrupts the fragile calm within the chamber. According to her explanation, the priestess's power has disappeared, memories of the enemy leader, and the lingering curse resurface in Eizen's thoughts. Determination hardens within him as he understands that hesitation will only worsen the crisis. Radiant energy gathers while the maiden invokes her divine sight to examine him. After a thorough assessment, she concludes that Eizen holds no measurable skill whatsoever. Determination fills Eizen's eyes as he reveals the truth about his ability. From birth he has possessed the rare power to perceive hidden skills and their effects. Facing the shrine maiden, he explains that although he lacks a visible blessing, he can still appropriate and wield abilities taken from others. Intensity rises when he declares that stopping Ginkgo requires more than preserving blessings. Protecting Hisui and exposing the greater truth behind the conflict becomes his priority. Questions surface about Ginkgo's motives and the meaning of authority tied to shrine bloodlines. Calm analysis follows as the maiden concludes that Shirokane's clan does not truly seek power. Instead, she suggests that Ginkgo has misunderstood the very nature of authority. Tension rises as the shrine maiden explains that misunderstanding authority has repeatedly driven the village into conflict and painful sacrifice. An old record reveals that this struggle over power has occurred many times throughout the nation's long history. Calmly, she states that personal wishes become insignificant when compared to the survival of the entire country. With steady resolve, she declares that her bloodline exists to grant blessings and defend the land from outside threats. Silent understanding reaches Eizen, as he realizes protecting the nation has cost her the freedom to live for herself. With lowered eyes, the Shrine Maiden calls her actions a sin, and admits she once wounded her own sister through misunderstanding. Accepting responsibility, she declares she will bear that guilt alone, even if it means spending her life confined within the dark underground chamber. Memories surface of Micah's desperate resolve and the burdens forced upon her by tradition. Those recollections reveal how deeply the sisters were shaped by expectation. Quietly, she reflects that perhaps Micah only wished to protect her in her own way. Doubt trembles beneath her composed expression. Resolute at last, she urges escape from the chamber. Eizen steps forward, ready to act. Debris explodes outward as Eizen breaks through the barrier, determined to confront Micah directly and end the conflict decisively. Dark clouds gathered over the sacred ground as countless blades rose from the earth, forming a threatening forest. Soldiers froze while tremors spread through the land. A fierce woman commanded destruction, her voice sharp and wild. Flames ignited across the field, swallowing defenses and spreading chaos through the once protected territory. Mad laughter echoed as she celebrated the invasion. Behind her, warriors prepared weapons, believing justice belonged to their cause and no resistance would remain. A determined Shrine Maiden stood firm before the gate, fear in her eyes yet resolve unbroken. Armored guards supported her, refusing to allow the enemy into the sacred city. Warships advanced across the sea toward the island. The approaching fleet signaled that the battle would soon engulf the Holy Land entirely. Within the Oni Island stronghold, a horned woman listened as reports confirmed the enemy had fallen into their trap. Outside, countless ships surrounded the fortress, sealing every path. A map revealed the target, the sacred hall of Shirokane. The invading forces prepared to strike its heart, believing victory was already secured. Inside the shrine's command room, leaders gathered calmly while a dark armored figure prepared for battle. Soldiers stood ready, awaiting orders to defend the sacred land. In another chamber, an exhausted girl was cared for by attendants. Warmth surrounded her as she recovered, while protectors vowed to handle the coming threat themselves. Nearby, companions watched over her, ensuring she stayed safe. The calm before battle lingered as everyone prepared for the inevitable clash. Through the forest canopy, a lone figure fell toward the ground while far away a girl wept, fearing she had abandoned her companions during the chaos. Memories of the battle resurfaced as she recalled the explosion, and the moment she lost sight of him, guilt weighed heavily on her trembling heart, flowed freely as fear and regret overwhelmed her. Clinging to her protector, she confessed her weakness and blamed herself for failing to help. The other girl held her firmly, refusing to let despair consume her. At last, she admitted fleeing and leaving him behind. Though terrified and ashamed, she realized she still wished to return and make things right. Kagari gently corrected the crying girl, assuring her that Eizen had chosen her because he trusted her strength. Those steady words slowly began easing the weight. She explained that Eizen never asked to be rescued, but to have his message delivered. By surviving and returning, Marina had already carried out his will. Emotion overwhelmed Marina as she clung to Kagari, finally believing she had not betrayed him. Relief washed through her trembling body despite lingering fear. Around them, Masamune and the others watched quietly, their stern expressions softening at the sight. The suffocating tension inside the room gradually faded. Light teasing soon replaced sorrow as companions reminded Marina of her courage. Surrounded by allies who refused to abandon her, she found strength to rise again. Kagari leaned over Marina, urging her to steady her trembling hands, and remember the sword training meant for moments like this. Marina stared ahead, still shaken. Tears welled in Marina's eyes as she questioned whether she deserved to wield Eizen's blade. Outside, the clash of steel signaled enemies breaking through. Shouts erupted as armored soldiers stormed inside, identifying Shirokane's shrine as their target. Panic flashed across Marina's face while chaos closed in. One warrior raised his weapon and charged straight at her, intent on ending her life. Marina froze, fear paralyzing her body at the critical instant. At the last moment, she gripped the sword and moved. Steel collided with force, and Marina's desperate strike deflected the fatal blow, proving her resolve had awakened. Marina staggered back after her strike, breath ragged and arms trembling from the impact. Kagari watched closely, measuring the fear still lingering in her widened eyes. Sweat and tears streamed down Marina's face as she struggled to steady her grip. Doubt resurfaced, whispering that the power she once felt was gone. Masamune stepped forward and grasped her hands around the sword, insisting the blade had never lost its flame. He reminded her that strength was carved through experience. His firm hold guided the weapon upright, showing her that the fire she sought was not a vanished skill but the accumulation of her resolve. Marina tightened her fingers around the hilt, accepting the weight at last. Understanding dawned that protecting what mattered had always been the true source of her power. With trembling breath, Marina pressed the sword against her chest and gave a firm nod. Eizen's faith echoed within her, strengthening the resolve she nearly lost. At her side, Kagari and Masamune cautioned that the inner gates would not endure much longer. Enemy forces were already breaking through the remaining defenses. Stepping forward without hesitation, Kagari refused any thought of withdrawal. Protecting the townspeople outweighed her own safety as she prepared to confront the attackers. Beyond the doors, a ruthless commander struck down guards while proclaiming his intent to seize Shuriken's leader. His troops surged behind him, blades drawn. Across the courtyard, steel rang violently against steel. Surrounded by chaos, yet no longer wavering, Marina steadied her stance and chose to fight beside her comrades. On the rooftop, the enemy commander clashed with a masked warrior, steel striking hard enough to scatter sparks into the night air. Recognition flashed across the commander's face when he heard the warrior's voice. Suspicion quickly shifted into anger as he realized who stood before him. The armored figure stepped forward, revealing himself as Jinko, once a loyal general now returned with unwavering resolve. His presence alone unsettled the opposing ranks. Below, Marina shouted in shock, while Kagari and Masamune witnessed the confrontation unfolding above them. Tension tightened as the commander prepared another strike, without hesitation. Jinko countered fiercely and drove his blade forward. The rooftop shook as he declared his intent to reclaim what had been stolen. Blades collided violently as Jinko drove his weapon against Ryujin's guard. The impact forced the commander back, surprise breaking through his earlier confidence. Pressing the advantage, Jinko unleashed a relentless strike that tore through armor and sent fragments scattering. Pain twisted Ryujin's expression as blood stained his side. Refusing to fall quietly, Ryujin roared and attempted a desperate counterattack. His massive swing cut through the air with reckless force, determined to end the duel. Before the blow could land, a new fighter stepped between them and intercepted the strike. The sudden arrival shifted the battlefield, leaving both warriors stunned. Salvio, the eye-patched adventurer, grins as strength returns to his body. Power surges through his arm, restoring movement once lost. Across from him, Dargan, the masked warrior, stands before the guild building. Startled by the sudden recovery, without hesitation, Salvio charges forward. His blade swings fiercely toward Dargan. Shock spreads across the masked fighter's face as steel crashes down with force. Behind them, Borin the bearded veteran observes carefully. Confidence fills Salvio while Dargan steadies himself. Responsibility weighs heavily as tension rises between both sides. Rain pours as Salvio and Dargan confront each other directly. Determination hardens their expressions. Neither warrior steps back. Both fighters launch forward simultaneously. Weapons collide at the center. Impact shakes the ground. With unwavering trust, Maya clutches her staff and focuses on Salvio. Near the guild entrance, several companions assemble, sensing the battle's shift and preparing to advance together. Ahead on the street, Kikyu directs the formation while Borin charges forward, blade unsheathed. Determination drives them as they close the distance on retreating enemies. From above, the horned warrior descends and delivers a sharp blow. Swift movement and firm control force the opposing fighter backward under mounting pressure. At the edge of the clash, two seasoned swordsmen analyze each strike. Careful observation reveals disciplined technique, guiding the flow of combat. Side by side, Salvio and Borin regroup as their ally steadies her stance. United strength forms a defensive line, ready to seize control of the battlefield. Steel flashes as the masked warrior clashes with Borin beneath the night sky. Sparks scatter across the guild rooftop while allies brace for the outcome. Far from the battle, Eizen stands overlooking a harbor filled with lights. Beside him, a fox-eared girl worries about the danger awaiting their homeland. Suddenly, an explosion erupts across the sea, tearing into a massive warship. Flames rise as shockwaves roll over the water, forcing Eizen and his companion to react. On a smaller vessel, Eizen leads his team forward through rough waves. Confidence steadies his gaze as enemies close in from behind. A pale man appears with a composed smile. Calm assurance spreads across his face as he welcomes Eizen's arrival. Relief spreads across the group as they confirm everyone survived. Eizen stands at the center while Hizzy is carefully supported, her condition drawing serious attention. Hers earlier, Eizen carried Hizzy through the corridors of the Jinko estate. Concern guided his steps as he ensured she received immediate care and protection. From above, Kutaru and Colette leap down and report the situation. Their arrival reassures Eizen that reinforcements have secured the perimeter. Inside the residence, masked operatives surround Eizen and Hizzy, Strict surveillance and limited contact reveal the heavy control imposed over the household. Later, Eizen reviews the operation against the Ginkgo estate. Strategic planning and precise coordination allowed the Fuga ninjas to neutralize the stronghold successfully. Inside the estate, Eizen listens as his allies report Maya has been taken. Orders are exchanged quickly, and pursuit begins without hesitation. Hisei steps forward despite warnings about the danger. Firm resolve shows in her eyes as she insists on heading toward the battlefield, alongside them. Behind her, the fox-eared warrior and another companion question the risk. Responsibility weighs heavily, yet Hezi refuses to remain under protection, turning toward Eizen. Hezi asks to be brought along. Calm intensity fills his expression as he reminds her to stay alert for what lies ahead. Silence settles between Hezi and the fox-eared girl. Concern remains visible, but determination carries them toward the coming conflict. Inside the hall, Eizen stands calmly, while the pale strategist mocks their chances. Hezi remains behind him, guarded but steady despite the tension. Without warning, battle erupts across the wooden floor. Eizen advances with firm control as a fierce warrior intercepts incoming attacks beside him. Elsewhere, Salvio clashes violently with a towering opponent. Laughter and rage mix as blades grind together under crushing force. Across the battlefield, Borin trades heavy strikes with another enemy. Nearby, a horned girl reflects briefly before committing herself fully to the fight. In a decisive moment, the masked warrior drives his weapon forward. Steel pierces through resistance, ending the struggle as victory is secured. On the rooftop, Kullet faces the pale strategist while smoke drifts behind them. Below, allies remain locked in combat as tension sharpens the night air. Spinning her spear in a wide arc, Kullet charges across the wooden floor. Rapid footwork closes the distance as she presses him without hesitation. Steel collides repeatedly while the strategist evades with narrow movements. Each strike from Kullet grows faster, forcing him to abandon a relaxed posture. Determination hardens in her eyes as sparks scatter around her. Pain and exhaustion fade beneath rising focus and sharpened intent. Lowering her stance, Kullet prepares a decisive thrust. Confidence returns to her voice and movement as she commits fully to the finishing assault. Eizen lunges across the rooftop as Kullet sweeps in from the opposite side. Their combined assault forces the pale strategist to retreat under sudden pressure. Momentum builds when Kullet drives forward with relentless speed. Eizen follows closely, sealing off escape routes and limiting the strategist's movement. A blinding burst erupts at the center of the clash. Shock ripples outward as Kullet endures the impact and refuses to fall back. Through the smoke, she steadies her grip and activates a defensive skill. The blessing she carries suppresses damage and negates the worst of the counterattack. With a final surge, Kullet thrusts her spear straight ahead. Power concentrates at the tip as she commits everything to a decisive finishing strike. Eizen, the black-haired young man, stands calmly as a brutal strike cuts down a large opponent before him. Blood scatters while nearby adventurers watch in shock. Suddenly a strange armored figure appears and launches forward with violent speed, unleashing a powerful attack toward the group. An explosive impact bursts across the battlefield, sending debris and force outward while the surrounding fighters struggle to react to the sudden strike. Sharp slashes tear through the air as the enemy's cursed blade strikes again, overwhelming the nearby adventurers and leaving them wounded. Despite the heavy damage and blood covering his chest, Eizen slowly rises again, enduring the pain while the mysterious attacker watches with cold interest. Strange shadowy figures gather behind the battlefield, their hollow forms watching silently as the wounded fighters struggle to understand the sudden appearance. A dark armored warrior steps forward with the eerie spirits surrounding him, standing above the injured Eizen while observing the chaotic battlefield below. Nearby enemies react with confusion as they notice Eizen still moving despite his severe wounds and the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. A swift counterattack suddenly unfolds when Eizen moves behind the enemy and drives his weapon forward with precise force. Shock spreads across the battlefield as observers realize the attack bypassed defenses, revealing Eizen's hidden ability that ignores damage and limits. Eizen studies the battlefield carefully, sensing something strange in the air while the surrounding fighters begin noticing the pressure of an unusual power. Confidence spreads through the enemy as a powerful blessing surrounds him, and the situation appears to shift in his favor. However, the sudden surge of energy overwhelms one fighter, forcing her body to react violently while nearby allies panic. Seeing the chaos, Eizen moves quickly and prepares his own ability, focusing his strength as the enemy attempts to maintain control. Chains suddenly tighten around the opponent's power, revealing that Eizen had already disabled the enemy's skills before the battle could turn further. A sudden blow strikes Eizen's face with brutal force, blood scattering, as the attacker attempts to stop his advance. Despite the attack, Eizen steadies himself while a nearby ally steps forward, briefly creating an opening in the tense confrontation. Acting quickly, Eizen pulls the girl Micah close and shields her, recognizing that she was the true target of the enemy's pursuit. High above the battlefield, something large begins descending toward the arena, drawing the attention of everyone below. As the object approaches, Micah looks upward with surprise while the fighters prepare themselves for the next unexpected arrival. Eizen arrives while carrying Micah safely in his arms, stepping into the room as another ally rushes forward after reaching the battlefield late. Relief spreads through the group when a woman named Virene appears, smiling warmly after confirming that Eizen and Micah are safe. Nearby enemies observe the situation from a distance, while strange shadowy spirits still linger around the battlefield. One wounded enemy struggles to understand the battle's outcome, realizing that Eizen's companions continue fighting despite the danger. Meanwhile, the dark-armored figure laughs loudly, confident that the chaotic battle still serves his greater plan. Fear spreads among the soldiers as the dark-armored warrior steps forward, forcing one fighter to retreat in panic. The armored figure advances relentlessly while a wounded man shouts desperately, realizing the enemy will not stop. With brutal force, the warrior strikes again, cutting down another fighter and proving his dominance over the battlefield. Laughter echoes as the enemy declares that the lives of the soldiers mean nothing beyond serving his command. Nearby, a frightened girl watches the chaos unfold, while the defeated fighters lie scattered across the ground. The dark-armored warrior reveals his ruthless belief that only strength and usefulness matter in battle. His cold gaze shows a man who abandons anyone unable to serve his purpose. Nearby, a frightened girl trembles with tears streaming down her face while witnessing the brutal situation. Fear overwhelms her as the terrifying reality of the fight sinks in. Elsewhere, Eizen watches the enemy carefully while preparing himself for the next exchange. His focused eyes follow the armored warrior's movements, while the tension between both sides continues rising. Meanwhile, the wounded man with the eye patch struggles to remain standing. Despite his injuries and exhaustion, determination forces him to keep facing the enemy threatening his allies. Finally, the armored warrior raises his weapon again, while the injured fighter shouts in fury. A smoke bomb suddenly explodes across the battlefield, covering the area with thick clouds and blocking the armored warrior's vision. The sudden disturbance forces him to pause as movement spreads inside the smoke. Through the confusion, a hidden strike lands with brutal force, cutting down one of the armored warrior's allies. Blood scatters across the battlefield while the enemy realizes someone moved unseen. The dark-armored warrior quickly turns toward the disturbance, searching through the fading smoke while preparing to react to the unseen attacker. Without hesitation, the eye-patched fighter charges forward and swings his weapon with fierce determination, unleashing a powerful attack aimed directly at the armored warrior. The armored enemy blocks the strike at the last moment, halting the attack as both fighters lock weapons and prepare for the next decisive clash. The eye-patched warrior launches himself forward and strikes the armored enemy with a powerful downward blow. Nearby soldiers panic and begin retreating after witnessing the brutal strike. Fear spreads quickly as the armored warrior screams in pain while blood pours from his wounds. Suddenly, allies rush toward the injured eye-patched fighter and grab him before he collapses. They support his exhausted body while checking his condition after the fierce clash. After catching his breath, the wounded man looks toward Eizen and the others, while recognizing the people who returned to help him during the battle. Overcome with regret, the exhausted warrior lowers his head while strange spirits linger nearby. The battlefield finally quiets as the surviving fighters remain standing among the fallen. The exhausted warrior collapses to his knees while the small girl clings tightly to him. Overcome with emotion and regret, he reflects on the lives lost during the brutal battle. Sweat and tears cover his face as the wounded man struggles to steady himself. Despite the pain and heavy guilt weighing on his heart, he forces himself to remain standing. Faint spirits drift nearby while the warrior remembers the fallen companions who fought beside him. Their sacrifice and loyalty remain deeply carved into his memory. Lowering his head beside his sword, he makes a firm decision to continue living. Carrying the weight of those who died, he vows to protect the lives entrusted to him. Not far away, survivors begin gathering and supporting each other, while the defeated enemy lies motionless, marking the quiet end of the fierce battle. After the battle ends, the survivors gather around the fallen enemy while reflecting on the heavy cost of the conflict. Regret spreads among them as they realize how many lives were lost. Far above, a bird glides freely through the sky while feathers drift downward. Below, two figures appear in a quiet memory of a peaceful moment before the tragedy. Walking together beneath falling petals, the pair share a calm moment in a world untouched by war. The peaceful scene contrasts with the destruction left behind. In the end, The man gently embraces the woman while the memory fades into silence. Their quiet connection remains as the story continues beyond the battlefield.